Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Let Us Head Fanfics, back with amazing fanfiction. This is the part of What If Villain Deku Was Given Quirk. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. To think that such an amazing creation could be made with just a few genetic tweaks and a strong enough test subject. Isn't that right, Mr. Izuku? A vicious smirk crawled onto his face when the sweet sound of silence graced his ears in the place of a response. Honestly, Mr. Izuku, you are my masterpiece. A bit snappy and rough around the edges, but a masterpiece nonetheless. Unfortunately, there have been quite a few bugs with your operation. That is to be expected though. You're the first ever successful trial. Blasting 4 years into this experiment when all of the others either rejected the surgeries or went insane within the first months is nothing short of a miracle. Your contribution of time will be the world's saving grace, even if I won't be alive to see it. That is good enough for me. With all of this research, my partners will be able to create a new one that is even better than you are, Mr. Izuku, and it is all thanks to you. His smirk grew even wider as a reply still failed to reach his ears. Of course, as I am sure you already know, your body is beginning to reject my engineering. I can only imagine the pain you're going through right now. It's all such a joy to witness. Don't worry, though, my little pet. Your death is going to provide my colleagues with enough information to make sure this doesn't happen with the next trial. A spark of light filled the normally shady room as a cigarette was lit. Oh, I don't know why I even bother with you. The cigarette found its place in between the man's lips as he took a deep breath of nicotine. You've been long gone for the past few months. I suppose I was hoping to experience just one more of your hopeless, rebellious bouts before my departure. Midoriya barely registered a shiny piece of black equipment being pulled from his captor's white coat as a distinct click resonated through the room. Of course, the heroes have found out about my little tests going on in here. To say the least, they aren't very happy. I don't think I have much more than 30 seconds before they reach this room. Unfortunately for both you and me, the only one that has the information to prolong your shortening lifespan is about to meet an end. Without me here, your health will continue to wane until your body reaches the point where it can no longer continue to operate. The man's smirk refused to dissipate while intense. Booming shouts started to travel through his laboratory door. He walked up to a wall of blood-smothered plexiglass that separated Midoriya from himself. As the doctor looked upon the face of his test subject, he finally got the indignation he was hoping for. An emerald green pair of cold, angry eyes met his gaze in such a way that shivers started pulsing up his spine. Oh, Mr. Izuku, that look. A crack sped across the room as the doctor twitched his neck out of habit. You're getting me all excited. The man turned towards the entrance to his lab and placed the black object to his right temple. An eerie silence swept through the room. The shouting stopped only a few moments ago. They should be here any second. However, the entrance he was hoping for didn't come. He had this entire scene calculated out months ahead of time. And the arrival of All Might in his overly eccentric superhero suit managed to tick on for about 5 minutes past the man's prediction. For the first time since the doctor entered the room to talk to his favorite test subject just one last time, his smirk faded. Something was going amiss, much to the doctor's confusion. The large metal door turned a sick shade of brown as if it was rusting right before his eyes. At first, it started out as a small blemish in the material, but within a minute, it overtook the door in its entirety. The door started flaking apart like it was made out of terribly old wood instead of industrial-grade metal until it simply collapsed into a pile of dust on the floor. A look of annoyance made its way onto the doctor's face when he realized what was going on. The man's irked persona soon shifted into one of cocky superiority and indignation. You aren't All Might, he said while keeping his hand firmly around the black device held to the side of his head. A large group of people came barging in. They all looked as if they were mutated, mixed with other animals, preposterously dressed, or accompanied by some form of crazy phenomena that could have only been quirks. The two that caught his eyes the most were a teenage boy standing at the group's head with messy, pastel blue hair and a human-shaped figure that was completely made of purple mist. The purple man attempted to ruffle the young man's hair despite the gaseous state of his body. That would be correct. We are not heroes. Of course, he would be behind this, the doctor growled, his smirk still firmly on his face as he glared at the purple man. If you think you've won just because you got here first, you're sorely mistaken. Send my regards to all for one. With those last words, the man's eyes lost the distinct sparkle of life within them, and the intelligence that displayed itself through his pupils faded into oblivion as a loud bang resonated through the room. His body lost its fight against gravity as he fell backward onto the ground while the gun in his hand hit the floor with a dull clang. Disgusting gore that would tempt any normal man's gag reflex splattered onto the floor as proof of the man's death. Not a single person in the room, not even the young boy, seemed to care about the scene that had just played before them. Their attention was on what the man had hanging behind him. Shigaraki smiled from ear to ear as he examined the macabre scene painted just for him. A strange, thick, black liquid covered the glass in front of him, but to his delight, it did nothing to hinder his view of what the glass held inside. There was a boy, quite a few years younger than himself, hanging at a 45-degree angle from the ground. The only thing keeping the kid from falling on his face was the 2 chains cuffed around both of his wrists, which connected to a metal cross that stood up in the middle of the glass-enclosed room. The boy's arms were, of course, hanging behind him while his body stood limp, relying on the chains to hold him up. His wrists looked completely raw, most likely from the pressure of the cuffs that dug into his skin, and every inch of his body was covered in lacerations and wounds that should have killed the boy long ago. That odd, black liquid was covering the boy's body and pulled itself around the boy's barely planted feet. The Shigaraki did note, however, that while the black liquid was literally everywhere within the glass cage, there was nothing dripping from the boy's wounds at all. The scene was absolutely amazing, but what had him smiling wasn't the disgusting image, the injuries, or even the black liquid. It was the fact that the boy in front of him, despite the obvious amounts of pain he had been put through, still managed to dig up enough energy to lift his head and glare directly into the villain's eyes. Not for a moment since their eyes met had the tortured kid resigned from the glaring contest. This was the look that he'd been looking for, pure, unadulterated determination, and he could tell the boy had it in spades. "Kurogiri, I want that one. He was our reason for coming here anyway. He's all yours, if it was even possible." The huge smile on his face grew even larger. He rose his hand to the glass and pressed it flat against the smooth surface, keeping his psychotically gleeful stare on the other kid's cold, hate-filled eyes. The chain boy finally lost the strength to keep his head up and reluctantly allowed it to drop as the glass started rotting before him. He struggled desperately to look back up, but his eyes were stubbornly trained on the pool of blood beneath him. After a few seconds, his vision started flickering until he unceremoniously fell into unconsciousness. The sun was setting in Tokyo, and the city was currently about halfway through its rush hour. The accumulation of people stumbling through their afternoon routine made for an almost constant roar of noise that traveled through every nook and cranny that the city had to offer. For the most part, it was a peaceful day. Agony, pain, and blood all displayed themselves on a middle-aged man as he raced through the back alleyways of Tokyo City. He had a heavy limp because of the deep gash on his right thigh, and his vision was so blurred that he could barely decipher the path ahead of him. He must have gotten a concussion from the blow to his head earlier. The man was equally befuddled and terrified. His mind desperately thought through what happened to get him here, but it all occurred so quickly that he couldn't wrap his head around it in the heat of the moment. He followed all of the rules. He stayed in the very middle of the crowd, only moved with the masses, and took 3 right turns every 7 or so blocks just to make sure he wasn't being tailed. Then, out of nowhere, a green blur latched onto his arm, jumping up and down and screaming for food. The crowd didn't even stop for a second to look at such an innocent and conspicuous display of familial love. Everyone was too busy in their own world to realize that the boy had only come into the picture a minute before he started clinging to his target. The emerald eyes of the boy holding his arm in a death grip were absolutely empty. Every single part of his demeanor was carefully calculated, and the man realized with a terrifying amount of certainty that his courses of action were quickly being limited. What could he do to remove himself from the situation cleanly? Start screaming at a child, run away, or maybe attack? Everyone already thought that the boy was emotionally attached to him. If he made a scene now, the public might backlash, and even though that might have saved him from dying immediately, the crowds would end up dispersing, which would leave him as an easily trackable target. Inevitably, he allowed the boy to drag him along. It wasn't as if the kid would kill him in a crowd. He had no choice but to play along for now. Within a few seconds of grabbing him, the boy started pulling him out of the crowd and onto a more secluded street, jumping up and down while shouting excitedly about miso ramen. To the rest of the people, it seemed as if a boy was simply dragging a relative or a family friend to a mom-and-pop restaurant a bit outside of the beaten path, but the man knew better. This was a tactical decision to separate him from witnesses. He began to panic as the boy impatiently yanked him further from safety. Within the span of a minute, Izuku deemed the location suitable, pulled the man into a completely empty alleyway, and punched him so hard in the stomach that his target struggled to gasp for breath. Within a minute and 30 seconds, the man had a terribly painful, deep cut on his right leg, was thrown into multiple walls, and was hit in the head with an open palm so hard that his brain started rattling in his skull. It was effortless on Izuku's part, and it wasn't like the man was helpless either. He had a quirk that allowed him to turn his nails into claws that were harder than steel, and he would like to think that he was very skilled with them. It didn't seem to make a difference though. Every swing he made was dodged, every punch he threw was parried, and he was hit with a brutal attack every time he tried to escape. Out of pure desperation, he threw everything he had into one last swing of his claws and triumphantly made contact with the boy's shoulder, cutting it wide open. At that point, he started to run with everything he had and turned right down another alleyway, which was where he currently found himself. A cold and suffocating feeling was crawling down his spine and squeezing his heart as he attempted to keep his ragged breaths under control. This kid was an absolute monster. How did a human take such a devastating gash without so much as a flinch? Forcing his thoughts to the side, he made another left turn. With that split-second decision, he signed his death warrant. He ran like hell through the alleyway once he turned left, but within a few seconds, found himself face to face with a dead end. His breathing became even more erratic. His hands started shaking out of fear, and his heart was pounding so hard in his chest that he started to feel as if he would have a heart attack. He immediately turned in an attempt to rush back out of the alley and pick a different direction. But as his eyes came into contact with the alley's exit, he saw the boy walk into the center of his escape path and turn to face him. Their eyes met. Cold emerald glared straight into the terrified brown irises of the man he was about to murder. With an inaudible sigh, the boy started walking toward him. The man looked at the boy's blood-stained shoulder while his entire body screamed at him to run. But he knew there was no escape. His eyes widened when he realized that the blood that should be gushing from the wound he created completely stopped its flow. But there was no way his blood could clot that fast, not with such a huge laceration. Even eerier still was the unnatural color of the kid's blood. Instead of crimson, the blood that soaked the boy's right sleeve was dead black. The small amount of light that came from the setting sun into the relatively shaded alleyway made the blood shine as if it was a reflector. The sight was creepy as it was, but it got even worse from there. The gaping wound on the boy's shoulder slowly started closing itself right before the man's eyes. At first, strings of muscle fibers and skin started to grow across the hole that the cut created until it attached to the other side. While the boy kept walking towards the frozen man, those strings started to stitch the wound together piece by piece. Within a few seconds, the huge cut was completely gone. His body healed an injury that should have needed surgery like it was less than a splinter that had stuck itself in his thumb. Now completely broken and out of options, the man began to back away in an attempt to create any amount of minuscule distance between him and his hunter. He tried to scream, but his voice wouldn't obey. His back hit the wall behind him, and he slid weakly down it until he was sitting on the concrete below. Leaning against the wall, the man stared at his perpetrator. He slowly began to mumble pleas of mercy. They fell on deaf ears. Once Izuku reached him, he knelt down so his eyes were level with the man he was going to kill. His left hand reached out and grabbed the collar of the man's shirt, leaving his other blood-soaked arm to rest at his side. Izuku stood up and dragged the man up the wall with him. The man watched in terror as the black pigment that was soaked into the boy's right sleeve started to travel down the fabric towards the kid's hand, not even leaving a stain in its wake. The blood pooled in the boy's palm as it twisted and swirled in a tightly compacted sphere. It soon decided to flatten out on his skin and shifted to cover the outside of his hand. In a few seconds, the liquid gathered up and started crystallizing itself into a thick blade that traveled from the tip of the boy's pinky to his wrist bone. The man's eyes stuck themselves to the crude object as Izuku lifted his arm to chest level. With his left hand still firmly grasping the collar of his victim's shirt, he placed the blade up against the man's neck and stared into his eyes while he steeled himself for another kill. Feeling the warm edge of the blood-forged blade, the man, so scared that he could barely move a limb, shakily opened his mouth. What the hell are you? Without the slightest hint of hesitation, Izuku pulled his hand across the man's neck with as much strength as he had. He felt the blade catch roughly on the muscles around the man's throat and pulled even harder, cutting through his trachea, his two arteries, and even splitting half of the man's spine. Blood gushed all over Izuku's arm, and he watched the light fade from the man's eyes as his terrified face turned to one of blank neutrality. He slowly released the man's collar and let the body fall limply to the ground where the blade of black blood turned back into a liquid and fell to the ground in a puddle. That was, at least, until it shifted and rippled, organizing itself into a pattern. Once it was done, his blood formed the image of a circular face that had no eyes and a wide smile filled to the brim with sharp, ominous teeth. Izuku looked to the sky and felt just a single tear squeeze its way out of his eye against his wool as he whispered to himself, "I don't know." Kneeling down, he dipped his finger into the bleeding neck of the almost decapitated man. With his pointer finger covered in crimson liquid, he reached over to his image of a circular face and placed upon it two red, pinprick eyes. Izuku didn't bother to clean up any of the evidence, and he started to walk away once his session of art came to an end. Tenko made it clear that he was to leave everything at the scene. It would be better for the organization if the blame was pitted on a single rogue than on the group as a whole. In other words, he was the murderer and the scapegoat all in one go. It wasn't like it mattered to Izuku anyhow, even if they found his fingerprints or tested his blood for DNA. The doc that took him when he was 6 made sure to erase every single piece of his existence. All of his files, medical records, school documents, everything except his measly one-page missing person file that could identify Izuku Midoriya as an existing human was taken away. Unless his mother still owned his birth certificate, there was absolutely no proof whatsoever that he was even real. Izuku looked down at his healed right arm and scrunched his face in dull annoyance at the hole in his recently unstained hoodie. Now, he would have to get a new one. He silently grabbed his wallet out of his back pocket while walking back to the crowded streets of Tokyo. He counted his money and, after doing some quick calculations, decided that he could get a new jacket from a store on his way back. So he slipped out of his jacket, threw it into the nearest trash can, made one final turn, and slid seamlessly into the crowd, now donning a plain, black t-shirt. This was going to be a long evening. He already knew it. Later that day, police stood at the scene, baffled. Police Detective Tsukachi Naomasa stared at the bloodied and bruised body with a hand on his chin while slowly shaking his head. "And you're absolutely sure that this is him?" "Yes, sir. DNA scans have linked the man directly to Clawstrike." Naomasa began to tap his right foot to the rhythm of the gears turning in his head. "What are his counts again?" 4 counts of civilian murders, 7 counts of robbery, and 2 hero kills. Naomasa sifted through everything he gathered while investigating the unknown killer. The villain killed was pretty damn strong, and he had a dangerous quirk to boot. He was a B-ranked villain, right? This is the 8th scene so far where a strong villain was killed by an unknown attacker. And this strange black liquid that reads to be equal parts blood and chemicals doesn't make sense either. Naomasa took a deep breath and stomped the ground with a bit more force than his previous taps. Damn, and I would chalk it up to pure vigilantism. But the same odd compound was found at 4 different scenes with a dead hero involved. Just what the hell is this guy's motive? Naomasa pulled on the pair of gloves he was required to wear while investigating a scene, turned to look at the woman, and nodded to dismiss her. He didn't need any more information from her for now, and she had to get back to her job anyway. Speaking of which, he had a job to do as well. He walked towards the dead man slumped against a building wall and began to shuffle through his pockets, while he felt around for any clues that could lead him to the killer's identity. He let out a small sigh. This was going to be a long evening. He already knew it. Emerald eyes scanned silently over the large industrial buildings flying past their owner on both sides. Most people, Izuku mused, would simply glance over such intricate scenery without a second thought. But he found it fascinating how lights would play across the glass of every window he laid his eyes upon. How every crack and blemish in a building's foundation would come together and give a special, unique personality to each building respectively and without exception. It was never the same thing twice, never a repeat, always original. Eventually, he allowed his eyes to slowly shift away from the scenery before him and lay upon the one who reminded him of just how colorful life could be. It felt so surreal to think about how his life changed in the past year. It was as if a dull black and white image had suddenly decided to paint itself into the most beautiful, chromatic painting imaginable. He could feel the jostle of the train initiating its brakes through the gentle vibrations that he knew would soon turn into violent shaking. It was time. Izuku carefully took his finger and poked a small bundle of cloth sitting in the chair next to him. With a purposefully gentle yet commanding voice, Izuku made his intentions clear. "Hey, kiddo, it's time to go. You have to wake up." He watched the ball slowly start to squirm. The small folds of pink cloth eventually became more distinct until a tiny head poked out of a now identifiable, oversized hoodie. Izuku could clearly discern the tired droop in her eyes mixed with pure, childish curiosity as her red irises make their way up to meet his analytical gaze. "The train's about to open the doors. We need to go." A small pout started to form on the child's face as she realized that there was no getting out of her current predicament, seeing that he was going to get nowhere without further upsetting his young companion. Izuku decided to change his approach. "Hey, it's okay. You can sleep on the way there." "Hop on, squirt." Izuku turned around and crouched in front of the girl's seat, offering her his back. Turning his head to decipher her reaction, Izuku mentally thanked himself for his quick thinking when a small smile forced its way onto her previously whiny expression. She quickly wrapped her arms around his neck, and after confirming she had a good grip, he stood up. Izuku waited for a few seconds before putting his hands in his pockets. He knew that she liked it when he let her hang on him and was soon rewarded with a very small giggle from his charge. He purposefully left space between his arms and his body, which soon became occupied by 2 tiny legs that popped through the opening. Allowing himself a small smile, he closed the space and made sure he had a good grip on the girl before looking at the face that was now resting on his shoulder. "Is your hood covering your face enough?" Izuku felt a small amount of rubbing from fabric against his shoulder that signaled yes, and without another word, he walked out of the open train doors. With a silent skim of the crowd, he quickened his pace and disappeared into the masses. It was a shame that he had to come to a city so filled with bad memories and regrets. But Musutafu was the only place he knew where he could get what he needed. "Here you go, Izuku. This is what you'll need." "Are you sure this is all? I could make a false trail for them to follow if you'd like. God knows you'll need help with Shigaraki on your tail. And that's Overhaul's girl too, right? Jesus, it would be bad enough to have one of those two mad at you, let alone both at the same time." Izuku shook his head after a moment of consideration as he felt the girl on his back begin to stir. Shigaraki knows I'm too careful. If I try to be too deceptive, he'll know that it's purposeful. If either of them catches onto our plan, I fear for both me and Eri. After a few more trivial sentences were spoken and farewells were exchanged, Izuku decided that it was time to head to their temporary housing. In quick fashion, Izuku took the plastic card and a small, red booklet that was given to him by one of his best connections and exited the small, worn-down shop. With a smirk at his success, Izuku put the booklet in his jeans and started heading towards an out-of-the-way hotel he remembered passing by sometimes as a child. This city used to be his hometown. It would be a shame for him to not use his knowledge of the area. Izuku smiled when he saw a hand that used to be laying limply against his chest start rising towards his face so a tiny pointer finger could poke his cheek. He looked towards the girl on his back to see her eyes confused and curious. Izuku, what did you get? Huffing with amusement at the cute drawl she put at the end of his name, he stopped holding up one of her legs for a moment so he could give her the card he had in his hand. It's just a different ID. Shigaraki knows about the one I used before I left. If I actually did manage to slip up, then he would be able to find us if he plays smart, so I just got a new one in case we need it. She looked at the picture of her personal hero smirking on his fake ID and read the name above his picture out loud. Deku Katsuki, I like it. Izuku responded lightheartedly. Good, cause I'm not changing it for a while. You might as well start calling me that now. If you call me the wrong name in front of the wrong person, it could go badly. He could hear Eri let out a low hum as she puffed her cheeks out, seemingly thinking about something important before she blew the air out and responded cheerfully. Okay, Deku. Izuku inquired about the oddity without skipping a beat. What's with the humming? You thinking about something? Eri gasped as if Izuku had just pulled a mind-boggling magic trick. How did you know? Izuku smirked silently. Back when he first met her, she was never so exuberant and lively. He wasn't the only one who changed over the last year. Eri was like an entirely new person. I know lots of things, Eri. Come on, what's up? Eri seemed to forget about her amazement when she remembered what she was wondering about. She acquired an air of childish whimsy as she asked, Is Deku like a code name? That made him pause for a bit. He had never really thought about it like that before. To him, the name was nothing more than a necessity, though he supposed that she wasn't technically wrong. Well, yeah, I guess it kind of is, isn't it? Eri lit up quicker than an exploding firework. Then I want one too. Izuku thought on it for a moment. While there weren't any official records of her, and her name was rather common around here, there couldn't be any downside to at least attempting to obscure her identity. Overhaul was a very dangerous man with a capable organization. Once he started making headway in his investigations, any advantage would be worthwhile. Plus, if she got her own codename, then she would stay more on target with his. That was a goal that held much more importance. Izuku readjusted his grip on his current passenger and then lightly bumped his cheek into hers. Sure thing, kiddo. What do you think about Asaru? The cutest look of thoughtfulness found its way onto Eri's face as she considered it. Deku and Asaru. It sounds so cool. Well, that's good. Come on, let's go home. We still need to make dinner and everything. A rough shout echoed through the almost empty side roads that Izuku was currently taking. What are you gonna do about it, Beach? Are you gonna fight back with that weak-ass Quirk? I'd like to see you effing try. At first, Izuku didn't even bat an eye at the words he heard. The person being bullied wasn't connected to him, and it wasn't like anyone ever stopped to help him back when he was beaten up at the age of 5. However, what did make him bat an eye was when he felt Eri becoming uncomfortable on his back. All she'd ever really known was shouting, pain, and suffering. It wasn't particularly surprising that hearing such rough language would bring her back to bad memories. And as far as Izuku was concerned, nobody had the right to make that girl uncomfortable after what Overhaul did to her. Not many things could make the green-haired boy angry at this point in his life, but one thing that never failed to irk him was when something bothered his white-haired charge. Thankfully, he knew just how to solve his newfound problem. Hey, Asaru. The use of her newly appointed nickname seemed to brighten her up just a little. Do you want to help him? Eri's uncomfortable persona turned into one of tentative excitement. Can we? Izuku made an exaggerated gasp of offense. Who do you think you're talking to, Missy? If we can't handle a few mean kids, then we're in trouble. Eri giggled as every ounce of negative emotions left her body in the wake of Izuku's light joking. We're just like heroes. Izuku felt like he was just punched in the gut by an angry villain with a strength quirk when such an ironic and false statement reached his ears. Nonetheless, it seemed to make Eri happy. Who was he to ruin the mood? Yeah, I guess we are. Hey, Bakugo, you coming? A blonde-haired boy bent over next to his desk and grabbed his backpack, swinging it over his shoulder. Shut the F up. I'll leave when I'm ready. While he gathered his thoughts and picked up the rest of his school materials, he noticed that both the kid who spoke to him and his friend were waiting for him to leave. He didn't understand why they always insisted on following him. He never really liked them. They were just sheep following a stronger person. While his thoughts were most definitely conceited, in this case, he wasn't so far from the truth. With a quiet groan at the thought of having to deal with the two idiots for another half hour until he got home, he started to walk out of the classroom while trying his best to act like the two kids that fell in step behind him didn't exist. School ended decently early in the afternoon. The sun still had a few more hours before it started setting. He tried to keep his nerves from grating too terribly as the jackasses following him kept up their usual loud personas and acted far too excited about stupid things than what was permissible. Well, at least the streets were empty. Bakugo didn't particularly like huge crowds. It was so much calmer without the addition of even more useless people than he normally had to deal with. Unfortunately, it also meant that he heard the nearby shout much more clearly than he would have if it was crowded. "What are you gonna do about it, Beach? Are you gonna fight back with that weak-ass Quirk? I'd like to see you effing try." His face, which was admittedly almost always angry, turned into an ugly scowl out of reflex. His mind started racing through everything that happened from the time that he was 4 until he turned 6 and a certain side character disappeared from his life completely. Bakugo, just walk away. Whatever's happening doesn't concern you. A bundle of cruel laughter rang through the empty alleyway followed by an extremely cold, calm voice. "That's what I thought. You're a useless Beach. Just sit down and take it like you always do." Bakugo's body froze. His feet stuck to the concrete as if he'd just stepped on wet cement. He felt like someone had just grabbed his heart and yanked it out of his chest. That was exactly what he used to say to Deku before he disappeared. The two kids following him heard the exact same thing that he did, but they didn't feel the same effects. They were about to overtake Bakugo because of his particular lack of movement until they stopped when they noticed a cluster of tiny explosions dancing around in his dominant hand. Before Bakugo could further convince himself that it wasn't worth it and he should just leave it alone, he started power walking down the alleyway to his left while sparks continued to rage in his palms out of anger. He couldn't really explain why he was so angry. He knew perfectly well that he used to do the exact same thing to someone just as helpless as the current victim. But he was absolutely livid, and no amount of logical explanation was needed at this point. He vaguely noticed that the two kids actually decided to not follow him. Bakugo didn't concern himself with it. They couldn't get in his way if they weren't present. Katsuki made a sharp right into another alley, and his eyes fell upon the three bastards that he was about to take his anger out on. He noticed that the victim was currently sitting on the ground, bruised and beaten, but he didn't pay him much mind. He wasn't necessarily here for the unfortunate kid. He was here to kick whoever's ass decided to remind him so much of himself, just before he was going to make his presence known by blowing one of those F'ers sky high. He saw all of their heads collectively turn toward the same alley to their left. Bakugo's curiosity got the best of his anger, and he looked toward the same alley as well. He heard the kid who he assumed was the leader speak. "Who the F are you?" Before Bakugo had to come up with any conclusions of his own, he saw a boy that was just a little shorter and much scrawnier than himself walk out of the alleyway with an even younger kid in tow on his back. With his anger still rising toward its boiling point, Bakugo allowed his eyes to travel across the strange characters. He saw what they were wearing, but it didn't much matter to him. Their clothes were pretty forgettable besides the green and pink hoodies anyway. Whether their inconspicuous clothing choices were conscious or not wasn't very important to him either. What made Bakugo pause his quickly approaching onslaught long enough to truly analyze the newcomers was the way the older one seemed to seek danger. It was clearly displayed in the way he stood, in the way he held his body completely relaxed yet so tense and calculated that it could be easily mistaken for paranoia by someone who wasn't looking deep enough. It was enough to make Bakugo's senses blare a retreat signal despite his emotional state egging on an attack. Izuku wove a clever response for the ringleader. "I guess you could say we're concerned citizens." His voice sounded smooth and confident. The way his voice seemed to emanate dominance sent chills down Bakugo's arms. The sudden feeling of overwhelming pressure was both confusing and anger-inducing at the same time. This was Bakugo effing Katsuki. Not a single person had been able to stand up to him since he got his quirk. And now this nobody just marched in and knocked him down to second place with a simple sentence. Not effing likely. It just made it worse when he saw the uncaring and smug faces of the bullies. He seemed to be the only one here who felt such a dangerous aura. Was it really just him? Well, concerned citizen, F off and forget about what you saw here, and maybe we'll let it slide. The boy in green chuckled as his hood-covered head turned to look at the person he was carrying. "Oh, I don't know. What do you think, Asaru?" The one on his back piped up with a tiny, girly, but distinctly comfortable and unafraid voice. "Bullying isn't nice. I don't like it." The older one let out a laugh at the way she'd put such a bold statement into such childish words. "Well, you heard the little lady. How about you guys just leave the kid alone and we all avoid this mess together?" The leader of the group scoffed. "Oh, yeah, And what are you going to do if we don't? Bakugo saw a slight shift in Izuku's stance when the bully responded. The boy's entire demeanor changed, and Bakugo didn't fail to notice the way his hands flexed inside of his pockets. You don't have to worry about that. This isn't a debate, it's a demand. You're going to leave one way or another. One of the leader's cronies started walking toward Izuku. What the F are we doing just sitting here? It's one beach and a little girl. Let's just beat them both up and be done with it. Bakugo watched as the aura around Izuku changed violently at the bully's comment. Izuku's previous aura seemed dangerous enough as it was. He gave off an air of unpredictable power. The enraged and relentless flow of emotions flying off of him now, though. Was this what bloodlust felt like? The girl on Izuku's back moved her chin from his shoulder and pressed her forehead against the nape of his neck. Electrical power crackled around the bully's arm as he charged it in front of his audience. Once he saw the lightning build to the point that individual streaks of his quirk would spurt off toward the various conductors around him, he deemed his attack ready. With a smirk and a crouch, the bully lunged at his new target with his arm outstretched and his hand waiting to grasp upon the first body part he managed to reach. Bakugo was about to jump in and blow the F out of the electric-handed beach. But before he could, the new arrival was already making his move. As the electrically charged hand was about to close around Izuku's face, his head tilted significantly to the left. Izuku looked into the eyes of his attacker as the bully's hand just barely missed its mark. He could feel the slight breeze of wind that came with the hand dashing past him, and licks of static energy seeped into his skin from his proximity to the massive charge of electricity. Any closer and he would have been fried, but he already knew that he was too fast to be hit, and because Iri's head was pressed flush against his nape, he didn't have to worry about Iri getting injured either. They already established a long time ago that, in the case of a fight, she was to push her head against his neck and curl as tightly as possible against him. As long as he didn't get hit, Iri was going to be safely positioned behind him. Trusting her to keep her grip if he shifted his balance, he lifted his right knee up to his stomach to load his energy. Bakugo's anger spiked when the bully suddenly found the heel of a shoe lodged under his chin. Everyone sat stunned as the kid was sent sprawling onto his back, slipping into unconsciousness. The effortlessness in the way that Izuku had taken down his attacker was incredible. It infuriated Bakugo. He knew that he would have been good enough to beat the bully without much difficulty on his own, but with a girl on his back and hands in his pockets, it wouldn't have been nearly as easy as the other boy made it look. While he hated to admit it, that kid was good. Scarily good. Izuku's foot found its place back on the ground as it slid back to its original location. The bully to the left of the leader looked absolutely pissed. Wings shot out of his back, and the nails on his hands got noticeably sharper. With a leap and a strong flap of his wings, he flew about 10 feet in the air and began his travel to the source of his outrage. As Bakugo witnessed the bully's ascent and saw the corresponding confident pose on the green-jacketed F, his anger finally reached its tipping point. He felt his arm muscles twitch involuntarily, and the slight wetness on his palm told him that his hands were adequately prepared for combat. At this moment, all Bakugo saw was red. The feeling of the bullies bringing up long-buried memories and the new arrival triggering his superiority complex. He could only just stop himself from blowing up this entire effing alley with the explosions glowing in his palms. The winged bully lost his spurt of anger and looked to his left when he heard a huge shout and a rumble somewhere off to his side. When he saw what made the noise, his eyes widened, and fear began making its way up his spine. The body that was flying at him like a bolt of lightning was completely blacked out from the immense amount of light bursting from behind him. The way the two explosions flailed in the background and mixed together in a beautiful symphony of orange, yellow, and red made for a mesmerizing scene, one that Izuku recognized immediately. The explosions were a lot bigger than he remembered, but the colors remained the same, just as gloriously dangerous as ever. Izuku was completely astounded by the amount of terrible luck he must have owned to meet his childhood bully during the one and only day he planned to be in Musutafu since he was 6. But he would be lying if he didn't at least somewhat enjoy seeing such a familiar person, even if that person was the subject of his terror for the better part of 2 years. After being kidnapped by a crazed doctor and passed between psychopathic villains, though, his school bully's grievances seemed much less terrible. To be fair, that was not to Katsuki's redemption, but to the detriment of his perfect little family. Bakugo reached his target in a violent flash and intercepted him midair. The feeling of soft feathers brushed against his hands as he grasped tightly onto the wing nearest to him. It was so satisfying how his emotions turned from pure rage into a sharp buzz of excitement. Tightening his grip on the wing, Bakugo slammed the boy into the concrete with so much strength that he could swear he heard a snap. It wasn't enough though. The buzz was still so intense, and he needed more. His hands were soaking with nitroglycerin, and he could feel the feathers underneath his skin dampen from the contact. The cacophony of emotions in his chest seemed to travel through his veins and into his palms. With a shout of rage, Bakugo's quirk went wild, sending a large blast that completely engulfed the bully's entire wing. Bakugo could hear the scream of pain from the boy positioned below him. But he paid it no mind as he stood up and let go of the downed bully. Bakugo assumed that if the boy truly wanted his wings unharmed, he shouldn't have f'd with someone stronger than him in the first place. Despite this, he did almost cringe when he saw the charred and bleeding skin left on the wing that he just demolished. It looked utterly destroyed. It would probably need intense surgery, or it would never work again. He soon got over it. It wasn't as if the bully seemed to care about the damage he had done to anyone else. So why should he have the right to worry about the damage done to him? Bakugo realized that, according to his logic, he sorely deserved to have both of his arms confiscated for bullying his quirkless classmate. But the world never promised to be just, and the fact that Bakugo never received punishment and the winged bully did was simply an example of such an occurrence. Without allowing his actions to bother him further, Bakugo stood by as Izuku finally removed one of his hands from his pockets and walked frighteningly fast toward the leader. The last man standing finally got over the shock of seeing his friends get down one after the other. Unfortunately, the image he was met with once he came back to his senses wasn't a pretty one. The second Izuku was in range, he used his unpocketed hand to gather as much of the bully's shirt collar as he could. Using it as leverage, he shoved the boy's back into the wall behind him. His cerulean eyes met with shining emerald as the kid's face was now completely revealed to him. "You hurt her. Bullying isn't nice, so F off." Iri's face popped out from behind the person that was carrying her. The bully duly noted a tiny horn that was sticking out of the side of her forehead before she stuck her tongue out teasingly at him. With that, the collar of his shirt was let go, and he watched the boy turn and start walking toward the loser on the ground. Unwarranted courage came back to him once Izuku put a few feet of distance between them, and he looked down at his hand with a scowl as small flames started to coat his fingers. He took a step forward in an attempt to the bastard to ash, but whatever plan he had started to formulate was cut shockingly short as a fist was pushed into his gut so hard that he almost puked up his lunch. He was shoved up against the wall much harder than the first time, with two hands grabbing his collar instead of one. When he tried to find out who had him now, he looked into the eyes of an extremely pissed off, blonde-haired boy instead of the calm and terrifying green eyes he had been expecting. "If you're gonna fight him, do it while he's facing you." Beach. In his rage, Bakugo released small explosions from his hands that completely burned through the kid's shirt and left marks on his chest. With that, Bakugo threw the kid onto the ground and, confident that the bully would stay down this time, turned toward the boy in green and his passenger. To his surprise, the one he saved apparently hadn't even turned around to look at the scene that just played out behind him, and the girl didn't seem to care that much either. That irked him to absolutely no end, and he couldn't stop himself from gruffly mentioning such a fatal flaw in the kid's actions. "Hey, effer, don't just walk away from a fight until you've won." The boy in front of him stopped for a second and turned his head slightly. The hood of his jacket still blocked them from seeing each other, but at least it made it easier to hear him. "You got him for me, so it's all good." Once Izuku got closer to the bully victim, he unpocketed a hand again and offered it to the boy. After a moment of hesitation, the victim grabbed his hand and allowed himself to be hoisted up. Once he gained his balance, he looked at the one who saved him, and his eyes fell upon someone who looked completely incapable of actually causing harm to another human being. Izuku was wearing a neutral face, but all of the viciousness that he had possessed during his fight was gone. Once that was combined with his barely visible, green, curly hair, a light slew of freckles across his cheeks, and the fact that he was giving a piggyback ride to an absolutely adorable little girl, he looked undoubtedly harmless. "If I were you, I would dedicate myself to learning how to fight. If you already have a weak quirk, the gap will only grow the older you get." These quirk-filled generations tend to think that their abilities are all that matters, but you don't need a quirk to kick some untrained beach's ass. Izuku saw the boy hesitantly nod while thanking him for his help. After making sure the bullied kid wasn't in any critical condition, he turned to walk back through the alley he'd come in from. Iri looked back at the boy they'd helped and smiled shyly, glad that they'd decided to intervene. Right before they could exit the alleyway, however, Izuku's wrist was grabbed firmly from behind. Bakugo was an inch away from losing it with this idiot. "Just who the hell are you?" This time, when Bakugo made a comment, Izuku turned all the way around and met the blonde's angry glare. "Like I said, just a concerned passerby." Bakugo's heart almost stopped when his eyes skimmed over a face that sent pangs of recognition throughout the entirety of his brain. Izuku turned and kept walking down the alleyway with Iri still hanging onto his neck. Meanwhile, Bakugo was using every ounce of willpower he had to keep himself from falling onto his knees. Leaning up against the alley wall, he tried to steady his breathing. That green hair, emerald eyes, freckled face, they were all so damn similar and yet so different from the boy that was currently racing through his mind. Everything about that kid's look screamed Deku, but that was absolutely impossible, wasn't it? He'd been gone for over 8 years. There was no way he could come back now. This had to be a huge coincidence. Bakugo had always been a little unstable when it came to the boy he used to bully. He realized that the chances were astronomically low that those two were the same person. but his mind couldn't help but compare the two's physical similarities. Bakugo was about to race after the person who had caused him to have such a violent reaction. But by the time he looked up, the kid was gone, and he was left alone with the 3 downed bullies. Either that guy was really fast, or he'd been sitting around here for longer than he'd thought. It looked like it was starting to get late, so he decided to walk home before the sun got too low. Tomorrow, he was going to put everything he had into his new goal. But for now, he had to get back before his mom got worried enough to start BSing at him. He definitely recognized me. I could see it in his eyes. Why the hell did I show him my face? Izuku was currently walking to the location of his temporary housing in severe anxiety. He had shown his face to his childhood friend and bully for reasons that now seemed stupid to him. He could see the recognition and shock on the blonde's face, as if his emotions were written out on a piece of paper rather than displayed through expressions. Now, he had loose ends, and they were so loose that Izuku wasn't all too sure how to tie them. Yuri could almost feel the disdain emanating from her caretaker and poked his nose with her finger. "Are you okay?" Her voice quickly broke Izuku out of his stupor. "Yeah, don't worry about me. I just ran into a little pothole." Izuku kept walking for a few seconds, recognizing her confusion through her silence. "What?" Her head tilted a little to the side. "What's a pothole?" Izuku let out a laugh. "They're just holes that form in roads sometimes." She always managed to cheer him up. Honestly, if he didn't already know what quirk she had, he would swear that it had something to do with emotional manipulation. Sensing that she was still curious about them, he continued, "It's okay. I'll show you when we come across one." He felt her confusion fade away to be replaced by subtle excitement. Izuku was astounded for a few seconds by the fact that she seemed so pumped up about something so trivial. He immediately admonished himself for his thoughts once it hit him. Of course, she would be excited over something like a pothole. She was literally chained up in a basement before she even learned how to walk. The only thing she knew about was what it felt like to be blown into bits and then reformed by Overhaul's thrice-damned quirk. Compared to that, potholes must seem like the most amazing thing on earth. And that just served to worsen Izuku's already bad mood. Izuku felt an urgent pat on his cheek and heard Yuri's voice over his thinking. "Deku, what's that?" Izuku viciously scanned his surroundings. Her voice wasn't normal, it seemed nervous, anxious. He noticed her hand pointing at the ground a second too late. Izuku barely caught a mass of dark green slime bursting out from a manhole in the ground before it rammed him with a slimy tentacle. If Izuku hadn't been distracted, he would have been able to dodge that with little effort. But as of right now, he was sent flying over 15 feet through the underpass. Damn, he can hit. His flight was about to end with him skidding on his back. But realizing that he currently had a passenger in between him and the ground, he flipped in the air and landed on all fours. He had no choice but to remove his hands from his pockets and let them grind against the concrete. Yuri was just going to have to hold on because they were both going to get hurt if he didn't stabilize their landing. Standing up once he brought his skidding to a stop, he checked to make sure that Yuri was still securely on his back and scoffed at the damage on his hands. Izuku's shoes saved his feet, but none of his wounds mattered anyhow. His pain tolerance was so high by now that his arm could have been lopped off and he could have forced a smile onto his face the whole time. Izuku looked back at Yuri and saw her desperately clutching onto him and tucking her head into the crook of his neck. "Hey, you okay, kiddo?" He felt her nod shakily against his shoulder. "Good, I need you to get in your position. This guy is a bit more dangerous than the kids we fought before." Hearing this, Yuri wrapped her legs around his midsection as best as she could and secured her arms around his neck. Her legs weren't even close to reaching all the way around him. They were just too small, but the repositioning of her limbs allowed him to get more serious. She didn't have to hang on by her own strength anyway. Izuku's profusely bleeding hands gave him plenty of material to hold Yuri up with his abilities. He pulled the blood from his palms, literally forcing his wound to bleed more just to give him some extra resources to work with. Once he had enough, he guided his own life force to wrap around Yuri's midsection and upper legs to physically bind her to his back. Now being held up via Izuku's hardened blood, he felt her grip relax a little. All she had to do was keep her upper body close to him, and she would have no problems remaining in place. Once he was completely free to put his hands to good work, Izuku began stretching his arms and cracking his bones while intently watching the mass of slime pull itself completely out of the manhole it decided to ambush him from. He felt like he finally had almost complete freedom with his movements. The extra weight from a small girl like Yuri was of no consequence to him, and she wasn't going anywhere now. With a slight nod from Yuri confirming that she was in a good position, she placed her forehead against his neck just like before. The positioning of her head was done just in time for Izuku to jump back to avoid the tip of a green tentacle that lashed out in an attempt to reel him in. Once the tentacle was pulled back to the owner after its missed strike, Izuku met the monster's eyes with a cocky sneer. "You'll have to do a bit better than that to hit me now." If the monster could scowl in its liquid form, it would have made one of the nastiest faces Izuku had ever seen. Taking the challenge, it threw multiple tentacles at the boy as hard as possible. chuckling silently at the damage he was going to do to the kid that so indignantly pronounced his superiority. It added a few extra ones to follow through with the attack. His good mood was ruined as he realized, much to his chagrin, that this kid's words weren't only for show. Izuku's muscles tense, and he was forced to watch as his only hope of hiding weaved with perfect precision around every single one of his strikes. He moved so close to every attack that the monster could almost feel the contact he should have made, but was just far enough away that every piece of his mass would end up crashing into the ground, leaving cracks in the road that was oddly symbolic of the annoying feeling of being so close to his target yet missing as if by a mile. It was like he was attempting to change the size of a picture on a PowerPoint presentation but just couldn't, for the life of him, get his pointer to register the edges of the image. It was infuriating, and it started to show in his attacks. The annoyance that came from getting hit while he wasn't prepared soon turned into one of excitement and amusement. He hadn't fought someone with even an ounce of power for over 6 months. To face someone that was even slightly worth his weight in a fight became exhilarating. Unfortunately, the amount of excitement Izuku garnered from the fight turned on his analytical combat style, and before he knew it, the fight turned from fun to boring. The villain was too predictable. Once Izuku got semi-serious, the strikes were shown to be linear, slow, and uninteresting. Sure, the villain's quirk was powerful, but god damn it, why did all of the good quirks have to fall into the hands of the terribly dull and uncreative? There were so many avenues of attack from someone who had a semi-solid body. Just thinking about the maneuverability and potential that he would have if he could literally move like a liquid while hitting with the force of a solid made him almost drool. All of that potential, though, was wasted when in the hands of someone undeserving of the power. Once again, Izuku's thoughts distracted him from his fight, and while he was expertly dodging the slew of tentacles being thrown at him with little reprieve, the sneaky bastard snuck a tentacle in by making it extremely slim and moving it close to the ground. As it wrapped around Izuku's leg, the slimy contact woke him up from his thinking. Izuku smirked as he spoke to the villain. At least the incompetent bastard had some measure of strategy left in his literally mushy brain. Now, that's more like it. Before the monster could drag him in by his ankle, Izuku shoved his hand into the pocket of his jacket and drew a medium-length pocket knife, which he jammed into the ground without hesitation. The blade cut through the rather thin tentacle and continued to dig itself into the ground up to its handle. Apparently, surprise attacks were becoming the theme for today because, while both of the combatants were focusing on their fight, a resounding yell filled the underpass. Texas, smash. A shock wave of pure, compressed air flew through the underpass. It blew the monster into hundreds of tiny clumps of slime and knocked Izuku clean off of his feet. The impact threw him at least 20 feet backward. Through an entire half of his flight, Izuku couldn't help but wonder why the hell someone named a move, and why, given that they actually named an attack, it had to be such a stupid one. He had to give it to whoever the man was though. That punch really hurt, and he didn't even get hit with the actual fist. In fact, the punch was so strong that Izuku couldn't angle himself to land in a way that wouldn't hurt her. Instead, he grabbed the back of her jacket, immediately turned his harness of blood into a splash of black liquid, pulled her off of his back, and held her tightly in his arms, making sure that the knife he still held in his dominant hand was properly hidden to keep an ace in the hole against his new opponent. He pulled her safely against his chest so he could put all of his energy into landing on his back and not tumbling on the ground once he made contact. After the painful trip was finished, Izuku stood up and put her back to her original position where she dutifully latched onto him. He showed no physical reaction to the bloody, torn skin that covered his back from the 10 or so feet he slid on the concrete. His right eyebrow did twitch, however, as he focused his ability on his back, causing the scrapes to scab over and heal completely within the matter of a few seconds. It always hurt when he pushed his quirk manually. If he let it go on its own in the background, he couldn't feel a thing, but forcing it to work faster than its passive speed made him cringe without fail. It didn't make a ton of sense that the process of healing would be painful, but that didn't stop it from stinging terribly every time a wound was healed. With his back now unharmed and his thoughts cleared, he looked at the one that managed to send him on his airborne journey. Izuku's eyes widened as if he'd met eyes with the Grim Reaper's reincarnation. He almost smacked himself for not realizing sooner. Of course, only that dullard would name an attack after a state. In fact, all of his effing attacks were named after something in the United States. If he would have realized it was that man when he was hit, he could have turned his slide into a roll and jumped to the roofs rather than square himself up to face one of the few people who would completely demolish him in a fight. The blonde man faced the boy he'd accidentally sent flying. Damn, he'd never been good at holding back. Not even recovery girl smacking him with her cane about 1,000 times over seemed to make a difference. I'm sorry, my boy. You must be very strong. Do not worry. I will take you to a hospital before I must step. Izuku's heart went cold. He didn't have his mask. Heroes didn't know his face. He was always too good to be caught, but his blood was always left at his crime scenes, and his blood was something that he couldn't hide if the hospital tried to take any. Yuri was with him too. She wasn't in any public records, and he thought it would be to his advantage to keep it that way. Since she was effectively invisible, it would be a lot harder for Overhaul or Shigaraki to find a trail to follow if they tried to look for the little girl directly. They would, in essence, have to solely focus on searching for him, and they were certainly going to find that to be more difficult than they bargained for. He was so focused on avoiding villains that he forgot he might actually have to deal with civilization on the right side of the law. In which case, having false records would be much better than not having anything at all. This meant that the hospital might hold them because of Yuri's lack of existence in their systems. To top it all off, there was blood on his back. All Might would notice if he tried to manipulate it and hide the evidence, and leaving it alone was only going to delay the inevitable. He saw no option but to try for an escape. Taking action immediately, Izuku cut the number 1 hero's sentence off by taking the knife he had hidden inside the sleeve of his jacket and cutting his arm through the jacket's cloth, leaving a deep gash on his bicep. Izuku knew that if there was any chance of escape, he had to stop the man from coming through his side of the overpass. All Might was fast, but Izuku was banking on the fact that he could run through one of the many alleys around him before All Might could burst through his distraction and see him through the shock waves that would come off of his long-ranged attacks. He knew that a wall wouldn't cut it. He had to make it impossible for the man to punch it without damaging himself, force him to use an attack that made such a blinding win. That was his best and only bet. Before All Might could express his shock at the boy cutting himself, an immense amount of blood streamed out of the boy's arm, twisting in a volatile manner toward the opening of the underpass that was separating him from the kid in green. In a second, the mass of blood managed to completely cover the entire opening and crystallize into a surprisingly dense forest of midnight black vines covered with an absurd amount of razor-sharp thorns. All Might stood with a smile, staring at the dangerous barrier that erupted in front of him in an impressively speedy time. Sure, if he truly wanted to get to the boy, he could have dashed past the wall before it formed and knocked him out with ease, but he was already so short on time. If he was to use more of his power to knock out the strange boy, he would undoubtedly run out of time before capturing the slime villain and taking both him and the boy to the police. He would rather find the boy again after regaining his strength than try to capture 2 people, each with powerful abilities, and then carry them both to their respective destinations while in a form that granted him 0 abilities and would make for a very uncomfortable situation once he got to the station. After all, a man that looked like his normal self would not be expected to take on a moderately strong villain. That wasn't even mentioning the fact that his hero ID was meant for All Might specifically. He couldn't afford to lose his form before completing his hero work. The child would have to wait. All Might was, admittedly, very interested in the boy. Not many people would attempt to stand up to the number 1. And that wall of thorns seemed to have taken a great amount of Quirk control and creativity. If one was to look very closely at the blonde man, truly took a minute to analyze his face, they would see a very small, almost invisible paper cut on the man's cheek that was caused by the vines while he had jumped away from the wall. He was very interested indeed. The thorny vines lost their solid form about 30 seconds later and fell to the ground in a very large puddle. All Might briefly took some time to think about the fact that the amount of blood lost in the boy's attack was way too much for any normal human to lose without dying of anemia 5 times over before he turned to capture the villain he blew to pieces. Fortunately for Izuku, All Might was much too interested in his attack and the amount of blood used in it to think about the fact that its color and texture matched the descriptions in a dense amount of police reports. If the rather oblivious hero recognized him for who he was, he would have decided that his remaining time was much less important than the capture of 2 villains. However, as All Might was about to collect the villain in a bottle he'd found nearby, he realized that the boy's actions had not only led to Izuku's escape, but to the villain's escape as well. Wandering the streets on his way home, Bakugo found himself far more concerned with the working of his mind than his progress with his feet. The sun was almost at the horizon already, and he still had another 15 minutes or so to go. His mom was going to give him so much hell. Unfortunately for Bakugo, today seemed to have a vendetta against him because, in his distracted state, he didn't notice a green blur rush into the alleyway behind him. He was made aware of it quickly, though, in the form of a large, sticky tentacle wrapping around his midsection. With wide eyes and a startled yelp, Katsuki was jerked backward and into a large pool of slime. He swore at his panic-induced weakness because, of course, if he was having a good day, he would be able to handle this effort with no problems. And if anyone questioned him on this, they would be blown to pieces before they could finish the sentence. Despite what his confidence was telling him, he was too weak to fight the pull. In the seconds before he lost the strength to struggle against the surprisingly intense hold that the villain had on him, a large spark went off in his hands despite the liquid surrounding him. An intense gradient of orange and red expanded within the slime monster's torso before an explosion rocked the alleyway and caused a plume of fire and smoke to billow over the rooftops. His eyes fluttered shut after his display of strength, and he fell back into the restricting slime. It was all he could do now to stay conscious enough to hold his breath, as his eyes fluttered shut so he could focus more on his task. His brain flashed by an image of the boy he had met today, and for the first time since his relapse had hit him like a train, he was happy to see the picture so clearly. To be fair, though, as his deathbed seemed to be rapidly approaching from all sides, who could blame him for hoping, just a little bit, that Izuku was actually okay? Izuku's head turned to his left when his peripheral vision caught a large plume of red, orange, and yellow float toward the sky. He could hear the explosion from where he was standing, even though he was so far away. His feet landed gracefully on the next roof he jumped to, and he came to a stop. He was pretty sure he'd escaped All Might by now, or the man must have decided not to put up chase. Since he had the time, scenarios flew through the boy's head. There were only so many things that could cause an explosion so large. It was possible that some sort of gas run mechanism malfunctioned, but it would have to be huge, and the chances of it blowing up like that were low. Izuku knew perfectly well, though, that he was just coming up with excuses. Bakugo was in the area, and he was the only plausible explanation for an explosion of that magnitude occurring in the middle of a city unless Japan was under attack from fighter jets. Unfortunately, if something made Bakugo use such a large explosion, he must be in serious trouble. Izuku looks back to Eri with amazingly concealed worry. "Hey, Squirt, grab my mask." He felt her body move a little bit against his back as one of her hands moved into the large pocket she had in the front of her oversized sweater. He would normally wear or carry his mask with him personally, but he had to carry Eri on his back, so his backpack stayed in his apartment. Since his knife was determined to be a much more important item to carry in his pocket, the task of carrying his mask fell to his female passenger. Once the little hand grabbed onto his mask, Izuku tightened his grip on Eri significantly. With a few deep breaths, he forced his cardiovascular system into overdrive. Blood started pumping through him at speeds that would kill a human in seconds, but he kept it under control. There would be no danger as long as he stayed calm and kept his blood compact enough that it wouldn't burst his veins. It took an unbelievably large amount of concentration to keep every molecule of blood flowing through his body to stay constricted into exactly the form he wanted. He'd spent years memorizing his unique cardiovascular system and even longer learning the control necessary to do it right. But once he'd mastered it, he was able to push his body far beyond the normal limits of a human. His skin became flushed from the rush of blood coursing through him, and he could literally feel his muscles becoming invigorated and strong. After a few experimental movements while applying the ability he hadn't used in quite a while, Izuku started to feel the effects of his blood moving so fast. His breath started to shorten, and he started to get lightheaded. The oxygen needed to supply such a fast-moving stream was impossible to provide. As if Eri were reading his mind, she leaned forward against her guardian's back and pressed the mask to his face. He felt it seal itself into place against his skin like a suction cup. And with that action, his world went momentarily dark. Izuku wasn't worried about his temporary lack of vision. His mask was a bit more special than a normal criminal's. His vision was restored in the form of various mixes of reds and blues. Infrared was the first thing he added to his mask when he got it. The number of quirks that obscured vision in some way would be surprising to most. The ability to bypass this by seeing a person's heat signature was almost irreplaceable. The most important part of his equipment, however, activated after his ocular technology. Izuku felt his mind become clear, and his breathing evened out. The extreme nausea that came with his lack of oxygen faded away and left him feeling better than ever before. It took an insane amount of planning and quite a bit of money, but he and a villain that had defected from the world of support company created a mask that allowed for oxygen to be delivered in concentrated amounts to his bloodstream. In other words, as long as this mask was on, he would be able to keep the blood flowing with little repercussions. All he had to do now was push his muscles hard enough to actually use up the extra oxygen lest it give him poisoning due to the increased presence of the life-giving gas. It was a very thin line that his body had to walk. But if he did it successfully, it was devastatingly advantageous. Of course, he also had the advantage of his quirk if he happened to mess up too bad. Smirking at how empowered he felt, Izuku crouched on the roof and prepared to run toward the scene. One push of his legs rocketed him over 2 roofs, and that was before he got in his groove. It would take about a minute to get to the explosion at this rate. He just hoped it would be fast enough to help. Izuku didn't know why he was panicking at the thought of Bakugo in serious trouble. It wasn't like the green-haired boy hadn't let people die before. God knew he had. Katsuki could take care of himself, but for some reason, his body just wouldn't let him stop. Izuku wasn't a hero. He didn't even want to be close to one, but at the moment, here and now, Izuku couldn't bring himself to care. When he reached the scene, he landed on top of a nearby building, causing cracks to spread in a web-like pattern around him. With blood flowing through his system like he had a mechanical heart, he looked down upon the alleyway beneath him. When he saw the situation, he could only be glad that he showed up when he did. There were 4 pro heroes standing by and watching as the slime villain constricted the limp body of Bakugo. He was angry that the pros were so useless, but that didn't mean he was surprised. The vast majority of pro heroes were weak, fodder, useless in a real crisis. The entire hero organization was held together by the top. There was a reason that a B rank denoted a villain that was preferably handled by experienced heroes. Everyone else was only good for sit thugs, not real villains. He pulled out the knife that he had been using far too often today to slit open his right palm. Izuku knew good and well that he was holding back against the villain for no other reason than because he was enjoying an opponent that could actually entertain him. This time, though, he was serious. The sludge man had messed with him one too many times. He glanced back at Eri. "Hey, kid, make sure your hood is covering your face. This might get messy." The 4 heroes stood helpless before the terrifying monster that was flailing around in front of them. It was too difficult to get close. The flexible and surprisingly sturdy tentacles owned by the villain were amazing at close-range combat. And there were no long-ranged heroes at the scene to attack from afar, as if God himself had heard their plea. A boy donning a green jacket and carrying a small child on his back blurred past the villain from somewhere on the rooftops. In his wake, the boy left a gash on the massive slime that went diagonally across its entire body. The cut was vicious and just shallow enough to leave Bakugo unharmed. Time almost seemed to slow as the 4 shocked heroes got a good look at the boy who landed behind the villain and left the sidewalk a ruined mess of broken concrete. His stance was wide to absorb most of the impact without damaging his body, and both of the kids' jackets were billowing wildly from the wind they caught during his blitz. The most distinctive and identifying feature about the 2 mysterious children, though, was the huge, black scythe that was held in the boy's right hand. Its blade was hovering ominously behind him from the wide swing he used, and it seemed so intricate in design that it looked like it was crafted professionally. Kamui Woods had a very strange feeling about the boy. He could swear he had heard descriptions of crime scenes that always involved such a distinguishable, colored material. But there was only one way to be sure, only one true way to confirm his hunch. The boy stood up and turned to face both the flailing, screeching villain and the heroes attempting to face it. He could see the vivid horror and recognition that sprung into the wood hero's eyes. He was surprised that only one of the 4 heroes here recognized him, and that was saying something. He was the cause of an extremely infamous series of murders, kidnappings, and robberies. Only one real feature about him had been recorded during his entire career besides his blood, and they only got that much on him by accident in the first place. Damn that little girl with her red ponytail and cute, freckled face. If the bystander had been an adult or even a teen, Izuku would have killed them on the spot to keep witnesses from leaking information, but he couldn't bring himself to kill the child. Inevitably, the cops debriefed her and proudly paraded the headway they'd made as if a little girl standing 2 steps away from death's door was a moment to be celebrated. Their parading made that one measly fact so well known that almost every informed person, hero or not, should be able to recognize him on the spot from his mask alone. He kept wearing it for that express purpose. For 3/4 of them to miss it was more than an embarrassment. Every pro hero on the scene was shocked, but one, in particular, was in a state of panic. When the boy turned around, Kamui saw a pure black mask that covered the villain's entire face. On that mask was a large, painted, white smile containing a slew of sharp, deadly teeth. The smile was huge. It stretched almost all of the way across the mask horizontally and was big enough to cover about 1/4 of the mask vertically. 2 glowing, red orbs were located a bit above the smile where the boy's eyes undoubtedly resided. A very peculiar, light steam flowed from behind his mask and filtered out into the air through the very edges of the hood covering his head. If Kamui was right, then this mask was owned by one of the most slippery and lethal serial killers that his time had ever met. That also meant that the boy in front of him was far too dangerous for him to fight alone. And his current teammates probably wouldn't make much of a difference either. The information they had on him was too sparse. They were completely unprepared to fight someone with such an obscure and unknown ability, and he feared for the life of everyone here. The boy, however, didn't seem to be interested in fighting heroes at the moment if the slime villain's huge gash had anything to input. And Kamui's theory was further reinforced when the boy completely ignored them for the thrashing. Green mass attempting to stitch itself back together. No hero had ever seen the boy's quirk in action and lived to tell the tale. So Kamui felt a little better about staring dumbly at the black scythe when it turned completely into liquid and reshaped itself around the boy's right hand, crystallizing into a knight's gauntlet. A huge burst of steam blew out from the depths of the boy's hood and leaked from the smaller spaces between his sleeves as he shoved his armored hand into the slime villain. The villain's body was too opaque for Kamui to see what the boy's hand was doing. But the answer was made clear when Izuku yanked the blonde victim out of the slime's grasp. The rescued boy seemed on the verge of unconsciousness, but he luckily managed to hold his breath long enough to avoid drowning. Kamui could see the vague signs of weak struggling from the blonde, but the masked boy either didn't notice or didn't care. When the intimidating figure turned his head once more toward Kamui, He could almost feel the rage coming from behind the boy's mask, even if he couldn't see the eyes behind those beads of shining red. He was absolutely sure that they were glaring holes through his body. The blonde was shifted in his rescuer's arms, so he was held bridal style. It seemed as if the killer was rather protective of his new passenger. Kamui finally gained the sense to move again, but before his body could follow his commands, the gauntlet still clinging to the boy's hand turned into liquid. Without a single pause, it flew at the wood hero's face like a bullet. Kamui's reaction speed, while apparently not good enough to help him save a child in danger, was enough for him to barely dodge the compacted stream of black liquid. The shredded villain finally rebuilt himself and, upon realizing his escape plan was taken, lashed out at everything around him. It might have been the power of previously acquired fear and imagination. But Kamui couldn't help but think that the face of the boy in front of him was, at the moment, probably scarier than the face portrayed by his mask. In the chaos of the villain's renewed attacks, the boy bent his knees and, with a massive outburst of steam, shot above the rooftops with his companion clinging tightly to his back and the sludge monster's victim held safely in his arms. The boy was either dangerously smart or extremely lucky. None of the current heroes in the vicinity were particularly mobile besides possibly him, and all 4 heroes currently had a priority to stop the monster and protect the remaining civilians from becoming casualties. This wasn't going to end prettily for him. He could see tomorrow's headlines already. As Izuku sped away with 2 passengers in tow, he caught a glimpse of what seemed to be a brief tornado forming behind him. A weary sigh was his response. This was definitely going to be on the news. Heroes would be finding out more about his powers, and, even worse, Shigaraki and Overhaul would be finding a trail to follow by tomorrow. He had to start moving soon. Maybe after Kaken was returned to his family, he could move cities, obscure the trail he made. Then, he could head to his real destination. He wasn't going to have a fun few months, that was for sure. And with more news on the current villain case concerning a particularly gruesome slew of murders and rape, we have pro-hero Ed Shaw and the investigators working with him to report more on TH. A muffled voice came from the background, causing the reporter's eyes to widen significantly throughout his brief interruption. It seems that we have an urgent update on the infamous serial killer spotted in the Musutafu area yesterday. With the help of exotic quirk specialists, it has been discovered that the previous theories of blood manipulation have been proven true with the recent addition of video evidence captured at the scene. There was police speculation that his conflict with the sludge villain, Hedoro Vern, was part of a gang rivalry. However, when the serial killer dubbed Phantom showed up at the victim's house with the boy in tow, it's now being reported as a rescue attempt instead of an attack. With so many questions still remaining, there are only some things we know for sure. Phantom is a male, stands slightly below average height, and has dark green, curly hair. In his company seems to be a small child. The girl has white hair and a single horn on the top right of her forehead. Everyone within 2 cities of Musutafu should stay indoors past evening and expect heavy security. If anyone who matches such a description is found, do not approach and inform the hero agencies around you of his presence. Be careful, stay safe, and keep on the watch. This is the closest that we have come to apprehending this dangerous villain since his debut for ye. The TV went black when the power button on the remote was firmly pressed. Mitsuki sighed as she looked around her living room. She still vividly remembered her encounter with her son's savior, kidnapper. The way he seemed to freeze with expertly hidden anxiety when she caught him carefully placing her son on her living room couch was surreal. It was unbelievable to her that someone so powerful could react with such blatantly nervous body language upon seeing a powerless woman catch him in her home. She recalled how her already volatile emotional state changed violently to fear as the boy turned, almost reluctantly, to face her. She had rushed home after seeing her son get attacked by a villain on the news and then, only minutes later, saved and taken by a second even more terrifying villain. When she saw the gleefully smiling mask worn on his face, she had no doubt in her mind that this was the serial killer who took her son. The sharp switch from blind relief to horrific terror still made her feel like she was suffering from some sort of emotional whiplash, even an entire day after the initial event. On one hand, her son was safe on her couch. On the other, a villain known for his mercilessness and cruelty was present in her home and much closer to her defenseless son than she was. Before she could even make a move to beg for her and her son's lives, the serial killer crashed through a window and disappeared with a huge burst of steam. Immediately after calming herself down from a near-panic attack, she checked to make sure Katsuki was actually alive to calm her vibrating nerves before immediately calling the police. Shaking herself out of her temporary stupor, Mitsuki's eyes instinctively wandered over to the couch beside her as they had been since Katsuki was returned to her household. After literally 3 hours of fighting following their stint in the hospital, Mitsuki got him to sleep out in the living room for the next few days, where she could keep an eye on him. It was a traumatic experience, even for the likes of a Bakugo. Her son could have very easily been taken away from her forever in seconds. And that unnerved her to no end despite her normally confident and easygoing personality. That didn't mean Mitsuki failed to realize just how lucky she was. In any other circumstance, the chances of her son returning not only alive but healthy would be extremely low. With a tiny smile, she leaned back and reclined the couch chair she was in. Soon, life would return to normal. Until then, she would just enjoy Katsuki being home and safe. With those thoughts occupying her mind, she closed her eyes and started to fall asleep. A light sound that resembled the sizzling of a newly opened soda awoke Mitsuki from her sleep. At first, confusion was completely occupying her mind. Clarity and fear were what came just moments later when she heard multiple voices coming from the entrance to her house. "Come on, boss, why couldn't I just knock down the door?" The gruff voice was quickly followed by an annoyed sigh. "Because, Rappa, it's much easier for me to just get rid of the door. Do we really want to wake up the entire neighborhood just to smash some wood?" Mitsuki jumped to her feet as the lights were turned on by her unwelcome visitors. The people she saw once her eyes adjusted to the light were very peculiar. Many of them wore bird masks, and the leader seemed almost disgusted to be in her presence, as if he was the one burdened by breaking into her house. She could even swear that she heard him whisper something about how sick she was before looking straight into her eyes. "Hello, my name is Overhaul. You are Mrs. Bakugo, I am assuming." Mitsuki immediately recognized the immaculately hidden, sarcastic drawl in his voice. His kind and proper mannerisms were so fraudulent that Mitsuki, at first, didn't know just how to respond. But, reaching down for that unwavering confidence the Bakugos were known for, she spoke with a clear voice. "I am. What do you want from us?" Overhaul chuckled lightly. "Straight to the point, I see. Well, I can't say that it's unappreciated, so I'll put it simply. Where is Izuku?" Mitsuki felt her breath hitch in her throat and started to feel just a little lightheaded. She was good friends with Inko, and she was by her side while she suffered through his absence. Why such a creepy man knew about such a sweet boy was a very disturbing mystery, and Mitsuki didn't particularly know if she wanted the answer or not. Katsuki's heart started spasming at the words that just made it to his head. Hearing such shell-shocking information so soon after waking up definitely wasn't doing his emotional state any favors. He had been thinking about the green-haired boy since he'd met him in the alleyway. At first, it was easy enough to accept that he was just going insane. After hearing someone else mention him so casually, it became much harder to dispel his confusing thoughts. In a desperate attempt to control his raging emotions, Bakugo lashed out in an angry, raspy voice. "Deku, you want to know where Deku is? He's effing dead, you prick. He's been gone since he was 6 years old. If you want to find the useless F, all you have to do is off yourself. Maybe you'll meet him in hell." Overhaul's eye twitched out of annoyance, but it faded away into amusement as he realized what those words meant. With a voice literally dripping with humorous superiority, Overhaul told him what he thought. "Oh no, he's most definitely alive. You see, if he wasn't, you would be dead." As Chisaki saw Bakugo's face contort in equal parts anger and desperate realization, he continued almost gleefully. "Yes, that's correct. He was the one who saved you in that alley. He also dropped you back off at your house after the fact. I assumed that if he cared enough about you to save your life even after considering the consequences, then he must care enough to save you again." Chisaki allowed himself a moment to relish the look on the blonde's face before continuing. "But if he didn't even trust you enough to tell you he was alive, maybe taking you isn't worth my time." The vial that held Katsuki's wildly spiking emotions finally shattered at the last sentence spoken to him. Why the words of a stranger affected him so much, Katsuki didn't know, but he couldn't care a single molecule less as his hands erupted in volatile explosion. He flew straight at the effer with the bird mask and was a foot away from wiping him off of the face of the planet when a large hand found its way into his path and wrapped around his face. Bakugo could hear his mother's voice, most likely used for panicked screams, but he just smiled viciously. His hand snapped in front of him and met right above the villain's arm, palms facing forward. He cackled as his terribly boiling temper simmered away, fueling his quirk instead of uselessly swirling in his gut. It was amazingly therapeutic how his quirk literally took his emotions and turned them into raw power. When he was angry, it took the pain away and dispersed it as destructive force. He almost shook from the anticipation as he felt energy travel from his core all the way to his biceps and straight to his hands. Once it reached his palms and began to pop and sizzle, right on the cusp of displaying his quirk's superiority to all of his visitors, something very wrong happened. The eruption that was his quirk very quickly turned into a small burst of steam. It was as if a scalding pot of water was just poured into a cooler filled with ice. Instead of a brilliant, beautiful combination of yellows and oranges flying out of his palms, tiny pops could be heard around the room, like he was holding a couple of snappets in each hand. Soon after his pitiful display of might, every ounce of strength in his teenage body flew through his skin, and his arms fell to his sides, physically incapable of working properly. Soon, he even lost the strength to fight against gravity, and his body started to sag. The man holding Katsuki by his face smirked, and the extra food made him grow much larger. With a small grunt, he pulled his arm back and smashed Katsuki's head into the floor, completely shattering the wood and undoubtedly giving his victim a nasty concussion. The kid should count himself lucky that they needed him alive. Bakugo went still, lying limply in the hands of a villain. His entire head was being held below his house's wooden flooring. His vision spun wildly, and he felt as if a spike was being shoved straight through the center of his brain. With a small chuckle, Overhaul commanded the expendable to pull Katsuki out of the floor. Soon, the blonde found himself staring at a distorted, twisting ceiling while the same large hand on his face moved to grab him by his chest. I don't know if he's worth my time or not. I know nothing about the boy who stole my possession, but maybe Mr. Bakugo knows a bit more about Izuku than we give him credit for. Shin, ask him for me. Will you? A skinny man with a similar-looking mask to Overhaul walked over to the blonde without granting him a response. Bakugo, would the Izuku you used to know save you, even if it seriously risked his own life? Even though Bakugo's head was pounding in pain, he heard the question quite clearly. Oh, how dearly he wished to snarl at the man, tell him to F off and say that Izuku would never, at any point, care about him. He tried so hard to force those words out of his lips, lie through his teeth like he always did, but every time he tried to say it, he felt as if a red-hot piece of metal was shoved down his throat. After a few seconds of struggling, despite all of his willpower, the real answer forced its way out of his mouth. Yes, in a small room, a thin and sharp wire weaved its way around various obstacles, pieces of evidence left unknown. It looped around and made odd connections with itself at points that would, to anyone else, seem unwarranted and preposterous. Ideas long hidden beneath brush and stuffed away within the deepest, darkest closets were found, kept, or thrown away as a small animal's mind raced in abstract yet phenomenal paths while he smirked. What an interesting boy. So many things had to happen, so many very unfortunate things. Yes, he was a villain, but something was off, and he thought, with various levels of confidence, that a few of his theories could explain it. If it were anyone else doing the thinking, it would seem blatantly obvious that the Phantom was nothing more than a deranged serial killer, but to the UA principal, with the information update provided by a weak and skinny All Might, that option seemed far too unlikely. Nezu let out a small cough, took a sip of his tea, and looked at the two men sitting in the room before him. I think you are right, All Might. If he is a true villain, he certainly is an odd one. This made a very tired man's eyes perk open a bit in surprise. Are you saying he might be a candidate? The animal smiled. It was always so inspiring to watch Toshinori's unbelievable drive to save even the most unworthy of people. I'm not sure yet. I have many theories, most of which are a lot more positive than the media's portrayal of him. We need to see him for ourselves. Aizawa, find him for me. Don't let anyone get to him before you do. A small, almost inaudible groan came from the man. Yes, sir, I'll be back with the brat. All Might looked at the principal with slightly surprised eyes. I appreciate that you agree with me, but why are you treating this so urgently? Well, Toshinori, I think there's a good chance that our little candidate may find himself in a bit of trouble in the not-so-distant future. A dim, orange light radiated around an otherwise dark encampment. Izuku was entranced by the waving, almost transparent flames flickering about in the air. He still had an inexplicable feeling that someone was watching him, but he'd already triple-checked the surrounding forest and came up with a negative result every time. So instead of losing sleep in an attempt to find someone who wasn't there, he decided to lose that sleep making sure he was sleeping comfortably. They were laying in the middle of an unnaturally large clearing anyway. If someone tried to sneak up on them, he would notice. Not to mention, in his paranoia, he left gallons of his blood under the soil that surrounded their camp. Anyone trying to hurt them would be making a severe mistake. Despite all of the facts shouting at him that he was secure, he still couldn't rid himself of the feeling that he wasn't. His heart had been keeping an intense rhythm ever since he'd met a man whom he happened to be quite fond of. Unfortunately, his most respected hero was nowhere near as fun to meet in person as he would have liked. Izuku did suppose, though, that it wasn't Eraserhead's fault that he was a villain, but that didn't make it any less fear-inducing when a powerful hero waltzed up and attempted to suffocate him with his F-ed-up tape. In fact, he met the same hero no less than 3 times that day, and every time the man got an inch closer to taking him down. Why he was suddenly so interested in capturing a child who happened to be a murderous villain, Izuku didn't know. What he did know, however, was that the hero wasn't just going to give up after trying 3 times in a row. Now that it was dark, he feared a final attempt, even if he found no evidence of a person's presence around his temporary campsite. Listening to the gentle sound of flowing wind, Izuku continued his musing. It was interesting how the most random sounds would sometimes put him in a trance. The way the air would slowly frame his head and enter his ear, where it would swirl for a second before fading, was oddly soothing to him. The wind's quiet breath steadily became huffs and quickly grew to become sporadic howls. Its sudden power was slightly confusing to Izuku. Tonight was supposed to be a calm one. Wind shouldn't be increasing beyond a breeze. Yet even if it did, the way the wind would intensely fly past Izuku's hair and then stop momentarily before beginning once again was unnatural. It was like the air's physics decided not to follow its predestined path, a bit like he imagined a rift would feel. He'd actually encountered rift-like conditions on a consistent basis once upon a time. Whenever he was near enough to a portal, it would always feel like the air itself was resisting the change. He'd always hated how it felt to enter the warp gates made by Kira. Izuku's eyes flew open as he leapt to his feet. He knew of only one place the wind was like that, and it was always around Kirigiri. He didn't even waste time looking for the gate. He knew it had to be there, and he might love his family, but there was only one reason that Kirigiri would be shifting to his exact location. His only priority was getting to Iri as fast as he could. Izuku cringed as his brain muddled itself and his vision turned into a swirling mass of colors. At first, he thought that he might have been drugged at some point throughout the day and waited for his ability to activate on its own like it always did. He quickly discovered, however, that whatever happened to him wasn't physical. As his eyesight continued to worsen and his balance started to leave him, he faced the girl under his protection. He didn't need his vision or his sense of balance to move in a direction he'd already discerned. So with a huff of effort, he crouched in preparation for a launch toward the peacefully sleeping girl. His feet left the ground, but Izuku had an eerie feeling that his movement wasn't corresponding with where he wanted to go. He couldn't tell why, but for some reason, he was flying very quickly in the exact opposite direction of Iri. Even more disconcerting was the mounting, acute feeling of wrongness within his chest. Before he could figure out what the problem was, his momentum was brought to a violent stop, and he died on impact. A slightly delirious laugh echoed around the clearing as a strange man wearing a bird mask came stumbling out of the brush with a gait that made him look as if he was in the midst of an intense, drunken stupor. Boss, I thought you said this would be hard. That kid wasn't Sid. I don't know how he managed to get that beach out of our compound in the first place. He moseyed over to a small, pale boy lying limp against an almost shattered tree. He bent down and looked at the huge indent sitting right in the center of his torso. He took a heavy swig out of the bottle in his non-dominant hand while looking at his displeased teammate. Holy shit, Rappa. I think you broke almost every effing rib this kid has. A very large man walked over to a tree, scoffing at the comment while his partner walked over to the slowly awakening girl. I'm disappointed. I thought he would be a decent fight. I'm getting tired of killing all of these weaklings. Surrounded by his subordinates, Overhaul watched carefully as Sakaki got closer to the boy they'd been hunting for the past year. Don't underestimate him, Sakaki. I know he might have seemed like an easy fight, but Shigaraki was very insistent that this kid was no joke. The drunken man physically waved away the comment and crouched over the boy, using his free hand to grab Izuku's jacket and pull the boy's limply hanging head toward his own. This little effer didn't stand a chance. It's a damn shame he didn't live long enough to regret stealing from us. A clicking, gut-wrenching sound directed the man's attention to Izuku's stomach, where he saw the most disgusting thing he'd ever had the displeasure of witnessing. One of the ribs that shattered during its attempt to protect Izuku's lungs started to worm around under his skin until it repaired itself and snapped back into place, creating a second popping sound that strongly resembled the one he'd heard before. Sakaki backed up in morbid fascination as he watched Izuku's stomach and chest region viciously warp with the conglomerate of shattered bones snapping together and back into place. Even the pieces of bone that were poking through Izuku's skin slowly sunk back into his body, where it would soon be pulled into the rapid process of rebuilding itself with the rest of his damaged skeletal system. As Izuku's stomach finally filled out and his last broken bone sealed shut, his green eyes were reintroduced to the world, accompanied by a deep gasp of air. The copious amounts of blood that had been seeping from his wound formed into a semi-solid tentacle that stayed loosely connected to his skin. Normally, it was kinda his tick to turn his blood into something more grandiose and detailed than a tentacle, but this was the best he could do at the moment. Once the drunken man finally got over what he'd seen, he tried to create distance between himself and the boy. Unfortunately for him, he was quite a bit too slow for the tentacle that flew at him as soon as Izuku's eyes locked onto his target. Without hesitation, Izuku's creation embedded itself into the man's stomach, causing his eyes to widen in pain. The man's quirk activated on instinct because of the agonizing experience of an appendage burrowing into his guts. He watched through slightly blurry eyes as Izuku visibly responded to the horrible feeling of destabilization that he was surely being reintroduced to. He smirked, expecting the boy to drop him and create distance from the man currently turning his world inside out. Izuku shattered his expectations by digging his feet firmly into the ground and letting out a raspy, deep growl. I don't have time for this, Sid. Instead of pushing him away, it seemed that Izuku only had the intention of pulling him closer. The man attempted to pull himself off of the spike in a pain-induced panic, but he felt the flexible appendage twist and lurch in his stomach while it worked its way deeper into him. It had already latched itself onto his insides. He needed much more than a push to dislodge it. His feet started to rise off the ground as a scream forced its way through his lips. The tentacle pointed its edge to the sky and further lifted the man while it continued to work its way through his organ. Sakaki's vision cut out for a second, and a sudden feeling of drastic lightheadedness made him question if he was even conscious. It was as if the tether that connected him to reality was starting to fray. He couldn't clearly comprehend what was happening. All he knew was that the pain coursing through his body was almost unbearable. The world around him only darkened further as he took in a shuddering breath of cool, frigid air. He stood alone in what seemed to be his own plane of existence. The only thing accompanying him was the feeling of his internal mass being nudged aside as a night-black blade continued to push toward his head. Izuku smirked when Sakaki let out a particularly intense yelp. It had reached his chest. Izuku didn't require stable senses to know that it was working. The spike of blood was sending signals to him as if it were a muscle connected to his own body. He could feel the villain's warm blood leak from his wound every time his weapon pushed further into him. But it wasn't enough, not yet. He wasn't dead, and until he was dead, the quirk wasn't going to stop, so Izuku pushed it even further. He needed to finish it before someone else took the opportunity to attack. The tentacle finally made it to Sakaki's head. He could feel the entire appendage all of the way from its entry point in his stomach to the point where it rested in his throat. The villain finally, blessedly blacked out as it pushed just a bit further and found its way out through his mouth. Izuku let out a deep sigh once his mind snapped back to its original state. The man must have passed out from the pain. He turned his head while still resting, sat against the tree to look at his latest kill. It was too bad the man was so slow, he'd almost missed. Izuku let his eyes travel up Sakaki's body, tracking the bulge that visibly went all the way up through his chest and connected to the black tip that extended out of his mouth and swayed dangerously in the air. It had been almost 5 months since he'd killed a human. He almost forgot how much blood a person had in their body. He shook his head roughly to knock himself out of his thoughts. He didn't have time for that now. Yuri wasn't by his side. He could spend his time pondering the things he saw later. Izuku stood up and grimaced as he examined the damage done to his clothing. It seemed like his quirk had healed quite a bit of damage this time. That wasn't good, but it was better than staying dead. I'll have to thank Sensei if I ever see him again. Izuku clenched his fist and allowed the tentacle to grow spikes all around its surface. A grim sense of satisfaction washed over Izuku's heart when shiny, sharp needles flew through the man's fragile skin and bones before they began to spin in random directions, creating a demented blender of hardened blood. Sakaki's body was torn to shreds in 5 seconds flat. The spikes took his muscles, bones, and skin, throwing them wherever they happened to land. The remaining body was unrecognizable as a human being. It was hardly more than a lump of blended meat. Brutalizing his opponents wasn't really his thing. Usually, he preferred the cleaner kills unless his goal required a bit more violence. But it was something he learned to do very early on when it came to fighting against overwhelming odds. He took a deep breath and looked at the group of 5 men gazing impassively at the scene before them. You're 1 man down, Overhaul. Now, give Eri back before you make a mistake you'll come to regret. The masked man audibly sighed, bored of the conversation already. I suppose I am 1 man down, aren't I? No matter, I warned him to be careful. What happened was born of his own arrogance. If you continue this attack, Mr. Midoriya, what happens to you and the child will be born of much the same. Izuku's vision burned red at the mention of his ward. If only he had his effing mask. But Overhaul's men were standing between him and his campsite. Overhaul was a cocky son of a beach, but Izuku would be hard-pressed to deal with so many people if he was at full capacity. Right now, he was working with just his base level of power. That wasn't good for him at all. If you effing touch her, you'll what? Overhaul quickly cut him off, a slight sneer showing through his mask. Make me regret it. Kill my men. Kill me. Overhaul started laughing at the thought of it. Please, boy. You are so far over your head right now. You can't even begin to compete with me. Izuku looked at the panicked girl trying in vain to scream while hanging in Overhaul's firm grasp. Eri's pupils contracted in fear, and her body started to shiver. He could see the way she flinched away from the deceptively gentle hand mockingly rubbing her arm. Izuku couldn't help but let his insides start to boil. Overhaul needed Eri. Izuku knew that very well. She might have been in Overhaul's hands, but that didn't mean she was exclusively Overhaul's hostage. He needed her alive, and Izuku was confident that he wouldn't let her die. That meant his ward would not be killed if he decided to fight for possession of her. Kurogiri hadn't reopened a portal yet. Overhaul must have set a time. He knew how much of a planner the man was, so he probably had a bit of wiggle room. Until that portal showed up, it was free game. Izuku stared at the masked man, allowing his bloodlust to reign free over the clearing. All of the villains in front of him were hardened professionals. He knew it wouldn't scare them, but it would let them know his threat was serious. Are you willing to bet your life on it? Izuku asked. His words seemed to spark something in Overhaul. His eyes changed drastically. The emotions displayed on his face seemed much less controlled. His lips stretched into a sickening grin stretched as he allowed a slightly more carnal side of his psyche to take control. Oh no, Mr. Midoriya. The question is, are you willing to bet hers? Izuku stood, confused for a moment, as Overhaul rose his hand to grasp around Iri's face. That feeling of bewilderment was soon followed by terror when he realized what was about to happen. For a moment, the rest of the world seemed to disappear, and in its place was a massive white expanse. In it stood Izuku, staring wide-eyed at Iri's delicate frame as her eyes fell upon him through the slits between Overhaul's fingers. She looked so scared. The way her eyes seemed to beg for help tore his heart to shreds. There was no Overhaul, no trees, no grass, no fire, no gentle chirps of the crickets bouncing along the forest floor. It was just him, Iri, and a large hand wrapped around her face, threatening to take it all away. Izuku found it odd how his heart seemed to stop in his chest. He knew that it was impossible for him to survive such an event, so he suspected his description wasn't quite accurate. But with the way he was feeling, there was simply no other method of explaining it. He had never experienced anything even close to what he was facing now. The torture, the experiments, the killing, not a single inch of it compared to seeing the only colorful thing he had left stare at him with such helpless, little eyes. His ears seemed to be muffled. Not a drop of sound from the sweet midnight breeze registered in his brain. Yet from across this empty, white territory, he heard Iri take 3 labored, shaky breaths, and with that last wheeze of brilliantly shining life, she was whisked away into the sea of white. Here 1 second and obliterated the next. Izuku sat for a moment, looking around at the white backdrop that was now incessantly filling every square millimeter of his vision. While he looked around at what was left, he wondered if he would be able to remember what color looked like if he tried to recall it tomorrow. Iri had reminded him just how amazing color could be, but with such an intense shade of white shining down on him, he assumed that it might be the only thing he ever saw again. That little girl had been his only proof that color even existed outside the color of paint. With every passing moment, however, the blaring brightness of his surroundings had him further convinced that maybe, just maybe, that had been a lie too. With nothing left to lose, nothing to keep him anchored in reality, he spread his arms and let himself fall backward into the light around him. Overhaul darkly chuckled as he basked in the glory of Izuku's broken expression. That bastard of a kid had caused him no shortage of trouble for almost an entire year. Seeing the shattered look on his face was enough to make Overhaul bubble with satisfaction. What's wrong, Mr. Midoriya? Did you truly think I needed her alive for this confrontation? She's nothing more than an asset. As long as I bring her back within the next 30 minutes, it won't even count as a minor inconvenience. He smiled behind his mask while he watched Izuku's hands grasped at his horribly messy hair. I know you want to kill me, so do it and never see the girl again. Overhaul watched the boy almost collapse to his knees, hyperventilating to such a degree that the entire clearing could hear him struggle to take a breath. Overhaul's gaze was snatched by the boy's eyes from his limply hanging, hunched position. It was pity that his actions had such an effect on the kid. To think someone Shigaraki considered to be so powerful was reduced to a suffocating mess by the temporary death of a small girl. It was wasted potential. He could have been so much better. Still wheezing from the intensity of his sporadic breathing patterns, Izuku's uncontrollably shaking hands found their way to the collar of his dark green jacket. Overhaul watched, utterly unimpressed, as the boy's hands wrapped around the neck of his clothing so tightly that his already pale skin lost every ounce of color they owned. In an instant, the boy's hands were thrown outward, ripping his jacket in two, exposing his thin frame. Overhaul examined the boy with mild curiosity as the torn jacket slowly fell off of Izuku's arms and landed silently on the ground. Why he tore the jacket in the first place, Overhaul had no clue, but all of his questions went away to be replaced by one enormous curiosity. Izuku's face, tarnished by a display of excruciating agony, was replaced by an expression of indifference, followed shortly by an annoyingly large smirk. Gradually, Izuku's body straightened to its full height, and his legs seemed to stop shaking too. As a low, cocky chuckle wormed its way into Overhaul's ears, a frown grew on his face. It was so strange, the sensation of falling. Izuku never really liked it. The lack of control was his problem, really. Jumping implied intent, purposefulness. Falling was chaotic, accidental, scary. As he fell through the endless fields of white, however, those feelings were barely comparable to an itch when stacked against the ceaseless thrashing in his head and the intolerable, stabbing pain passing straight through his heart. As his eyes continued to wander the emptiness, a small obscurity formed before him. Attempting to discern the oddity only succeeded in hurting Izuku's eyes. The figure wasn't clearly distinguishable from the white backdrop. Barely even a shade's difference stood between them. It was almost completely invisible to the naked eye, yet Izuku could tell something was there. Just as he began to think himself insane, as if he hadn't lost it already, a small hum circled through his ears. Hearing a sound after such a long time of nothing felt surprisingly awkward yet relieving at the same time. The humming seemed to twirl in the air as if it were happy to simply exist. It skipped a beat, then began to take a more coherent form. "Oh, Mr. Izuku, how much you've grown." His face stayed complacent as a darker shade of white finally took form from the blemish that previously stood in his little world. Its outline somewhat resembled a human, though it was faceless, featureless, and falling to keep pace with his descent as it stared into him without any eyes to see. Despite his obscurity, Izuku didn't have to question who it was. A hand reached up to his face, gently caressing his cheek like it was somehow proud of the sickening heap of hopelessly lost garbage falling below him. "How long has it been since I last saw you? Look at what has happened to my beautiful experiment." Izuku flinched at his words. He always despised being referred to as a test subject. What was he to do, though, when his creator chose a name? Even in his death, the bastard still found a way to haunt him. Eri used to keep him far away. With her gone, Izuku knew it was only a matter of time before the master of this land came to meet him. The man arriving here so fast was simply due to his own misfortune. "I'd given up on you. I believed that my little test would end with your death and my experiment would continue with the next subject. You were supposed to be nothing but the first step in my staircase to perfection. But all for one, oh, that blessed man took my masterpiece, my scientific breakthrough, and turned it into a god among men. To think the man I wanted to kill would do me such an honor. Simplistic, astounding irony. How exquisite." Izuku's blood started to boil while he listened to the doctor speak. His white surroundings slowly started to turn red, bubbling in response to the heat. How dare he bring up the one who raised him, the one who saved him, like he was nothing more than a fool who built his own destruction. Slowly, though, the red simmered back to white as his anger gave way to pain. Even if he wanted to lash out, he knew it was useless to attack his own muddled mind. The effort only existed in the first place because he was too weak to survive on his own. So instead, he averted his gaze and allowed his broken spirit to continue in its descent. The white figure's head tilted slightly, mimicking concern. "But look at you now, broken and lost." An animalistic growl churned in the man's throat. "That girl took everything I worked for and threw it all out of the window." He took a deep breath and collected himself. "No matter, it seems she is gone now." The shattered glass of Izuku's mind turned to dust at the reminder of Eri's absence. "It's okay, Mr. Izuku. Just close your eyes and let your dear father take care of everything. Darkness is so much better than the scorching light, don't you think?" Izuku wanted so badly to strike the outline, try to cast it out of his head, do something to make it leave him in peace, but the light was so terribly bright, and he didn't have the strength to fight the doctor with the devastating loss of his ward. Desperately attempting to garner any sort of resistance to the man's words, Izuku's body slowly approached the doctor's as he rose into the man's open arms. A single tear of violent frustration fell out of Izuku's left eye as he embraced the man he loathed. The outline's body began to take a more legitimized form while Izuku started to fade. Holding his creation firmly, the doctor's skin slowly turned from glaring white to that of a Caucasian, and a large, swaying lab coat draped over his figure. A messy mop of black hair sprouted from the man's head while he cradled Izuku's into the crook of his neck. And as Izuku's body turned to white in his arms, a carnal smirk plastered itself onto his completely formed face. The doctor slowed their descent and shifted vertically until they seemed to be standing once again in the middle of his creation's whirl. When the last piece of Izuku's barely distinguishable outline flaked into the white background, a tiny drop of liquid anger fell from the boy's now non-existent cheek and plopped against the ground, creating ripples that traveled across the blank terrain as far as the eye could see. Standing in the midst of a calmly shifting ocean, the doctor began to chuckle. The ripples gradually grew into waves until a terrible storm was quaking throughout the landscape. From the point of origin, the hurricane started to colorize the doctor's world. The bottomless sea of white beneath him shifted into the light green grass of a forest floor as his chuckle turned into hearty, hysterical laughter. Looking toward the heavens, he witnessed the vastness above him swirl into the awe-striking infinity of space. Gazing upon the stars he hadn't seen in such a very long time, he felt his heartbeat slow to a crawl, and he sobered just a bit. This simply felt right, sighing in satisfaction as his laughter died out. The doctor averted his gaze from the sky to his hands, completely ignoring the group standing before him. They didn't matter, not when he had so many things to discover, so much to catch up with. Simply amazing, was all the doctor could say as he slowly twisted and flexed his arms along with various other muscles. Muscle growth has been stunted, probably due to a combination of my engineering and all-for-one's quirk. Despite that, the blood keeps him strong. In many ways, the lack of musculature might be helping him with his blood doing the work. A cough came from a man across the clearing, interrupting the doctor's train of thought. "Are you done yet, boy?" A small scowl made its way onto the doctor's face. He despised interruptions. Quite confused at the calm and composed rhetoric, far different from the boy he had spoken with before, Overhaul continued warily. "My group will be taking our leave. Kirigiri should be warm. deciding the man across from him wasn't saying anything important enough to take time away from his studies. The doctor cut his hand with one of his fingernails and watched in wonder as a stream of blood started to wind between his spread fingers. He smiled as he gathered the small amount of liquid in his palm and began to form shapes out of it. A highly detailed toy car twisted into existence where it solidified before quickly shifting to liquid and clashing together until it made a small dagger. His smile only grew as he continued to create whatever came to his mind. His control has gotten so much better. I can make anything that I have the mental capacity to imagine, leagues above where he was when we parted ways. Has he really improved so much? Overhaul's hands clenched into fists. The doctor wasn't the only one who hated being interrupted, especially when he had such a clear upper hand only moments before. Rapid Kai. Once again, he was cut off by the ramblings of the doctor. I knew he was more powerful when I returned, but I had no clue he rose to such a level. He had to hold back a groan of sick ecstasy as the blood slowly retreated into his skin and returned to its rightful place inside of his veins. It didn't even leave a cut behind because his quirk sealed the wound without the need for conscious activation. I need a physical examination, but test subjects, I need more subjects. His eyes wandered up to Overhaul's anger-filled pupils. Yes, they will do nicely. Now that I know Mr. Izuku has so much potential, I can't simply leave. The small amount of memory I can access is telling me that he can reconstruct things that he has deconstructed. If he brings her back, Mr. Izuku will have hope. We can't have that. Restraining his frustration, Overhaul looked at the heavyset man leaning against a tree. I want him dead. With a grunt of affirmation, Rappa leapt from his resting spot and dashed toward the shirtless boy, approaching with his fist held high. He barely heard a mumbled statement filled to the brim with giddy excitement. Oh, it's been so long since I've conducted a proper experiment. Rappa, ignoring the annoying boy's voice, drove his fist into his target's stomach in a very similar fashion to the first time. He could feel the satisfying impact and heard the ecstasy-inducing snap of bones, expecting the boy to fly across the clearing once again. He was impressed that he held his ground, only sliding back by the most minuscule units of measurement. With a grunt of effort, Rappa threw his fist back in preparation for the next strike. Head after head, he felt the kid's body cave beneath him. Skin, muscles, and bones all made way for his massive fists to blow through his calculated points of impact, picking apart his opponent with devastating efficiency. He sent the boy to the ground, his corpse little more than a mess of smashed meat. This fight hadn't even come close to the level he wished it would have ascended to. He was used to finishing fights in a single punch, but he'd hoped that this boy would actually pose a challenge. Just as he was about to go back to his tree, noises very similar to what Rappa imagined a mass of worms crawling in his ears would have sounded like registered in his head. Refusing to shudder, Rappa witnessed skinny, almost indiscernible strings of skin and muscle fiber fling across a portion of the tangled humanoid, joining various pieces of mush and shattered body parts into some sort of F-ed-up connect-the-dots game. Remembering what happened to Sakaki, the man backed up as the strings started to pull together all of the pieces it collected. He didn't want to make the same mistake as his drunken companion. Staying out of the range he imagined his opponent to have, Rappa examined the slowly accumulating mass, while the rest of the body was left alone. Rappa could recognize caved pieces of a skull and what looked to be brain matter coming together into a roughly formed outline of a human head. Ever so slowly, the broken skeletal structure sealed itself together into a coherent base. With one eye missing and half of the skin on his face either shredded or completely absent. The flesh that was intact expanded across the rest of the bone-covered canvas, like an invisible spider was constructing an intricate web over his skull. Patches of missing hair started growing like grass in a time lapse, and broken pieces of hair mended themselves until they stood in a picture-perfect imitation of his previous hairstyle. Not even a single strand of green stood out of place once it was done. Rappa's nerves were vibrating as Izuku's only remaining eye, dull and lifeless, shifted in its repaired socket to meet his gaze. Staring into the eye, Rappa was almost absolutely sure that it belonged to a dead man. The glassy sheen eerily overlaid the irises so convincingly, and the way it seemed to lack any intelligence behind it couldn't have existed in anything with life coursing through its veins. Yet as small pieces of squishy material started to fill the remaining empty socket, Rappa couldn't help but feel like it was sentient, staring straight into the depths of his soul. Something like this shouldn't be possible. It was an abomination of reality, demonic, wrong. A healing quirk so powerful couldn't exist. The universe shouldn't allow it, couldn't allow it. Despite his certainty, Rappa's claim continued to be proven wrong with every single strand of skin that stretched across Izuku's newly formed eye to create his upper eyelid. As tiny lashes started sprouting from the ends of Izuku's eyelids, a demented smile, ear to ear, split through his lifeless face. In much the same fashion, the rest of Izuku's broken form collected together. The pieces that could be salvaged were brought to their rightful place. What was unattainable regrew while other parts were gathered. As the last piece of Izuku's skin grew across the layers of rebuilt muscle and the final fingernail grew to its original length, light came back to the doctor's eyes. Chuckling with barely contained glee, various tendrils of blood arose from the pool surrounding him and wrapped around his body, pushing and lifting his laying form into a standing position. Finding his eyes already locked onto the man that killed him moments ago, the doctor noted that his mind seemed hazy in a slightly euphoric way. He knew the conditions set on his subject's powers. It was nowhere near as bad as it had been when the power was thrust upon the boy. He wouldn't even be aware of his surroundings at this point if this fight had been held 2 years ago. Either Izuku had a lot more physical control over his healing than he'd thought, or he'd damaged himself enough that the quirk strengthened exponentially in his absence. Watching Rappa crack his knuckles as he allowed himself to simply accept the boy's quirk as reality, the doctor began experimentally moving his various appendages. It seemed his conscious control of basic motor functions remained mostly untouched, though he did feel a slight difficulty when it came to more precise movements, such as forming signs with his fingers. No matter what he couldn't control consciously, the doctor was quite sure the reflexive and primal side of him would take care of when the time came for it. Overhaul's raspy voice echoed toward the doctor as he voiced his opinion. "You have quite an impressive healing quirk, Mr. Midoriya. I wonder how far one would have to go if they wished to finish you off." Ugh, how the doctor loathed pretentious language. He realized full and well that he spoke in the same rhetoric, but he was a genius, so it was understandable for him to talk like one. Seeing others nowhere near his level attempt to anger him with their complacent and proper speeches touched him in all the wrong places. The fact that the usage of such language ended up accomplishing the user's goal only angered him more. Oddly enough, though, he didn't feel all that annoyed. He found himself slightly irked, but not as decisively as he would have been under normal circumstances. Izuku's quirk must have affected him slightly more than he'd thought, specifically when it came to emotional consistency. That was annoying but bearable. Irregular and unpredictable emotional patterns were a far better trade-off than losing muscle control or intelligence. Having shifted his sights to the man currently speaking, the doctor barely caught a slight twitch of movement out of his peripheral vision. Turning his head back to Rappa, the doctor leaned to the side. It was so entrancing how the fist thrown at him seemed to shave by the air next to his face in slow motion. His results were slightly muddled by the fact that some of his reflexes were currently out of his delicately controlling hands. Despite this, he could tell just how many leaps and bounds Izuku had made when it came to honing muscle memory and gaining vital combat experience. Just by pulling from the boy's mind, he was already above this fight. After no less than 10 missed punches and not managing to move the boy even a step away from the place he stood, Rappa decided to crank it up and throw a right hook to the body. So far, it had been straight jabs and crosses. He was sure that if he went for the body like the previous 2 landed attacks, the boy would either be hit or he would have to retreat. Either way, momentum would go to him. Looking into the eyes of his opponent, though, he couldn't help but feel like something was off. It was too late for him to stop now. His fist was already flying, so Rappa put every inch of his body mass into the punch. He invested everything into making sure his fist ripped that FR straight in two. Still looking into the boy's eyes, Rappa's fist came into contact with his target's bare skin. Before a smirk could work its way onto his face, however, a spark of pain jolted up his arm. Moments later, a loud snap clued Rappa into the fact that he had just broken his wrist. Holy F, it felt like he'd just punched a titanium cheese grater. Having failed to cause any damage to the boy or knock him away, Rappa attempted to draw his hand back to his guard. Before contact with the boy's skin could be broken, though, Rappa felt a slimy and viscous yet oddly slick liquid twirl up his arm. By the time he could pull his limb away from the boy's side, the liquid had already surrounded his entire appendage up to his shoulder. As he was viciously attempting to fling it off, the black liquid shaped itself into a perfect rectangular prism and solidified into a block of solid blood. His limb's container was so damn heavy that it forced his arm to dangle by his side. Seeing the wide smirk held by his opponent, Rappa was stricken by the lack of reaction to his hit. As it turned out, his strike didn't do jack shit. He definitely made contact, but it was skin-effing deep, and it was already fading into nothing. That was when he focused on the fact that his arm was encased in the same sit that tore his comrade to pieces. Seeing no good solution besides brute force, Rappa threw his arm at the ground with all of his might. The box made a crater on impact, but the dust cleared to reveal that the box didn't even look scuffed from the heavy blow. An unbearably amused chuckle from the one who trapped his arm made him want to kill someone. Unfortunately, the kid wouldn't effing die. "Stop effing with me, you beach," he growled. The doctor's laugh only heightened in volume upon hearing his opponent resort to scathing remarks. To be fair, though, it wasn't like fighting him physically would do anything at this point. Words were all he could use. It was almost admirable that the aggressive villain decided to resort to the only usable form of conflict remaining instead of surrendering. Au contraire, my child, this is a vital part of my experiment. This is not mercy. This is science. An involuntary snarl came from Rappa's throat as his anger swirled into a raging storm. With such an insanely heavy handicap attached to his arm, Rappa could not get into his guard fast enough to stop the laughing boy as he quickly closed the distance between the two. Before he could even flex his abdominal muscles to help absorb the impact, the doctor implanted his fist right into the center of his core. Rappa could swear the boy's uppercut was only slightly short of raising him off of the ground, and with a mouth wide in breathless agony, he crumpled to his knees, looking down at the man reduced to a kneeling peasant by a single well-placed punch. The doctor smiled viciously, throwing the heel of his shoe into the nose of his hunched opponent. Hearing the blood splatter, he stepped forward to stand over the man now lying on his back while floundering to find some kind of solid ground to hold on to. A feeling of sadistic glee started to rise in his chest as he stared at the face of his thoroughly beaten opponent. Oh, how long it had been since he'd gotten the privilege of breaking a man. The feeling that came with picking apart a strong human being until they were left as nothing but a husk of their former self was unlike anything he had experienced before in his life. Even though he had beaten his opponent physically, however, the doctor could tell that he'd not conquered him mentally. The look in the villain's eyes were worried and wary but not terrified. Not defeated. He wouldn't be satisfied until he got to see the familiar light of willpower leave the man's eyes to be replaced by a dull, almost neutral gaze. When his soul had given up hope, when he could tell that the man wanted nothing more than death in the face of his impending and unstoppable doom, that was when he won, not before. He wouldn't settle for less. Completely lost in his musings, the doctor missed Overhaul's firm command given in the form of an angrily spoken name. Subsequently, he also failed to notice a humongous villain start a mad rush toward his currently unguarded body. While the doctor sourly admitted that he probably would have been caught off guard in his normal state, he convinced himself that it wouldn't have been anywhere near as bad if Izuku's quirk wasn't affecting his mind. Having zoned out through the precept's entire attack, the doctor was rudely taken back to reality by two arms wrapping around his body. Keeping his smirk, the doctor took note of his opponent's preposterous size. Curious, humans shouldn't be that large naturally. It seemed that his quirk had some sort of effect on his growth. With his curiosity thoroughly piqued, he attempted to pry one of the man's hands off of him through sheer force alone. Unfortunately, by the time the doctor's hands clasped around the massive forearm of his new enemy, he found his remaining pool of energy swiftly fading. It was as if he were dropped into a pool of below-zero water where he would be left to freeze until it leached every ounce of life he had. As the cold, gripping sensation of his fleeing stamina racked the doctor's body, he could do nothing but smile in manic glee. What an interesting quirk. Witnessing one of his enemies utilize such an astoundingly unique ability was thrilling. Questions began to stack toward the sky, and he froze in silent contemplation, reveling in such an intense, quirk-induced emptiness. Could the man theoretically kill if he took enough energy? Where did it go when he absorbed it? Did it go to his muscle mass? It would certainly explain the size. There were so many different possibilities, and his smile only grew when he felt the man's arms expand to an even larger size. He was pleased that his analytical abilities stayed with him during his time away. "Damn it, kid, just how much do you have?" the villain gruffly asked. The doctor soon became more serious when it became clear how dire his condition was. His eyes were starting to droop, and his arms felt weighted. It would be bad if he allowed himself to lose to such an overconfident and talentless group. Despite the doctor's desire to leave his offender's grip, a choked chuckle still seeped from his throat. "You really must think I'm foolish to grab onto me without even knowing my abilities." The man found it amusing that the boy could still taunt him in such a precarious situation. At this point, he was so large that he was almost 12 feet tall, easily towering over his hostage. Katsukame decided not to bother himself with the inner workings of a teenager. If he wanted to hold character until his dying breath, that was up to him. All he had to do now was see how strong he could get before the child finally petered out. Overhaul watched the scene with barely concealed delight. It would seem that the giant thorn in his side would be removed for good this time in just a moment. Katsukame's quirk was extremely useful if only for chipping away at an opponent's stamina until a stronger quirk could take control. To make it even better, the more trained and fit the opponent, the more powerful his tool became. He watched the boy's lackluster and futile attempts to remove himself from his predicament until he gave up to his exhaustion. He should have just started with this strategy, but he would only face minimal casualties in return for his reclamation of Eri. It was more than worth it. As suddenly as Overhaul's confidence incorrectly categorized this skirmish as a victory, a cluster of humongous spikes shot through Katsukame's back like a cluster of stalagmites rising from a cave floor. Overhaul's incredulous eyes looked over Izuku's barely functioning body as the precept's arms lost the strength to stay wrapped around the boy's form. Despite the removal of Katsukame's overpowering grasp, the doctor's body refused to fall to the ground. Instead, his back chose to stay firmly connected to the man's torso. Slowly, Katsukame's lifeless body, held up by his ludicrously sized muscles alone, lost the ability to hold up Izuku's weight. The doctor, delirious to the world, boiled over such an inconvenience as his feet gradually descended to the ground. With barely enough strength to hold up all of the extra weight, he stood on heavily bent legs. Hunched and limp-limbed, he scoffed. Katsukame fell unceremoniously to the side as the solid structure of blood liquefied in a second before pooling into a gigantic, black puddle. The spikes had been as tall as the trees and had about the same individual circumferences of them as well. Katsukame's torso was almost non-existent because of the massive holes punched through it, struggling to stay up in his slouched state. The doctor attempted to regain his senses. To think that he was not only reckless enough to get caught in such an amateurish attack but was also pushed to such lengths that he lost control of his power. Not a single time since he came to exist in Izuku's head had he made so many mistakes in a single fight. His hiatus must have left him more out of touch than he'd previously thought. To make matters worse, not only did he have to regenerate enough blood to supply the gigantic attack that stood above the tree line just moments ago, but he had to regenerate all of that lost stamina too. It wasn't a simple task, damn it, and he couldn't even tell his own quirk to stop fixing his tired body. He could already feel his stamina returning to him. Pins and needles spread through the surface of his skin as he thrummed with newly created energy. It was peculiar to feel so alive yet so very detached. How many years had it been since the boy truly lost control? In his absence, had Izuku fallen to such depths? There were so many experiments left to do. He'd been gone for too long. Being forced out of control now, it felt like robbery. No, it was worse than that. This was his design. He would not give it up to some deranged brute. How disgraceful. He could feel his controller slowly passing to the other side, using all of his focus to hold onto Izuku's body. He barely registered the man he'd handicapped earlier finally stand up and heave the black case off of the ground. The doctor's eyes shot wide as a wave of pain surged through his head. His hand flew to his face in a futile effort to curb the pounding. Through the area between his fingers, he watched a quickly blurring wrapper raise his uncovered fist, almost completely devoid of vision. The doctor could hear a muted, horrified scream of pain come from in front of him. Sit, he had felt his blood move, but he wasn't the one to initiate the attack. The other side was already taking the driver's seat. A low, aggravated growl simmered in the doctor's throat. Fine, if it wanted out so bad, then so be it. He couldn't do experiments in this state anyway. He might as well save himself the headache of resisting the inevitable. The doctor would be back later though. He'd make sure of that. Overhaul was filled with nothing but contempt as Rappa's arm started spurting blood through its case at an alarming rate. This was supposed to be a simple mission. The boy was supposed to be good but not precept good. Shigaraki warned him that he was powerful, but he didn't say anything about him being nearly impossible to kill. His 2 or 3 men should have been enough to do the job with ease, and he should have been able to sit back and watch the show with no care in the world. Now, 2 of his men were completely unsalvageable, and one of them was currently down an arm and bleeding out. As his subordinate fell to the ground from blood loss, Overhaul gazed upon the boy's hand-covered face with evident disdain. On a dime, Izuku's pupils contracted to the circumference of a pin, and his emerald-green irises lost a bit of their vivid shade. His eyes were no longer filled to the brim with intelligence or pouring with excessive sarcasm and disinterest. They were now more akin to an animal's, primal, dangerous, unyielding, scared, and angry. The boy's frightened eyes flicked to meet his gaze, and Overhaul noticed a truly frightening amount of swelling on the boy's left shoulder. Izuku's glare seemed very off to the criminal. He had the distinct feeling that even though they were both clearly making eye contact with each other, the boy wasn't actually looking at him. The swelling lump on Izuku's shoulder blade writhed violently as it grew almost double in size. A high-pitched yelp of pain flew from the boy's mouth, and the nails of his fingers started to dig into the skin on his face. No, please, not the knife. Izuku took a shaky breath as the bulge on his shoulder blade popped with a grotesque squelch. 3 tentacle-like limbs smoothly sprouted from the large, open wound. I promise, I'll be a good boy. Overhaul's fingers started to flex as his annoyance finally reached its breaking point. He'd finally had enough of this broken, sick child humiliating his prestigious group of villains. Overhaul swore to cleanse this brat if it was the last thing he did. It was time to stop fooling around. Before, he had been fighting for enjoyment. Now, he was fighting for blood. Crouching low to the ground, Overhaul dashed across the clearing toward the scared, shivering child with his right hand almost brushing the ground. At point-blank range, he went to grab the boy by his face. It didn't matter if the bastard could come back from the dead. One touch to his precious little skin, and there would be nothing left to regenerate. So very agonizingly close was Overhaul's middle finger to Izuku's hand-covered face when it was snatched by one of the 3 tentacles hanging from the boy's shoulder. He could almost feel the hairs on the boy's wrist, but his arm refused to move forward even a millimeter. Hojo, one of his best enforcers, circled around to the back of the boy gripping his arm. Overhaul stepped forward with his other foot and extended his free arm to hopefully touch Izuku somewhere in his midsection. It was unfortunate for him that a second tentacle stretched behind Izuku's back and caught Overhaul's wrist from the other side, still shooting a wild stare through his fingers at the threat who just approached him. Izuku's third tentacle flattened to intercept the crystallized fist that Hojo threw at the back of his head. Hojo pulled back his fist to avoid a counterattack and looked down to find the boy's right arm hanging limply by his side. It was as if the kid was so confident in his Quirk's abilities that he didn't feel the need to move anything besides his blood. Then, Hojo's thoughts were cut short by two sickening crunches from somewhere in front of him. He froze when he realized that Overhaul's wrists just got crushed by the boy's blood before tossing his leader back in favor of flailing around above Izuku's right shoulder. Overhaul deliriously gazed at his twisted wrists in shocked confusion. The boss wasn't used to being injured, let alone in such a grotesque manner. That was bad enough without his open wounds coming into direct contact with literal solidified blood. His mysophobia had to be going haywire. The two freed tentacles reached for Hojo, slithering around his arm like a corkscrew. He quickly forced crystals to grow all over his body to ensure his safety from the crushing force of the boy's quirk, and that was when the tentacles twitched. With a heave, Hojo was yanked from the ground and swung way above the boy's head, not expecting to be manhandled by such a small opponent. Hojo grit his teeth as the tentacles bashed him into the ground. Panic's dark claws grasped Chisaki's ankles, relentlessly attempting to pull him under. He could almost feel that dirty mutt's bacteria diffusing into his pure bloodstream. Damn it, the pain was almost unbearable. With his mind screaming at him to cleanse the filth from his system, Overhaul pressed his broken hand against his chest and blew his contaminated body into oblivion. Away went the ticking as the head of a scalpel carefully pierced his chest. 2 for the impact, 5 for the delirium-inducing slice. Just how much time flew away during this session? He had long since stopped counting the seconds. A dull mumbling, which he had finally learned to tune out countless experiments ago, continually rambled on in the background while the ever-consistent ticking and talking filled his ears. Reforming across the clearing, Overhaul grasped his knees, attempting to regain his breath. This wasn't the first time he'd reconstructed himself, and he was sure it wouldn't be the last. Getting defiled by the blood of such an ill human, though, was enough to make him want to reconstruct himself another 5 times or more. Hojo stood to face the slouched, trembling boy, pieces of his crystalline armor crumbling and floating to the ground. The 2 tentacles that tossed him with such surprising speed and the third that blocked his punch were rapidly flickering in seemingly random directions around Izuku from where they were attached to his shoulder. Hojo made the prediction that they were about as long as the boy was tall, but they had the strange ability to grow when they needed to. He didn't fail to note that the 3 tentacles were attached to a still open wound, and he assumed that the boy must be feeding it more blood from that wound when he needed to make it grow before pulling it back into his body when its range was unneeded. For the first time since the boy's drastic mood swing, he looked away from Overhaul, with his head twisted as far left as it could manage without breaking just to stare at the crystal man. He spoke in a light, shaky voice that was muffled by the palm of his hand. "Can you hear the clock, mister?" Understandably off-put by the boy's sudden change in interest. It only took Hojo a moment before taking the offense again. As his crystal-covered fist flew with dangerous determination toward Izuku's face, the boy made no effort to stop him, still gazing at him with innocent, curious eyes. Hojo's fist crushed the boy's hand and continued to smash through his head, forcing Izuku's neck to snap as it made an acute angle with his nape. Hojo knew the boy just died, but he jumped back anyway. Everyone so far today stayed still once the boy died, and every single one of them was either dead or severely bleeding because they weren't careful enough. He wasn't as overconfident as the drunk, as dull as the boxer, or as meat-headed as the giant. There was no way he was staying in that boy's range until he understood just how his incredibly potent healing quirk worked. In a display of speed not yet seen by the precepts, Izuku's fingers popped back into their normal positions, and the broken skin, muscle, and bones mended into a fair, pale hand. A loud crack snapped through the forest as Izuku's head flew back to its natural position with such incredible speed that Hojo was surprised it didn't break in the other direction from the momentum. "You really can't, mister?" the boy asked, still stuck on the ticking clock. "That's odd. It's so very loud." Izuku's contemplative eyes became cold and distant as the tentacles resumed their encompassing patrol. Dust scattered into the air as Izuku's crouched body raced in a quarter circle around Hojo before turning in an attempt to blitz him from the side. Quickly responding to Izuku's blindingly fast movement, Hojo pivoted to face the boy and dashed to meet him halfway. Throughout their battle, Hojo very quickly came to the realization that this fight was lopsided. The boy was putting no thought into technique, seemed vastly indifferent about his personal safety, and seemed to fight like a wild animal rather than a trained human, but goddamn, he was just so fast. Hojo could only be thankful that he had both a quirk that could somewhat withstand heavy blunt force trauma and Tengai dutifully positioned behind him to put up a barrier in the case of a particularly speedy strike. Even if they weren't as compatible as Tengai would be with his usual partner, they were able to put up a respectable performance, thanks to Tengai's brilliant defense. He actually managed to land a few heavy blows. In fact, while they were fighting, he spotted Overhaul deconstruct the handicapped Rappa and reconstruct him on the sidelines. Unfortunately, he could tell that the fight was only worsening on their end. With every healed injury, the boy seemed to gain a greater physical advantage while further falling into his new, bestial style of combat. Even with the further loss of technique, his physical abilities and the wild usage of his quirk were increasing to a point that they couldn't deal with. How he kept getting stronger instead of weakening with fatigue was far beyond either of them. There were only two real options at this point. Either the boy was immune to pain, or his quirk didn't run off of his personal stamina. Both of those scenarios would be problematic, and it only seemed to be getting worse. Hojo repressed a flinch as the points of all three of Izuku's created appendages came into contact with Tengai's shield. He still wasn't used to relying on an invisible barrier to protect his safety in a fight. His discomfort shot to new heights when the points of Izuku's weapons twisted into wretched claws that dug into the shield between them. The boy growled as he raked his quirk across Tengai's shield, creating visible scratches across its surface. Hojo watched carefully as Izuku's eyes rapidly switched between himself and the man currently holding his life in his quirk's hands. He couldn't attack just yet. The boy was too fast to approach from afar, and the range granted by his blood was more than enough to retaliate at their current distance. The boy seemingly made a decision as his three tentacles snaked into the ground, detaching from his wound, which healed in an instant. Confusion and cautious hesitation were the only things contained within Hojo's mind as he jumped away from the shield. He hadn't seen the boy use his quirk from any significant range besides the one time after Rappa killed him. So far, every substantial use of his quirk had been directly connected to his body. If he could attack from such range, then it begged the question as to why he was only fighting up close and personal against a duo that was obviously built for such a fight. Maybe it was simply a preference, or it could be that the boy's current state wasn't precise enough to control things too far from his body. There was too much he didn't understand about the kid's ability. He had to figure out its limits, or things would only continue to look bleaker. The sound of breaking ground directed Hojo's attention behind him where he witnessed black liquid encase Tengai's body before he could even utter a yelp of surprise. Turning back to the boy, Hojo saw his arm raised, palm facing the cacophony of blood. Upon seeing such a blatant opening, Hojo couldn't help the morbid amusement flowing through his gut as he rushed to exploit the situation. If this worked, it would be the second time the boy was caught off guard by nothing more than his own self-absorbed personality. The only difference between this attempt and the first was that Hojo didn't plan to let up. Once he made contact, he would keep the pressure going until the boy couldn't heal anymore. Even this monstrosity couldn't fight him while he was reviving himself every other second. Hojo could hear the disgustingly twisted sound of a body being squashed under the pressure of black blood as the boy closed his hand with a smile displaying some perverted form of pleasure. That was okay. It was true that his shield may be compromised, but he would not need one after this. Not only was the boy distracted, but he didn't have those surprisingly efficient tentacles to cover all of his blind spots for him. If he could just gain momentum, all he had to do was keep it until the bastard didn't come back. Every quirk had a limit, and he had a feeling that he would find the kids soon enough. Throwing his crystal-coated shin into the boy's side, he watched with satisfaction as Izuku's ribs caved under the impact, without sparing a glance at the bones that had already undoubtedly expanded back to their normal size. He continued with his kick's momentum to throw his other foot's heel into Izuku's skull. 5 more hits into his currently unstopped combo. Hojo fell into a comfortable rhythm. The boy was much faster than him at this point, and his strength was most definitely great enough to shatter his quirk's defense. But it finally came to the point that the physical gap was increasing at a slower rate than the gap between their technical skill. With every punch he landed, he could almost feel the fight coming to a close. Izuku's heart seemed like it was about to freeze over as his hands shook almost as badly as his spastic breaths. Come now, Mr. Izuku. You're being illogical. Kill the girl. She couldn't be any more than 7, cowering in a corner with bloodshot eyes, staring, petrified, at the silently shifting blood surrounding the cage that she was currently sharing with the scary boy. Pressing herself even further into their glass prison, she began to cry with a ragged voice. Feeling numb, as if his nerves were disconnected from his brain, Izuku's eyes quickly fell upon the doctor when a heavy sigh commanded his attention. Once his vision finally focused, he saw an even younger girl bawling in the doctor's arms. I've had enough of my time wasted. You're smart, Izuku. I know you realize that this girl is a failed test subject. She'll suffer an endless amount of torment until her death if you don't kill her. Though, if you need an extra push. Izuku already had an idea of what was coming. He disappointed this man enough to learn what happened when he didn't obey. That didn't stop him from forgetting to breathe. However, when the doctor cracked his neck in anticipation, "Either you kill the girl, or I start the next trial on this one. Would you like to be the cause of yet another child's torment?" Izuku's vision blurred as his panic attack rose to new bounds. How selfish. One of these girls was going to die, and he was the one having a fit. The girl's cries only grew louder as Izuku's pooled blood started thrashing around the cage in response to his worsening mental state. Tears of hysterical panic and anguish streamed from Izuku's eyes as he attempted to keep himself from passing out due to a lack of oxygen. "Come on, boy, do it." Stumbling toward the glass because he was unable to hold himself up on his own, he attempted to shake his head, but he was almost certain that his neck did not do his bidding. "Do it, Izuku." A harsh scream, savagely cracking from the boy's ruined vocal cords, poured from Izuku's throat as he cradled his head, trying desperately to stop the excruciating beats of pain. "Kill her." The girl's hysterical crying came to a sharp end as her head was lopped off by a crudely formed blade of blood. She was ended quickly, painlessly, without an ounce of time to comprehend her death. As the girl's head hit the ground with a dull thunk, Izuku fell to his knees while his ragged, screaming sobs only heightened in intensity. With his agonizing display coming to an eardrum-shattering end, the boy's fist slammed into the ground, almost shattering the tile floor, hearing the remaining girl's cries become strangled. Izuku's glassy, static-filled eyes flicked to the doctor's face from his kneeling position. The doctor's hand was firmly wrapped around the girl's throat, slowly squeezing the life out of her. With desperate, pleading eyes, Izuku watched the doctor's pointer and middle finger move to the girl's cheek as his other hand moved to rest on the back of her head. With a loud crack that would forever engrave itself into Izuku's mind, the girl's head was jerked to the side. "Do not make me wait again." The doctor's frown grew into a satisfied grin as every ounce of blood sitting lifelessly on the floor soared into the glass with tremendous speed. Izuku flashed across the enclosure, slamming his fist into the glass as gallons of solidified blood made the barrier violently tremble. Izuku stared at the doctor, silently promising death through bloodshot eyes, and a pleased expression was all his efforts garnered. "Yes, Mr. Izuku. Hate me, it will only make you stronger." With that, the doctor walked away. In his wake, he left 2 dead girls. Each of them would stay there for a week, just so Izuku could watch his mistakes decompose in front of him. It was the last time he ever disobeyed the doctor. Sometime in the middle of the boys' thrashing, Hojo noticed Izuku's eyes zone out into nothingness. It was hard for him to tell, however, if the animal he was abusing still owned the mental capacity to ponder. It seemed much more likely that he was hallucinating from exhaustion or was finally beaten to the point that he was standing only on reflex. Either way, it mattered not. The boy's quirk finally got pushed to the point that the last few injuries were unable to completely heal. With the next big hit, this fight would be finished. Stepping in close range with his next left jab, Hojo twisted his back foot into the ground as he rotated his body into a brilliantly executed elbow with his dominant arm. Hojo startled at the feeling of his crystals chipping on impact with Izuku's cheek. Looking up at the boy, he saw a piercing glare staring back at him. The child's cheek was absolutely demolished on the surface. Hanging skin and torn muscles laid complacently around the impact site. Yet despite the damage, not a single drop of blood decorated the wound. Instead, the rest of the boy's face was being held up and protected by a mat of branching, midnight black veins texturized more similarly to iron than biological material. It suddenly became much clearer to the crystal man why Rappa failed in his final blow and why his own power fell short in much the same way. To think that a quirk could have such a devastating offense coupled with an almost impeccable defense. No wonder this kid became so infamous. He could literally turn his blood vessels into iron by hardening his blood inside of his own circulatory system. It would take an extreme amount of power to do any sort of serious internal damage to this kid with blunt or sharp force trauma. A guttural snarl escaped from Izuku's mouth, and, as if his voice had taken the place of a light switch, Hojo's world was sent into darkness, with his vision almost entirely overtaken by static and a mind-numbing presence of pain that should have knocked him out cold long ago. Izuku staggered to face the 2 remaining men that he could only decipher the position of by his incredibly astute hearing. Overhaul and Rappa stood with heavily contrasting emotional states while examining their current situation. Hojo's body hung limply in the gentle hands of death, yet stood rigid, held up by the countless number of needles piercing his crystalline body and pinning him in position through their successive connection to the ground. If he had been paying attention to his surroundings instead of his complex string of attacks, Hojo would have noticed the blood flying from Izuku had not been hitting the ground, but accumulating into small beads that continuously circled the pair until an eventual break in combat gave him the distance needed to extend those droplets into paper-thin needles without causing any more harm to himself. The specifics of his death mattered not, considering the man who could learn the most from them had long passed the threshold of the living. Both Rappa and Overhaul could tell that Izuku was in no state to continue fighting efficiently. His face was still half torn off, and the way he was swaying in place indicated a severe lack of balance and situational awareness. Feeling the now familiar gusts of wind pressing against his skin, Overhaul's previous anxiety was now completely replaced with a confident, simmering anger. It was about time to end this and move on from such an embarrassingly peak victory. Not even glancing at the purple rift that he knew had opened behind both him and Rappa, Overhaul tilted his head, signaling retreat. Despite Rappa's newly found vigor, he walked through the portal without argument. At this point, his victory over the boy would be tainted by his enemy's already critically damaged state. He had been training to beat Overhaul, but Rappa already knew that Overhaul's power came solely from his overpowering quirk. Seeing such a small boy with a startlingly straightforward quirk fight at the same level as trained adults and even Overhaul himself gave him hope. That type of physical prowess was something he could tell the boy trained for and harnessed with years of arduous preparation. It was something he would feel pride in beating, and he would win if it killed him. As Overhaul stood next to the rift with a smile promising vengeance, he shoved his hand into the portal, awaiting the object he knew would be placed into his grasp. The boy took so much from him during their encounter. His men, his cleanliness, his perfect victory were all ruined because of one simple oversight. Despite how much he'd already claimed from the kid in the form of a small girl, he still felt as if he left with a loss. It was only fair for him to take a little more before his departure. He'd planned to use it as his final blow to the boy after he was beaten to the point of immobility. Knowing that what should have been sprinkles on top of his perfectly designed cake somehow got turned into nothing more than a sucker punch out of spite hurt his pride. But it didn't matter anymore. If this boy meant as much to Izuku as he was betting, then it would be hurting his opponent much more than it hurt his ego. Yanking the blonde from the bar into the dark forest, Overhaul watched carefully for any sign that Izuku cared for the person who was about to die. Seeing Izuku's glazed eyes stare back at him with indifference was disappointing, but Overhaul decided that he might as well take the life anyway. It couldn't hurt to be thorough, even if the boy would die before he got to see the little bastard's broken expression after realizing he failed to protect yet another important person. Placing his hand onto the face of the drugged blonde, Overhaul couldn't help but smile despite his losses. "I'll give it to you, Phantom. Today, you fought well, but out of all the disgusting people walking around these days, you might just be the sickest. Don't worry, though, it's not anything a doctor can't fix. Just stay right there and let me cure you." Izuku bared his teeth, not taking his useless eyes off of Overhaul as he fell to one knee. Though he was blatantly incapable of movement, Overhaul became suspicious. The unbroken black veins webbing through Izuku's open wound on his face began to squirm. Not wanting to give the boy enough time to gather his absent energy into a complete attack, Overhaul decided to finish it quickly. Out of the corner of his eyes, Overhaul caught sight of two tiny circles glowing scarlet from the tree line about 30 yards away from his position. At first, Overhaul sat in the blissful darkness of ignorance, unaware of the color's significance. However, he would have been a fool to not realize what transpired when a painfully intense feeling of emptiness consumed his entire body. He'd never encountered it personally before, but when a man was so deeply connected to the underground, it was impossible to not hear about the stories of entire gangs suddenly disappearing in a single night or the rumors of a powerful criminal leaving prison a broken man, only speaking of a terrifying feeling of helplessness when their old comrades asked why they left the business. Hearing a raspy groan of pain come from the kneeling figure in front of him, Overhaul looked at the most urgent threat to his safety. The first thing he noticed was that the boy's glazed eyes were replaced by something that very clearly held intelligence. Absolutely amazing, his position just worsened even further. He was very much banking on the fact that his opponent was not only physically exhausted but mentally destroyed as well. If, for whatever reason, he had regained his senses, he became a much larger threat. Switching his gaze to the boy lying limply in his arms yet distinctly unobliterated by his quirk, the severity of his situation fully dawned on him. Wasting no time, Overhaul immediately began walking back toward the portal, placing his left foot into the bar on the other side of Kirigiri's rift. Overhaul completely lost his balance as the ground beneath his feet rumbled with vigor, falling over his ass. Overhaul could do nothing but grunt with surprise as an absurdly long strip of white tape circled around his captive's body. Keeping his grip firm, Overhaul continued his descent into the portal without sparing a second thought to the capture weapon. If he could get to the other side, Kirigiri's quirk would make quick work of the binding substance, with the entire front half of his body already positioned on the other side. Overhaul barely noticed the cracks forming next to his feet. Blood began to leak from the ground by the gallon, twisting into the shape of an ultra-realistic, skeletal hand. Izuku, currently unable to see, could only discern the general direction of his foe, so he latched onto the first thing he came into contact with. Aizawa wasn't sure what to expect when he finally arrived at the location he'd tracked the boy down to. However, when he saw the boy he'd been hunting on one knee, severely wounded, surrounded by dead bodies, and staring at an oddly dressed man who stood in front of a large mass of purple fog with a hostage, he took the only logical route presented to him: keep as many people from leaving as possible. Without another second of hesitation, Aizawa activated his quirk while making sure to keep all 3 of the males in his line of sight. Seeing the bird-masked man begin his retreat into the fog, Aizawa decided to take further action. Before he could throw his capture weapon at the man, though, he was thrown off balance by the earth's sudden desire to tremble. Surprise was the only emotion occupying Aizawa as he clung to the branch he previously decided to use as his perch. His quirk was still activated, so there was no way anyone in the clearing could be using an ability. It was unlikely that anyone was waiting in the forest either. The fight came to a point where anyone standing by as backup should have already intervened. Whether it was to help the boy clearly on his last leg or the many dead men surrounding him, reinforcements would have taken their chance long ago. It was possible that someone was in the fog, using their quirk while staying safely out of his watchful gaze. Yet if the culprit was in the mist, why had he only used his ability now? He surely would have noticed the earth shaking at that magnitude if such a quirk was used while he was approaching the scene from further away. Nevertheless, as he finally regained balance and noticed the man begin falling into the fog, Aizawa took his capture weapon and extended it toward the 2 just like he intended to in the first place. He was sure that the fog most likely possessed no game-changing attributes, but he knew better than to underestimate a quirk. With 2 possible targets, Aizawa decided that the boy hanging in the man's arms held priority. Unfortunately, he was unable to pull the boy from his captor's grip. It seemed like the man was determined to keep possession of the boy, even if it would keep both of his arms occupied and distract him from other possible attacks. If the man wasn't insane, he must be trusting that the fog would protect him. Just another reason to keep them from going into it. Aizawa grimaced as the man continued to fall. He may have had enough strength to keep him from walking into the portal with the boy, but he sure as hell didn't have enough to keep 2 entire bodies from falling over. Just as Overhaul's body almost disappeared into the mist, Aizawa saw a black, skeletal hand burst from the ground. With his still blazing red eyes shooting wide, Aizawa could only watch as the creation almost desperately clamped onto the man's right leg. Despite his confusion, Aizawa did not pass on the opportunity to drag the boy from Overhaul's grip as soon as the resistance against his pull weakened. Within seconds, the fog collapsed on itself, leaving nothing behind. Good thing he decided to take the hostage when he had the chance. The fog was much more than a simple smokescreen. Once again, the power of vigilance was displayed for all to see. Aizawa stayed crouching on the tree with the blonde boy hanging next to him, wrapped almost completely in tape, as he witnessed the skeletal hand turn into a liquid and begin to leak back into the cracks from which it came. Seeing no trace of danger, Aizawa gave his eyes a rest and let his long hair drift back to its natural position. Quickly and carefully, Eraserhead leapt to the ground and scooped the demolished boy into his arms. There was a lot left to do involving the scene he showed up late for. Right now, however, the boy needed immediate medical attention. The rest could wait for after he saved the kid's life. He could only hope that the principal knew what he was doing. If they revived the villain only for him to lash out at the UA staff, there would be hell to pay for everyone involved. Colors seemed to blur together as adrenaline raced through Aizawa's veins. Carrying one boy knocked out cold with his ever-useful capture weapon and a second in his surprisingly caring arms, the pro couldn't keep his heart from violently beating in his chest. Halfway through his journey to UA, his injured passenger started bleeding profusely from his half-torn face. His minimalistic supersuit would be completely soaked through in the next few minutes. It was honestly astounding that the kid's blood stayed inside of him for so long. But even with the time it bought him, Aizawa couldn't help thinking that it wasn't enough. With his highly analytical mind, the pro could hardly stop his subtle ponderings. From the size of the boy in his arms, he couldn't be all that much younger than the children under his supervision. To think that around 10 students would be attending his homeroom class in no less than 10 hours, completely average in power and lifestyle. Yet because of the power given by the abilities of today, this kid was laying in his arms still breathing, if only just after competing with villains that would have no doubt slaughtered every single one of his current younglings. Yet, whether that was a good thing or not, he wasn't sure. This world was a cruel one. With a heave, Aizawa completely cleared UAS gate. If the damned rat wasn't expecting an entrance like this, then that was no fault of his. At this point, all Aizawa could do was go as fast as he possibly could and hope that Recovery Girl hadn't left yet. Kicking the front door open, Aizawa rushed through the halls to the nurse's office, no doubt leaving a trail of black in his wake. A tall, gaunt man walking away from the principal's office perked up at the sound of clicking shoes on the school's shining tile. He was hoping Aizawa would be coming back bearing good news. The principal sure seemed to be expecting it. listening closer to the sound, though something seemed off. Never once had he seen his colleague rush for a single thing outside of dire emergencies. If this truly was his eternally exhausted coworker, then something must have gone terribly wrong. Pumping energy into his dying body, Toshinori transformed into his false persona. Before Aizawa could even make it halfway across the hallway, a blur of blonde appeared around the corner. Without taking a moment to hesitate, Aizawa tossed the fading boy to All Might. Still holding the blonde in his capture weapon, he continued to run even as his reluctantly formed companion blasted away in the same direction, heading at near Mach speed to the school nurse. Looking around her purple-tinted office, Chiyo Shuzenji sat patiently on her chair, awaiting the arrivals Principal Nezu told her she would be receiving. She would do anything to be sleeping in her own bed right now, but she learned long ago that the principal was not a man to be questioned lightly. That she had to sit here in her costume was simply the price she had to pay. As if a hurricane just crashed into her office, All Might burst through her doors, knocking them straight off of the hinges in the process. Chiyo, I need your help. Looking at the sheer amount of blood pouring through Toshinori's arms momentarily distracted the old woman from her demolished office entrance. On the table, now. It seemed that Toshinori didn't have the patience to wait through her exclamation of consent because the boy was placed on a table not even halfway through her sentence. It was a good thing he had the sense to rush too. Once she could get to the table herself and examine the brutalized child, it wasn't hard to tell how bad the situation was. He looked like he had a foot through death's door already, stuffing her immediate questions away for a later inquiry. Recovery Girl felt a wave of calm flow over her as she allowed her well-trained habits to take the wheel. I need my equipment table next to me and you out of this room, now. Don't come back until I make the call. Zoning out her surroundings, Recovery Girl got to work on surgery right after giving the boy a kiss. Oddly enough, it seemed like he still had a miraculous amount of stamina remaining because his disgustingly severe wounds closed about half of the way upon contact with her lips. Good, she could work with this. It was lucky for him that she decided to train in practical skills despite her amazingly convenient quirk and her career path as a hero instead of a surgeon. He wouldn't survive this if she was a mere nurse. In the midst of her concentration, she almost missed Aizawa coming through the door with another child. She paid it no extra mind. The other boy looked to be in nowhere near the condition of her current patient. She could worry about him after she took her shot at saving the one in front of her. After placing the blonde on the bed next to his targets, Aizawa walked out of the room to go wait against the wall like his co-worker. The frail man gazed solemnly at his feeble, blood-stained arms. Aizawa recognized the same emotion that had been rising in his chest since he'd grabbed the slowly dying kid. Dread. Drastic differences in style put to the side. All Might and himself weren't so distanced in their need to save others. When Toshinori's eyes traveled to the blood on his own clothes, he decided to humor the conversation he knew was coming. What happened out there? Leaning against the wall about a foot away from the tall man, Aizawa released a heavy sigh. Honestly, I'm not too sure. All of the injuries you saw on him just now were already given to him before I arrived. If you think the kid's wounds are bad, you should take a look at the other guys. Did you see who did it to him? Sliding down the wall to sit on the floor, Aizawa crossed his arms over his bent knees. Yeah, I counted 5 villains with plague masks. More than half were dead. It was probably some gang that he rubbed the wrong way. Taking a seat beside him, Toshinori attempted to relax his body. He'd always hated the anxiety that came with waiting outside of a hospital room. Where's the girl at? He's been carrying her with him everywhere he's gone so far, right? I don't know. If she was there, she was hiding very well. I'll notify the principal once he gets down here. He can send someone who's already on patrol near the area. Will be needed if he wakes up. The kid is dangerous. Groggily blinking the blurriness out of his hungry, carnally curious eyes, the doctor quickly cracked his neck out of habit. It felt to him as if he'd just participated in the most rejuvenating nap he'd ever experienced. If it wasn't so risky to push Izuku's quirk to such an extreme length, he would definitely be doing that more often, if only to experience the blissful restfulness that came with it afterward. The first thing the ever-attentive doctor noticed about the outside world was a ragged, tall, and absolutely enervated man standing against the wall opposite him. The way his tacky clothing dangled from his body made him appear disheveled and unorganized. Yet the doctor's experience with reading people told him that the man was disciplined, confident, and dangerous. It was difficult to accept those two conflicting observations. But he wasn't going to deem the man a non-threat just because his observations didn't make sense. His readings on a person were never wrong. One blunder since his return was already far too much for his pristine record. Testing the restraints he'd been silently analyzing since he'd regained consciousness, the doctor finally got the last piece of info that he needed to seal his decision on the man. Struggling won't get you anywhere, kid. Try to be rational. Escape isn't an option for you anymore. It wasn't the air of confidence around the man's tone that confirmed the doctor's theory on the man. No, that could be faked. It was the way he seemed so calm and sure of his ability to control the situation that made him take pause. However, when he saw the man's black eyes flash red in an attempt to prove his point, a wide smile grew on his face. His insatiable need for knowledge was just given a taste of something infinitely more interesting than his current predicament. Now, he needed to know more. "You think your quirk can hold me, child?" The doctor's canine split the inside of his host's lip as the man's eyes flared back to red. The man watched curiously yet warily as a thin stream of black blood leaked from the doctor's unwavering grin. He still thought that the situation was under control. How quaint, literally humming with satisfaction. The doctor allowed himself an opportunity to revel in his experimental success as the stream of blood slowly, agonizingly stretched thinner in its descent until a trickle finally splashed against the floor. Feeling the vast, cold emptiness of the hole dug within his soul, the doctor was sure that his quirk was gone. He wasn't surprised that the man didn't make any offensive move, instead deciding to stand back and wait it out. The metal cuffs clamping his limbs to the wall about 3 feet in the air would be more than enough to contain a quirkless child. Almost faster than Aizawa could react, the stream of blood forked into two and flung toward the cuffs, trapping his captive to the wall. Taking a mere moment to be shocked at someone defying his quirk for the second time in his life, Aizawa leapt to the side. It was fortunate for Aizawa that he only hesitated for the smallest increment of time, because that half a second was enough for those two streams of blood to pierce through the wall behind where he used to stand. Having moved further away from Tador when he dodged, Aizawa analyzed his options like a supercomputer running a near-endless supply of numbers. Izuku's messy green hair flopped in front of his eyes for a moment before springing back up as the doctor dropped to the ground from his previously designated perch. As the two cuffs that were just torn from the boy's ankles clinked sharply against the tile floor, a horde of black vines came pouring from Izuku's wide-open mouth, covering every surface of the room with its mass. Aizawa was purely bred and trained to be a one-on-one fighter, in an open arena with the element of surprise and a quirk-reliant opponent. Not a single person could beat him, not even All Might himself. However, this was a closed room. The boy had the element of surprise, and he somehow had the ability to use his quirk under the man's watchful eyes. Those factors, combined with the boy's apparent ability to restrict the small amount of maneuverability granted top him, meant that the fight was over before it had even started. Never one to panic, Aizawa went to crack the window behind him as the plant-like blood grew toward him from all four surfaces of the room. Unfortunately, by the time he threw his elbow through the fragile glass, many of the vines close to him latched onto his limbs, holding him in place in a similar manner to how they'd confined the boy just a bit ago. Aizawa pulled out his last trump card in the form of a knife concealed in the right sleeve of his hero costume. The pitiful attempt to defy his already solidified fate only served to excite the doctor as he blitzed the captured hero. Feeling the calming texture of cold hard steel on his fingertips, Aizawa went to slice the blood that had his other arm in a death grip. Instead of slicing it as he'd expected, however, it seemed to grate across the vine's exterior as if it were made of metal. Accepting that he was likely going to die, Aizawa decided to glare into the eyes of his killer instead of taking it lying down. He took some solace in the fact that he was right to be suspicious of the boy. If only he had been more suspicious than usual. Placing a perfectly designed replica of a scalpel against the right artery of Aizawa's neck, the doctor continued to smile into the face of his newest victim, only sparing a moment's glance at the knife held uselessly in the man's right hand. A small trickle of blood once again came from the doctor's split lip and confidently slithered over to the weapon. After wrapping around it, ripping it from the man's surprisingly strong grip, and tossing it to the side, his blood decided to seep back into his body from the same way it arrived. The boy's face was so close that he could feel the warm breeze from every breath the villain took, but it didn't shake him. Even as a drop of blood was drawn from the lightest of pressure against his delicate flesh, the hero refused to flinch. If he had to die, he would most certainly make sure that his killer garnered no satisfaction from it. "You're different from the rest of them," the doctor whispered as he marveled at the complete lack of fear displayed by the hero he'd just thoroughly defeated. They all would have been begging by now. A small sigh of relief escaped Aizawa's mouth as a monstrously large hand wrapped around the boy's face. One short heave later, the constant, lethal force placed on his throat was lifted. The boy went on to fly like a rag doll in the giant's hand before he was slammed against the vine-covered wall, putting a nasty hole through both the plants and the concrete surface. Despite the relief that came with being saved from his certain demise, disappointment leaked from every pore of his body, and all of it was directed toward the one that saved him. The sheer amount of displeasure emanating around the room caused the number one hero to flinch. He'd been at the end of Aizawa's death glares before, but this one felt just a bit more intense than the others he'd endured thus far. "Why were you so late, All Might?" Eraserhead grumbled. "We had a plan." A single vine unwound itself from the ceiling and began to worm toward the man holding its owner. It was poised to pierce right through All Might's back when the slightest twitch of the number one's fingers against his face brought it to a full stop. Alas, that was a hopeless endeavor. Not even his brilliant creation could compete with All Might yet. He would only succeed in adding more needless deaths to his repertoire before being killed for good when his time ran out. Feeling the boy's smile in his palm and seeing the vines turning back into a liquid before flying out of the smashed window, All Might relaxed, gave his impatiently waiting co-worker an apologetic smile. Well, you see, Principal Nezu called me up to the office for an update on the kid's predicament. All Might's excuse only added fuel to Aizawa's quickly growing flame as he struggled to remain rational. You left me alone with a captured serial killer, and didn't think to inform me. All Might's free hand rose to the back of his head where he habitually ruffled his hair. I didn't really think about it. I didn't know the kid would be so violent when he woke up. When he saw me in the underpass earlier, he was scared of me. His first instinct was to run, not fight. You fought him already too, didn't you? Did you think he was going to react like this? Something about that comment seemed to make the boy's covered smile grow wider. Why? He had no clue. Letting his annoyance leave him in a terribly exaggerated sigh, Aizawa looked back up at the muscle-covered man. No, I didn't, but you still should have told me before you decided to leave. I know you think this kid isn't a bad guy, but he's still a criminal and you need to treat him as such. Don't become irrational just because you're emotionally invested. Aizawa then looked at the kid. Are you ready to be cooperative now? Once the giant hand blocking Izuku's mouth was shifted enough to allow for a clearly spoken response, the doctor gave his reply. Why, of course, anything for the number one and his partner. Walking out of the doctor's containment room, the trio began their journey to the principal's office. No physical shackles could be seen anywhere on Izuku's body. To be fair, though, literal shackles were hardly needed when a gigantic, invincible man was acting as his guard. Oh, how the doctor vibrated with glee as he thought about the many experiments he'd planned. All Might was no small factor in his plan to achieve his goal. He'd spent countless nights lying awake as he theorized how he could make a subject strong enough to stand against even the strongest in the world on even footing. This was his long-awaited chance to see how well he'd done before he'd given up his failure of a product to the villains who invaded his laboratory. Walking far enough away that they thought he couldn't hear, All Might leaned over to Aizawa and whispered, "Why were you in so much trouble back there anyway? He should have been an easy opponent for the situation you were in." There's no point in being quiet, the doctor drawled with a smirk. You need to be much further away if your desire is to keep your words hidden from these ears. It wasn't as if it was that man's fault, at any rate. He's a terrible match for my creation. What do you mean by why? Aizawa was quick to cut off the useless conversation. Save your questions for when we're with the principal. He'll need to know all of this, and it isn't as if you'll be able to do much with the information he gives you by yourself. Is that irritation I hear in your voice? The doctor asked the man he almost killed. Don't feel bad. There was literally nothing you could have done to stop my victory back there. Much to the doctor's disappointment, Aizawa didn't humor his insult with a response. Never mind that. The doctor never passed up a challenge. He would learn what made the man tick before he made his departure. Such a brilliant test subject would be wasted if he didn't take advantage of the opportunities presented to him. Plopping into a cushioned chair, the doctor analyzed the elegantly decorated office he found himself in. Keenly aware of the number one hero's looming presence from the back of the room, the doctor made sure to stay very blatantly comfortable in his posture. He was far too intelligent to risk a move now, but that didn't mean he was panicking. Unfortunately for his escape plan, the number one took every plausible chip from his corner of the game board. With nothing to throw away for a risky bet, he had no choice but to await the game master's interference. That was until the large chair in front of him turned to reveal a small rodent that had his eyes glistening with malevolent interest. There were many things the doctor expected. To be interrogated? Absolutely. To torment his interrogators to no end with countless mind games. He had not a single doubt. To meet the one bizarre creature he'd been dying to reconnect with for years, however, had him reeling with unanticipated excitement. "I know you," were the words that sultrily skipped out of the doctor's mouth. Despite the rudely timed interruption, the principal didn't skip even the slightest beat. "Is that so? Please, do explain, Mr. Phantom." Now, Nezu," the doctor spouted smoothly as he folded his hands comfortably on top of the table. "Is that any way to greet an old friend?" The doctor almost had to slap himself to keep the snarl from spreading through his voice at the animalistic, aggressive sheen glowing in Nezu's eyes upon recognizing his unique manner of speech. He always loved a challenge, and Nezu had been the most interesting of them all. Did our countless games truly mean so little? Nezu threw out his dangerously escalating emotions. They would do no good here. Around half of his predictions dealt with the involvement of this man, so he couldn't be shocked that he was here now. Nezu honestly hoped that, for the first time in his life, he was incorrect, but he could no longer lie to himself. "Dr. Ketsuru, The predatorial gleam of the child's canines peeking through his upturned lips gave the principal all the confirmation he needed. I suspected you had something to do with this. The doctor leaned forward, as if trying to insert himself directly into the principal's consciousness. So you do remember? Yes, I was behind the phantoms. How very anticlimactic that the case was finally cracked by none other than the world's most overrated lab rat. Falling into the routine that had been hammered into the principal's head through the years he'd spent in his own personal hell, he played off of the comment without a hitch. And how anticlimactic that one of Japan's most notorious serial killers had to be created by a second-rate microbiologist with the world's most overrated sob story. The confident sneer that sat eerily on a child's face turned very quickly into a scowl. He looked like he was about to explode until he let out the most sincere laughter the doctor was capable of delivering. The wit I taught you is one of the few creations I take true pride in. The doctor's posture relaxed back into his seat again with his face adorned with that self-satisfied smirk Nezu remembered so vividly. Even if he won the encounter, it soured his mood to know that, even still, Dr. Katsuro owned the uncanny ability to suck every ounce of triumph out of his victory. Knowing that it continues to serve you well only brightens my spirit further. Nezu, what a brilliant experiment we performed together. Dr. Kuro and I, it is truly a shame it had to come to an end. We learned so much from picking you apart, Principal. I wonder if, when you lie down at night, you can still feel the incisions I left in the wake of my prodding. Interrupted by All Might's expanded fist hitting a wall behind him, the doctor refused to hold back his smirk. It was too late. The faint cloudiness in the principal's irises gave Dr. Katsuro all the information he needed. It seemed like his experiments did leave lasting mental damage after all. It was a small taint in the wake of the brilliant end result, but it was still a taint nonetheless. Seeing the cloudiness recede almost as fast as it came was a good sign, though. And the next question asked of him made him positively delighted. Nezu just had to collect his emotions and remind himself that he was the king of this room. Watching his experiment overcome his own mind so efficiently by finding his center and bolstering his sense of confidence filled him with pride. His second favorite subject was handling the side effects of the experiment so well. So how did you decipher a method of implanting yourself into this child's consciousness? Surely, there should be no benefit to it. He wouldn't go so far for so very little, Nezu said with just a bit of condescension leaking into his tone. You underestimate just how far I'll go, rat, but I didn't place myself here. Messing around with his brain like that could have ruined my only successful trial. Dr. Katsuro chuckled at the ironic situation. I controlled every single aspect of my experiment's life. Surely, you can remember, since he may as well have been raised by me. Unlike you, all he knew was my command. Once the absolute control I had on him ran away with my life, he found himself lost. He wasn't capable of living without the presence of my hand, so his brain came up with the only thing it could think of to keep him stable enough to survive. It was absolutely brilliant. He spent so many years trying to kill me just to realize he needed me right after the deed was done. It made a sick sort of sense. Nezu barely escaped the doctor's schemes with a mind intact enough to reintegrate with society. And he had a quirk that specialized in mental fortitude and adaptation. A spike of cold ran through the animal's chest at the thought of such a thing happening to a normal child. And the poor boy wasn't lucky enough to have an experimental theme based mostly around mental subjects either. It seemed much more physical. Hell, he didn't even have Dr. Kuro there to hold back Katsuro's sadistic tendencies, however small of a help that might have been. The torture that the boy must have gone through was nearly unfathomable to the intelligent rodent. And he was most likely the only other being in Japan who could come even close to truly understanding the child's situation. The principal was thoroughly informed about the death of Dr. Katsuro and the situation surrounding it. All Might reported his contact with a disintegrated lab, empty of all things except for a dead man with a hole traveling through his head. Even the weapon that must have caused the hole was added to the piles of dust covering the floor like a desert sea. He found comfort in the knowledge that such a malicious, conniving man finally met his end. It was unfortunate that he was brought back so stunningly similar to the man he knew before, even if he was kept prisoner by a separate personality. Like he was reading Nezu's mind from an eloquently written book, the doctor continued proudly, boasting the child's achievements as his own. Yes, the boy's work was startlingly accurate. He harbored nearly everything I told him since our first meeting on my table. He must have a memory almost on par with you to piece everything together with such staggering detail. I honestly don't think I could have made me better myself. All of my uncensored muttering over the years apparently gave him enough information to create an almost exact replica. Besides my younger years, all of my important experiences were held right in Izuku's pretty little brain. I'm very fortunate that I was so open with him during my experiments. Ah, yes, about that, Nezu said in a chipper tone. May I speak with the child? He's the reason we saved you at all. A cocky smirk flashed on the doctor's face. Unfortunately, it's almost impossible to overpower Izuku's mind thanks to all of his mental hardening. Courtesy of me, by the way. The reason I'm out and about right now is due to nothing more than the fact that he's choosing to stay lost. Pitiful that a small girl has such a significant sway over him. A harsh scowl worked its way onto Izuku's otherwise peaceful expression. If there wasn't still a chance she could be alive, he might have already killed himself enough times to actually stay dead. Now understanding the situation in a much more concise manner than before, Principal Nezu crossed his hands over his lap, confidently leveling his gaze on the boy before him. How very surprising. The principal had actually been wrong. His emotional reaction to Dr. Katsuro actually overpowered his logical side, even if it was normally so dominant. This was no longer a dangerous psychopath that held no semblance of empathy or reason beyond his own curiosity. This was nothing more than a powerful child that needed hope. That he could deal with. Well then, Dr. Katsuro, I'll need for you to behave yourself and work for both of our best interests here while Mr. Midoriya takes his time healing. Seeing the doctor release a huff of laughter at his seemingly unbacked command did nothing to dissuade the principal's assurance of his victory. See, I'm in a bit of a bind. The new progressively leaning citizens of Japan are urging their government for a more reformation-geared criminal justice system than the punitive one we have currently. So in an effort to regain some of the population's appeal, UA is looking for skilled, redeemable villains to act as a sort of teacher's aide in the classroom. They need to be feared, and they need to be powerful. I already have one for the hero class of 1B, but one currently remains startlingly empty. Time is almost up, and I believe I may have found what could possibly be the best solution I have ever been presented with. If Nezu had thought the doctor's previous laughter in this conversation was sincere, then this must have been Dr. Katsuro's first display of genuine human emotion since he became the knowledge-hungry man he was today. With a large smile on his face, the doctor lashed out with his tongue, almost setting the room ablaze with his aggressiveness. Really, Principal, behave. Now, what makes you think that you have the power to command that? That's simple. If you don't do as I say, you'll lose your court hearing and, at best, end up in a mental institution. Once you're there, that is where you will stay for the remainder of your life. Allowing his own sadistic nature that had been simmering in his stomach for years to rise through his throat like a blazing inferno just waiting for a target, he pushed it further. I wonder, if I visited you in a few years, what that amount of time without any experiments would do to your psyche. It would be glorious to see the infamous Dr. Katsuro reduced to nothing more than a mumbling mess of pain and anxiety. Imagine how agonizingly excruciating it would be to have such a powerful itch left unscratched for so very long. A dangerous glint in the principal's eyes very nearly knocked the doctor off of his game. Just thinking about it makes me want to do an experiment. You truly think any type of cage could hold me? Your pet hero hasn't been able to report yet, so let me make this clear. My creation was meant to kill all for one, and his power is growing to meet that goal with every passing moment, with me in his body. He's truly one of the most dangerous people in Japan. Not even your infinitely useful quirk suppressant cuffs or your petty teacher of the year's power can stop me from using the abilities I bestowed upon the boy. A small chuckle accompanied his last words. There's literally nothing you can use as leverage over me, Nezu. You should know better than to oppose my will. With all of the explosions rocking the room with every syllable spoken from the two dueling men, All Might nearly missed the utterance of a name he'd been trying to repress for years. All for one. How the hell did this boy know such a powerful name? He was almost going to interrupt the conversation, but the two destructive forces at play waited for no man, not even the most powerful one in the country. Ah, yes, Nezu drawled, relishing in the way he held so much power over a man he hated so vehemently. Back in the day, you were a man no one could best. You were almost as smart as me. And you had absolutely nothing you cared about. Not a single person. Not even the symbol of peace could take you down in your prime because your plans encompassed every possible angle, but you're not Dr. Katsuro, and you're most certainly not in your prime. There's one thing that tethers you now, and it destroys your entire air of invulnerability in an instant. The boy is now the one holding the wheel. You're nothing more than a backseat driver. If that girl is alive, we will most definitely find her, and if you, for even a second, think about doing something in that mental ward, I will personally make sure that you never see her again. Do you truly think that you have the resources to keep a corporation as large as UA away from one little girl? The doctor's hands flew to his temple as something akin to a metal spike jammed its way through his brain. The kid was actually fighting for control. The principal managed to find the one subject that his creation was keen on. That he was the one who unwittingly muttered about how much the boy cared about her was something he did not care to think about. However, Nezu offered, his voice turning far softer and filled with promises. If a certain someone was able to comply with our wishes, it's possible that we could arrange a way for us to find the child quickly and even, maybe, see that you two could stay together. UA is influential and trusted. We even have the number one on our side. I'm sure there's something we could work out if we tried hard enough. As the doctor felt himself fade into the background with a tug, he decided to leave with a few spiteful words. Well played, Nezu, I taught you well. Let's see if you can control a child trained personally by me. It would be a shame if this were to backfire. I can't imagine how bad the backlash would be if you took such a dangerous child under your wing only for him to ruin everything in the future. Seeing the very light of a person's eyes change in an instant was disconcerting, but the principal was very aware of what it signaled. The extensively serious gaze sent directly into his pupils was more than enough to convince Nezu that this was honestly the face of someone who cared. In a voice that had lost every ounce of condescending sarcasm held by the doctor, Principal Nezu finally met the serial killer phantom in all of his glory. What do I have to do? The two scrutinizing gazes running up and down Izuku's carefully guarded frame made him feel thoroughly uncomfortable. He would rather kill himself than let either of them glean that tiny bit of information from his body language, though. He was sure that his current posture had already filled the room stock full with nothing but the highest degree of confidence. If he could intimidate a ranked villains with his suffocating presence, then he was sure that he could at least achieve something to a similar degree with the two in front of him. They may have been the most politically powerful people he'd ever met outside of combat, but everything had been going to plan so far. He knew all too well how much leverage they had in this situation. Sitting next to Nezu and Japan's #1 hero, Izuku knew that this was winnable. With a quiet scoff, the Prime Minister leveled with the rodent. Please, Nezu, you can't seriously expect me to go along with this. You aren't playing some game of chess. The backlash we would get from skipping a public trial and giving him to UA, with nothing but a few flimsy technicalities, could very easily destroy everyone in this room. Izuku still marveled at the fact that Nezu could call an audience with both the Prime Minister and the Minister of Defense like he was calling a few of his students to his office for a parent conference. It was a part of society that he both loved and hated. Heroes, while being nothing more than a specialized emergency response team, were more akin to a celebrity than a public defender. On top of this, they acted as Japan's only real defense from high-scale criminal activity within their borders. This meant that they held immense sway on public opinion and, at the same time, cuffed the government's hands because of their over-reliance on them for national protection. Unfortunately for almost everyone, yet beneficial to Izuku at the moment, this allowed for the upper echelons of hero society to get almost anything they wanted. That the hero's wants happened to include the uncontested possession of a nationally infamous serial killer. Well, that was just good fortune finally shining its light upon him. In Izuku's opinion, it was about damn time. These may be technicalities, Prime Minister, but I assure you that they're more than enough to warrant this decision and make the public understand. Not only was he under a direct threat of death for his most serious crimes, his less serious ones easily fit him in with others in our program. That, combined with his immense power and his ability to help in a prominent kidnapping case UA is currently investigating, makes him a prime candidate. Seeing that the two men were still on the fence, Nezu gave one final push. I know you got the name, Dr. Katsuro, in my message to you. We have more than enough evidence to prove that this boy here is undoubtedly one of the missing persons connected to the doctor's various experiments. A chuckle came from the Minister of Defense before he spoke for the first time since this meeting's beginning. Come now, we both know that all of the evidence on the scene was completely obliterated. It was astounding how confident he seemed in his statement. It didn't fool Izuku. Dr. Katsuro never censored himself in front of the boy. A mere number in a multitude of experiments held no significance to the man. He was starkly honest in his ramblings about whatever piqued his fancy during the trials he conducted, and he was always thorough. Everyone of true importance knew the name of Dr. Katsuro. In all honesty, it might as well have been considered a necessary prerequisite to joining any position of real importance. Considering this, it would seem very odd that absolutely everyone outside of that tight-knit group had probably never heard of the last name Katsuro unless they had an uncanny passion for genetic engineering. Or, perhaps, that wouldn't be odd at all. The doctor had many ties with important people, both criminal masterminds and political geniuses alike. Whether the intentions of a person were good or bad, without power, nothing could be accomplished. Where that power came from, however, was far less important. A leading member of the Yakuza who needed enhancement in strength or an up-and-coming politician whose only hope of winning was an underhanded scheme would both find Dr. Katsuro to be their man. It was because of this that most prominent political figures had a connection to the doctor at some point. When thinking about it, this simple fact made everything so much clearer. Dr. Katsuro's labs were grand and expensive, his experiments were large-scale and highly illegal, and his goals were even more illustrious than both of those two combined. It would have been impossible to hide all of this from the government's eye, but power was power, and Dr. Katsuro used to be the easiest way to gain it besides going to Sensei himself. Of course, the government would be entangled in the web of corruption. They probably only sent All Might after Katsuro was found out by a high-ranking hero. It must have been a glorious day when they realized Tenko reduced everything in the lab to dust before he left. Izuku didn't hold a particular grudge against the people who chose to accept the doctor's help. At the same time, though, he couldn't deny that a certain sense of satisfaction rose in his chest at the obviously worried political figures in front of him. Ah, yes, the lab's destruction would put a tiny wrench in our plans. I wonder, though, if the effects of Dr. Katsuro's experiments would be distinct enough to prove his involvement with the boy despite the destruction of the scene itself. If there was a public trial, I doubt that even someone as meticulous as you could keep everything underground. Over the few days that Izuku had spent with Nezu, they'd bonded surprisingly well over their shared experience with the doctor. He was surprised that he could find another person who actually managed to escape the doctor's laboratory. However mentally scathed it left them in the aftermath. That bit of information he'd learned, though, left him largely unsurprised at the bestial rumble within Nezu's voice as he allowed himself to enjoy the moment. I have a feeling that the damage done from those information leaks will have a much more profound effect on you than skipping a trial will, but ultimately, the choice is yours. How many hits do you think your careers can take before they crumble? Nezu's question was responded to with an echoing smash as the defense minister's hand obliterated the wooden desk in between them. A dangerous sneer worked its way onto the man's face as the whites of his eyes began to shift into glowing violet. Is that a threat, Nezu? Adrenaline was beginning to make Izuku's body fidget as he struggled to remain in his seat. The man's irises and pupils fading out as glowing power leaked into the core of his eyes put Izuku so heavily on edge that he swore he'd already gone off of it. The blood in Izuku's veins rippled with anticipation as the man rose to his full height, staring intensely at the principal. Izuku's body started to flush as it heated up from the use of one of his most powerful abilities as he prepared to dash past the man. He may have been stuck in the quirk suppressant cuff that they insisted he wear, but he'd already discovered, thanks to the doctor's infuriatingly gleeful muttering in the back of his head, that while it was possible to take away his given quirk, it was far less possible to take away the doctor's powers. Just as he shifted to start his sprint, he was stopped by the look on Nezu's face. The rodent didn't seem to be tense at all. In fact, he looked completely unfazed by the defense minister's actions. Even as his elegant suit began to tighten around his expanding musculature, Nezu continued to act as if nothing was happening. It wasn't until he looked to his right and saw All Might sitting with his ever-exuberant smile that he understood. A fight in this room was simply an impossibility unless one of the room's occupants were insane. The teacher of Japan's most renowned hero school and the symbol of peace himself were present. Not to mention, on the other side of the table stood two of Japan's most important political players. If a fight were to break out, whichever party initiated it would take major flack. On top of this, a serious fight would end up with either the swift defeat of the two politicians or a catastrophically large-scale battle with trillions of yen in collateral damage if they could somehow compete with the likes of All Might. It seemed like the defense minister had already realized as much too because, despite his battle-ready frame, he stood very carefully on the other side of the destroyed table. He didn't even consider taking a step closer to them. It wasn't until after he noticed the restraint of the minister that he landed on the somewhat depressing fact that he was the insane one. If it wasn't for his two allies beside him, he would have most definitely attempted to kill the man. Everything would have been ruined in mere seconds because of his inability to stay calm. Now, Minister, is this really how your best and brightest acts in a time of high tension? A slice nearly flew through the air due to the sharpness of Nezu's tone. One wrong move and he could start a war. It's ironic that your own defense minister seems so bad at keeping the peace. Breaking his eyes from the form of the defense minister, Izuku looked down at his hands only to realize that there was a heavy stream of blood falling from both of them onto the ground. He'd unconsciously broken his palm's skin in preparation for the attack he was milliseconds away from performing. He'd never really thought about how quickly he resorted to violence when presented with a threat during his time on the streets or with the League. Truth be told, Izuku couldn't count the amount of times that exact reflex had saved his life. Using violence as plan was how everyone did it in the underground, and it had done nothing but serve him well through his days as the Phantom. Now, however, in a civilized setting, it was made very clear just how disastrous it could be. Izuku knew that it would be challenging to make this miraculous opportunity come to fruition, but fighting himself wasn't supposed to be part of the plan. He made a commitment at that exact moment to stay constantly vigilant when it came to controlling himself. He adapted to life with villains when he was forced into that world by Dr. Katsuro. If he could change himself so completely to survive with the League, he was sure he could change himself to survive with the heroes. Anything to make sure Eri ended up safe. While Izuku regained control, Nezu's sarcastic jesting at the defense minister's expense only further angered the opposition, just as horns began to sprout from the now All Might-sized man. All of the tension within the room was cut through the middle by a single, commanding hand latching onto the defense minister's wrist. Even though the old prime minister seemed to be perfectly relaxed, Izuku could tell from the texture around the gripped suit that the man's hold on his transforming colleague was unbelievably tight. Enough, the prime minister said in a sibilant whisper. The Prime Minister paused without wavering an inch, staring straight at Nezu. The way he used silence to control the room and bolster his intimidation factor reminded him quite a bit of Sensei's speech habit. Of course, compared to that man, the Prime Minister almost seemed like a child. It was an amazing effort, but he would never forget the way All for One could make him feel like he was choking on his own oxygen with just a simple pause in the conversation. On countless occasions, Izuku attempted to decipher some kind of quirk usage behind the physical pressure Sensei seemed to create with just his mind. Yet after every investigation, he would always come up negative, and the doctor would once again spit at Izuku in his usual, venomous tone that the quirk stealer was just a top-tier mental manipulator and understood human psychology to a scary degree. That anyone could potentially learn such a monstrous ability with nothing more than a massive amount of experience terrified him. Luckily, he'd never met anyone who could come close to matching Sensei in that regard. A painfully sharp yet warm feeling in the back of his head let him know that the doctor, however much he hated the man, seemed to agree. Done with waiting in silence, the Prime Minister let go of the now normal-sized defense minister and stood from his seated position, finally peeling his eyes away from Nezu to spend a few seconds looking at both All Might and Izuku separately. He turned and began walking out of the room. We're done here. Keep the murderer if you want. As long as he's contained, I don't care what happens to him, but you're going to have to be careful now, Nezu. I'm not the only one with things to hide anymore. If the wrong information gets out, you're ruined too. Pausing for just a moment with his hand on the door handle, he looked back at Nezu with a smirk. You've bitten off more than you can chew this time. Taking a wad of yen out of his pants pocket and throwing it on the floor, he swung the door to exit the room. That should be enough to cover the desk. My apologies for the damage. Good day, Principal. As the door shut, officially cutting off the connection between the two ministers and UA High School, Nezu let out a short breath before hopping out of his chair to get the tea kettle he'd been heating in his office. With his large smile still in place, All Might graciously accepted the cup of tea given to him by the principal once the animal poured enough for all three. I think that went well. But was this really necessary if you were so confident about the trial? For just a second, Nezu's face contorted into a slight scowl before he took a sip of his beverage. It didn't take a genius to realize how much Nezu hated losing. Unfortunately, All Might, I wasn't at all confident about a trial. Just as Izuku will be giving us a big boost with the portions of the public that are pushing for reform, the traditional method of criminal justice would get a boost from incarcerating Izuku with the people still supporting the more punitive system. It's all about proving which one works better. If he walked into a courtroom, it's unlikely he'd be getting out with anything less than admittance to an asylum. No, I was simply confident that specific corrupt government officials would find it more beneficial to skip over a trial completely. Luckily, I was right. None of this information had passed by Izuku from the beginning. This was the exact reason that both Nezu and himself decided unanimously to push for something akin to an exoneration. Only a fool would believe that a player in this game was just. When it came to true power, the game wasn't played by the rules, it was played by whatever suited the player's needs. Eri was only taken because Overhaul needed her quirk, UA was only helping him get her back because they needed his villainous reputation. And the government only cared about him when he became a threat to their legacy. If Izuku could find the one thing that a person wanted, then he could win. It was because of this fact that Izuku went through with this plan in the first place. Using UA was his best bet at getting Eri back quickly and safely. If he had to appeal to more powerful players than himself to get her, that was just how it had to be. A dark chuckle pounded its way through Izuku's head. That's right, Mr. Izuku, just like I taught you. And as much as Izuku wished he could deny it, the doctor was right. With his cup in hand, Nezu walked over to Izuku and retrieved his attention from the doctor. Now, just because there's no trial doesn't mean you're free from everything. If only to make sure the public feels safe about this decision, there will be restrictions put on you. Izuku wore a face that clearly expressed how little he cared about how much of his freedom would be taken. As long as I'm allowed to personally aid in Eri's investigation, I'll be cooperative with anything you request. As odd as it was for a villain reformee to make demands, Nezu didn't react. Why, of course, Mr. Midoriya. We'll require your assistance. Eri's kidnappers aren't a very prominent group right now, so we don't have much on them. Your help will be more than useful. Noting the deep breath Nezu took, Izuku prepared himself for the lengthy list of constraints that were about to be applied to his life. Despite the obviously exclusive nature of this conversation, however, All Might stayed very firmly in his seated position. Only stacking upon his confusion, Eraserhead walked through the door and sat in the corner of Nezu's office after confirming that the meeting had gone as planned. While he didn't quite understand their intentions, it wasn't as if Izuku particularly cared if other people knew of his fate. Ignoring the two witnesses to his sentencing, Izuku decided to not bring up any objections. Now, first things first, I believe we should start with your living arrangements. Despite how determined he was to rescue Eri, He didn't like the way that comments seemed to be directed toward more people than himself. The smooth feeling of his new hoodie had been making Izuku feel increasingly out of place since it was gifted to him by his sponsor. He was far from unfamiliar with comfortable clothing, and it wasn't as if he didn't have access to higher-grade gear if he so desired, but he'd always preferred to spend that extra bit of cash on Eri when he got the chance. The truly high-quality clothes went to her. That was just how it went, and he had no qualms about the situation. With that said, however, the amount of money Yue had to blow on nothing more than a whim was confounding. Besides the apparel he wore as a villain's suit, he'd never once laid hands on anything so extravagant. Just the thought that this corporation could afford to make every single one of his outfits on the rank of his villain costume made him feel nothing less than scummy. Nevertheless, he knew exactly the role he had to play at this school to uphold his end of the deal. Unfortunately, that meant he would have to dress the part. Passing the boy a larger stack of clothes that fit his stated preferences, Aizawa went into the living room and plopped himself onto the couch. That should hold you for now. You can order anything else you need online in a bit. Yue, we'll have it here by tomorrow morning. Izuku walked to the 3-person bedroom that he was designated and placed his clothes in the plain cabinets they'd apparently furnished the room with upon its completion. How they made such a large building in such a short amount of time could be attributed to none other than Cementos. They must seriously overwork that poor man. It surprised Izuku that All Might decided to sleep in the same room as him despite his current problem with the amount of time he could spend as his alter ego. Nezu must have told the man how much he knew. Contrasting with his expectations, the number of physical restraints put on him were rather low. Both of them knew that there was no need for the principal to restrict him. The green-haired boy could be easily kept in place by nothing more than the fact that Nezu held the only thing he desired. Acting up now would only set back his goal, and Nezu knew he was far too intelligent to do something so foolish. For the moment, at least, he was allowed most of his freedoms within UA. As campus, obviously, though, there were certain measures taken, even though it physically pained Izuku to admit it. The barriers placed in the way of a potential escape were more than enough to make the likelihood of his success staggeringly low. The first and strongest barrier placed in his way was the fact that All Might was assigned to his dorm. Even if he were to find a way through all of the other countermeasures, that man served as an impassable wall as long as he remained present on or around the school grounds. All Might was an exceedingly effective tool for guaranteeing his stay on campus should he decide to leave. But he couldn't be present at all times and had to rest eventually. It was during these times that Nezu had to get creative. Strapped firmly to Izuku's person was a sleeve that covered Izuku's left leg from his heel to the top of his calf. This sleeve had 2 main tasks to perform. The first was to keep tabs on him via the GPS locator placed somewhere within the device. The second was to monitor his vitals and suppress his ability to heal. By now, it was common knowledge among UA as staff that Izuku's most dangerous ability remained unaffected by the whims of Quirk suppressant ability. Unfortunately, UA's battle efficiency relied a lot on Eraserhead. Izuku knew that none of the teachers here landed in the cannon fodder barrel with the majority of the heroes he'd met over the years. But just because they weren't cannon fodder didn't mean they could compete with the likes of an S+ villain like himself. Without the ability to erase his quirk, he was confident that he could take on most of UA's staff single-handedly. So as a solution, Nezu also put lethal drugs in his sleeve, gave every hero on campus a button to activate it, and set it up to inject him itself should he attempt to pry it off with his blood. At its worst, UA's staff could inject him before he managed to take his constraints off, forcing him to break the anklet and heal his injuries mid-fight. At best, he would be able to rip the constraints off of his ankle and attempt to purge himself of the poison before the heroes descended upon his location. Either way, Izuku would be put on his back foot from the start of the fight. Despite this, Izuku still thought that he could win if he played his cards correctly after the sleeve came off if it wasn't for one monumental problem. Unfortunately for Izuku, Nezu stood as the final barrier in his escape if he chose to attempt one. Izuku intentionally hid his most complex and powerful abilities, and he was absolutely sure that Nezu was not foolish enough to reveal his whole hand either. If the rodent could so efficiently counter him with the limited amount of info he possessed, Izuku had no doubt that Nezu had more backups in place that could possibly be even more effective than the ones Izuku was personally aware of. He wouldn't be surprised if the principal somehow convinced some of the top 10 heroes to move their daily patrols closer to the UA campus. There were so many possible complications that any person with a working brain could see how pointless an escape would be. Izuku could see his assumptions coming true with every passing moment that he spent absorbing his surroundings. There was just something about the house's design that seemed fake, like it wasn't designed to be cozy or aesthetically pleasing, but for something else. His wandering eyes eventually landed on a large mirror installed into the wall next to his bed. Normally, such a vanity would be considered positive. Under the circumstances, though, it seemed out of place. Cautiously walking toward the reflective surface, Izuku considered, just for a moment, that was being a bit too paranoid. As he reached his pointer finger out to poke the mirror, he realized that paranoia was par for the course with the principal. There was no space between his finger and the reflection of it. Nezu always did love our little games, whether he admits it or not. A large smile of excitement worked its way unwillingly onto Izuku's face as someone else looked through his to stare into the camera behind that two-way glass. Too bad he'll never win one against me. Izuku quickly forced his way back into control and looked away from the camera. He always hated it when someone doubted his intellect while Dr. Katsuro was present. It never failed to prod the man into activity. The comment Dr. Katsuro made, though, was far from useless or inaccurate. Nezu did, in fact, seem to be playing games with him. That camera in the mirror was far too obvious for someone of Nezu's caliber to place it there for any other reason than to have it discover. That mirror wasn't the rat's way of trying to keep tabs on him. It was a challenge, a dare. He could practically feel the rat goading him to try something. Deep down, Izuku knew he loved these games too, even if he preferred to avoid them as much as possible lest he start to feel too much like the man who raised him. Izuku didn't need to escape to get what he wanted, but the boy couldn't say that he wasn't tempted to act on the principal's declaration for no other reason than to see the rodent's face when he was beaten. Alas, Izuku knew what game he was playing. At least until he got Uri, Nezu's invitation would have to go unaccepted. Oh, Mr. Izuku, you know as well as I, allies in this world are always tentative. Izuku was pulled out of his head by All Might's hearty voice. It's quite the house, isn't it? Even though he was lost in thought, Izuku was hardly surprised by the man's presence. It had been impossible to sneak up on him for years now. His senses were tinkered with so much that a person would literally have to levitate if they wished to bypass his hearing. Just because he knew All Might had spoken, however, didn't mean that he felt like speaking back. The way he thought about All Might was heavily skewed by Dr. Katsuro. He was engineered to defeat All for One, which, by definition, required him to surpass the man who could not defeat his chosen enemy, even though he had no particular plans to accomplish the doctor's goals, and he knew that those experiments were far from All Might's fault. It was difficult to pry himself from the grasp of things that had been pounded into his head every single day for years, skipping over the lack of a response as if it had never happened. All Might continued with his one-sided conversation. Of course, there's no reason to get antsy. We'll only be spending as much time as needed to settle down. We'll be getting you into connection with Sir Night-Eye by tomorrow so you can tell him everything you know that could help with Uri and her kidnappers. This comment, unlike the last, was enough to coax Izuku into a response regardless of his previous desire to avoid conversation with the muscular man. I thought that you would be the ones directly investigating the case. All Might's eyes softened a little as he looked past Izuku's dangerously glinting eyes to see the comment for what it really was. All Might had a feeling that Midoriya was different from the rest of the criminals, but the way he fought so hard for the small girl he'd seen in the boy's care truly convinced him that his feelings were correct. He cared. All Might's genuine laugh disarmed Izuku completely. Not to worry, my boy. Yue is completely invested in Uri's case. Sir Night-Eye has been investigating the remnants of the Yakuza for a while now, so Nezu decided that it would be best to team up with his agency. The more the merrier, right? Izuku was taken aback by All Might's semi-affectionate way of referring to him, but he made sure that none of that surprise would seep into his expression. With practiced neutrality, he nodded to let All Might know that he agreed. Night-Eye is a competent hero. I don't mind his help. All Might's smile dulled slightly as he averted eye contact with Izuku. Yes, he is. Izuku was very aware of both All Might's previous partnership with Night-Eye and their less than desirable separation. Izuku, against his will, had every ounce of information on both All Might and Sensei ingrained into his head. Everything that happened after he was whisked away from the facility. Well, he was there for. He would save All Might from reliving his past. It wasn't as if he really wanted to delve into the man's history either. Springing back quickly from his saddened state, All Might got to the true purpose of his sudden arrival. Aizawa will be leaving for his patrol soon, so he won't be able to come, but Nezu has decided that we should go and talk to Power Loader about your gear anyway. You can always catch him up tomorrow while we head over to Night-Eye's agency. Izuku nodded so All Might knew he understood. His gear was very important for his most powerful abilities. He needed to make sure that he had the necessary equipment before he ran into yet another dire situation unprepared. That did not, however, mean he was particularly excited to go to a hero for his upgrades. After we're done with Power Loader, Nezu requested that we take a tour of the campus while he outlines what the specifics of your job will be while you're here. Izuku nodded once again. It seemed like that was going to be his response to a lot of things for a while. "I'll be out in a second." All Might's laugh followed him out of their room. "I'll be waiting in the living room, my boy." True to his word, All Might was waiting by the door when he emerged from his room. Once the man saw him enter the living room, he placed a huge, inviting grin on his face. Izuku wasn't sure why, but the number one actually seemed to not hate him. The paragon of virtue and righteousness, revered by the entire world for his heroic nature, was being kind to a murderer. Izuku didn't trust it for a second. His head vibrated with the doctor's antagonistic grumble. "It's because, deep down, you two aren't as different as I wish you were." Izuku didn't have anything to respond with. Personally, the boy couldn't see many similarities, but Izuku supposed that it was probably a good thing if the doctor disliked a part of him. There's nothing good about being weak. That came across as weird to Izuku, who knew very well just how strong All Might was. He didn't think about it too hard. Katsuro had very unorthodox opinions on many things. Trying to discern what was reality and what only existed in the doctor's very small world would only end up wasting his time. The doctor released a dark chuckle, seemingly amused by his creation's inability to understand. "You'll see what I mean soon enough, Mr. Izuku." Izuku did not have any time to think upon the doctor's cryptic response because of the large hand planted on his shoulder. "Are you ready to go, my boy?" Izuku nodded, feeling very uncomfortable with the skin-to-skin contact. If All Might noticed Izuku's discomfort, however, he made no action to alleviate it. With a laugh, All Might turned around and opened the door for the boy. "Well then, off we go." Needless to say, the walk to Power Loader's workshop was no less awkward than the rest of their encounters thus far, since the hero seemed to be content with their silence, though Izuku decided that he wouldn't fight the circumstances. His negative feelings were soon drowned out by his eagerness as they approached UA's main building. Going such a large amount of time without his equipment, as short as it may have seemed to some, had left him feeling vulnerable and exposed. Over the last few years, his gear became an irreplaceable part of him. He developed an entire combat style around his equipment, and suddenly being left without it for the first time in about 2 years was beginning to take its toll. It didn't make him feel good to know that his equipment, if it could not be retrieved from the clearing in which he fought Overhaul, would be in the hands of a hero. At this point, though, he would take equipment from a disreputable black market broker if it meant that he could get his hands on the gear he'd invented with his connections. Izuku ignored the curiosity bubbling in his brain, courtesy of the doctor, in favor of looking around the vast UA campus. Dr. Katsuro was gone a bit before he'd come up with his most powerful ability. It was a good thing that he was absent for its discovery too. The mumbling would have made it impossible to properly train. As they opened the door to the building and began ascending the staircase that sat at the end of the first-floor hallway, Izuku took note of the clanking of a hammer on metal. It was doubtful that All Might would pick up the sound for a few more flights, but Izuku could hear the clanging from here. The rhythmic beat of a hammer accompanied him all the way up the stairs until they reached the source of the noise. Pushing the door open, the two soon-to-be co-workers entered the support department's workshop. Power Loader's large frame turned to look at the entering duo, and a hearty smile bloomed on his face when he saw who it was. "Good, I was expecting you. I'm glad you decided to cooperate with us." A nod was all Power Loader got in response. It didn't seem to bother him, however, and he continued as he did with any new coworkers. "I'm sure you know that I'm Power Loader, but since we'll be working together, you may refer to me as Hagari. Before we get to specifics, I have to inform you that, as an employee with a record, your access to equipment will be limited to when your direct superior gives you permission to use it. I can make you almost everything, but any lethal equipment you carry will have to be replaced by similar, non-lethal versions until otherwise notified. Killing someone while you're here, unless it is during the direst of circumstances, will ruin everything for both you and us." All Might walked over to a chair that was close enough to remain in the loop but far enough away that he wouldn't be an annoyance. He knew how much it sucked to have someone hovering while discussing these types of things. "You don't have to worry about that," Izuku said. "I don't need any real equipment besides my mask. Did you happen to find any of my gear when you searched the clearing?" Power Loader solemnly shook his head. "I'm sorry. We sent a few heroes to examine the area, and it wasn't just your gear that we couldn't find. There wasn't a single mark left on the scene." Izuku cursed quietly under his breath. That answer was exactly what he was expecting. Overhaul must have come back and used his quirk to erase everything that happened in the clearing. Izuku wasn't sure how much there would have been to find anyway, but he was a fool to have not expected Overhaul's thoroughness. "I don't have any schematics for how my mask works, so we'll just start with the clothing. All I need is a basic hoodie, a breathable undershirt, and flexible jeans. I don't need anything special on them, just make sure they're as comfortable as possible. What you do to them to achieve that doesn't matter to me. Make sure that my hoodie is black and that my jeans are dark as well. I'll also need a knife. It isn't for combat. I need it to make my blood easily accessible." Power Loader was surprised by the lack of specifics regarding the boy's costume. He did suppose that villains usually took whatever they could get. But it was odd that the boy didn't want anything more now that he had the resources. At least it made his job easier than it normally was. The minimalist designs were always the best in his opinion. Well, I can do the clothing, but the knife is a no-go, even if it's for your quirk. It'll look bad to the people if a villain has a knife on hand. If it's the blood you need, though, I can put some kind of mechanism in your hoodie that'll extract blood. I can make it kind of like Vlad's if that interests you. Izuku had to hold back a chuckle at the mention of Vlad King. It was almost insulting to try and make anything about him similar to that direct downgrade. The man had a somewhat similar ability to himself, but the lack of creativity the hero portrayed with it made the boy sick. No, I don't want anything like that. It's meant for more than the blood. I have many easier methods to access my ability if I need it done quickly. I use a knife because I want my opponents to see that I don't fear pain. If you can't give me one, I'll just take care of it myself. All Might's eyebrows quirked at that information. It was ultimately true, of course, that it made people uncomfortable when someone showed a distinct lack of care for their own well-being. That did not, however, mean that it was a tactic that should be used on a regular basis. There was a reason it made people so queasy. It was an unhealthy philosophy and highly self-destructive in even the best scenarios. If Power Loader agreed with All Might, he showed no indication of it. Very well, if that's what you want. What about the mask? Izuku sighed at the loss of his own creation. He'd carried that mask with him since he'd made it years ago. Giving away its design to someone he didn't trust in the slightest was a hit that he wasn't expecting to ever have to take. But it was essential to his abilities, so he swallowed his pride and released info on his mask's inner complexity to a hero for the first time in his life. My mask is more of an oxygen tank than something to disguise my identity. Don't worry about design, just make the front of it curved and barren. I'll deal with the aesthetics at a later date on my own. The mask needs to seal to my face without a strap in the back, and it obviously needs to be able to take some damage without shattering. The trick is to incorporate some method of introducing pure oxygen into the mask without making it heavy or clunky. Put the option for thermal vision into the eyes, and make sure that the eyes glow red when I turn it on. Power Loader's expression clearly displayed how immensely he disliked that plan. I'm sure you realize just how dangerous breathing pure oxygen is. It doesn't improve any of your physical abilities, and it's unbelievably toxic. I can't, in good conscience, make you gear that'll kill you. The man Izuku got to help him with his equipment the first time said the same thing. Don't worry, I know what it does. It's meant to help me with one of my abilities. I will not be using it under normal circumstances. Power Loader was more than a little skeptical. It wasn't every day that someone needed a fatal substance to aid with their powers. However, at the end of the day, it was up to his customer to find a proper use for his creations, not himself. A resigned sigh told Izuku that he would be getting what he wanted. I'll make it for you, but I'm requiring a controlled test run of the mask before I will release it to you with the rest of your costume. That was fair enough in Izuku's eyes. He'd performed an uncountable amount of tests on the mask himself before using it in the field. That a hero with actual safety codes to follow was intent on doing the same thing didn't surprise him. It was hardly an inconvenience. He'd passed the tests in the end. That's fine. How long will it take before it's ready? Izuku asked. Power Loader took a moment to contemplate exactly how long he would need to make everything. It was a very low-maintenance costume design. Even with the unknown factors that might display themselves while he worked on a piece of equipment he'd never attempted to create before, he was fairly certain that this would be a short and sweet process. About 4 or 5 days. Izuku's eyes widened at the estimated time. He'd only asked because he was expecting the time to be anywhere between 2 or 3 weeks to over a month. Even with Sensei making the orders, he'd never once received an order within a week. There were a lot of things that went into getting equipment as a villain. Large sums of money had to be transferred without causing suspicion. Resources had to be gathered somehow, trade locations had to be decided upon beforehand, and everything had to be triple-checked for quality. Sometimes, Izuku would have to throw out entire suits if they were found to be lacking, after which he would inevitably have to hunt down the one that ripped him off and teach them why he wasn't one to be f'd with before forcing him to make another that fit his standards. There were multitudes of missions that Izuku had to partake in without proper equipment because of the copious amounts of time it could take to get his hands on gear that performed its task adequately. Good, Izuku said, horribly attempting to keep his surprise in check. Will you notify me when it's done? Of course. With that out of the way, All Might and Izuku made their leave to attend Nezu's tour of the campus. Izuku was practically jumping with joy. A bland expression on his face was proof of it. Izuku was met with the sight of a perky, smiling principal once they'd gone through the sliding doors that led to the courtyard. The rodent seemed genuinely excited to show off the school, something that Izuku could respect. He didn't like heroes much at all, but taking pride in what someone created was something he could get behind. You've seen the courtyard a few times already, but I don't believe you've been able to truly appreciate it yet. From here you'll be able to travel to UA. exit quite a bit ahead of us, as well as the dorm system to our left, the Gen Ed department to our right, and the various amenities we offer scattered throughout the campus. The building you just came out of is home to the support department, the hero department, and the offices of most of the faculty that you will be interacting with, including myself. Izuku scoffed. Why do you keep all of the Gen Ed students separated from the main building where all of the teachers' offices are? Nezu's eyes squinted with his smile as he tilted his head slightly. Is that so odd, Mr. Midoriya? We aren't just a hero training school, you know. We are a campus, and the Gen Ed classes are setting themselves up to be scientists, doctors, lawyers, and more. The teachers that are in this building specialize in hero work and support item creation. They would be out of their depth in a calculus or physics classroom, so we hire doctorates to teach classes and perform research in the Gen Ed department, and their offices reside there too. You, however, are going to be interacting mostly with the heroics and support side of our campus, so it's unlikely that you will be interacting with Gen Ed professors often. That was a surprisingly good answer. Izuku had seen so much discrimination against normal people that he'd started a habit of assuming the worst of heroes from the get-go. Nezu began to descend the stairs and glanced back at the two men to make sure they could hear him properly. Walk with me. We'll go see the dorms first. Izuku followed after a moment's pause. So, what is it that I have to do here? Nezu hummed slightly. Yes, that is the question, isn't it? You see, we're in a position where we need to prove that some villains can be reintegrated if just given a chance, and that it'd be more useful to everyone if we strive to give them that chance. We could try to make a class of villains, but that's unrealistic. We would need to split our resources too much to teach an entire new class of people that have very likely missed several years of education or more. And that's not even considering how dangerous and difficult it would be to properly handle such a large group of deadly individuals. No, we would be risking too much for such a small margin of success. Instead, I've decided to take in a few educated, intelligent, talented villains that we can closely monitor and control while using their talents to make the next generation of heroes even better than the last, showing the world that reformation is both possible and worthwhile. Nezu looked at Izuku and held his arms out as if presenting him to customers at a car dealership. That's where you come in. We're going to attempt to reintegrate you into society. Not through teaching you, but through having you teach others. We'll attach you to a class with a homeroom teacher. You'll stay with them through their school day while helping wherever the teacher you serve under sees fit. You'll supervise them, advise them, and protect them. Here at UA, we can teach our hero students many things. We can show them how to fight, how to manage public reputation, how to deal with politics, and how to save people in need. But we can't show them what it's like to encounter a real villain or how real villains think and live. You can give them the experience and knowledge that we, people who have never once been in your shoes, could ever provide. That is your job. Well, Nezu wasn't kidding when he mentioned being stuck in a pickle during their first meeting. This was a huge risk, and it required a very strict and careful selection of villains that held enough reputation to make an impact yet enough self-control and intelligence to maintain a plausible level of obedience. Izuku was confident that he could adequately perform the role of protector, but the thought of teaching a bunch of entitled brats what it was going to be like in the real world immediately set off alarms in his head. So, what, am I meant to be some sort of glorified babysitter? Nezu smiled at the boy's incredulous tone after watching him be the epitome of neutrality throughout their small amount of time together. I suppose that's one way to look at it, but I consider your job to be more akin to the class's ward or a teacher's assistant. Watching the boy become unhappier with the proposition by the second, Nezu decided to steer it in a different direction. This isn't just for us, you know. Staying attached to a class like this will be beneficial to you as well. Izuku's skeptical face did nothing to deter the principal. You're in a very precarious situation too. You're an infamous villain with a record longer than even I can remember off the top of my head. People will be waiting to see if we can justify your pardon and your position on our roster. If your class can make a noticeable enough improvement over the classes that came before them, it's very possible that people might see you as a beneficial addition to the school, even if they hate you. The rat had a point. Even if his exoneration didn't go public for a while, it would come out eventually that the Phantom became a member of a highly prestigious hero university. He had no shortage of enemies, and a large portion of them were members of Japan's lawful society. There was no way people would stand for him getting off so easily, unless, maybe, he could prove that he was such an asset that his past crimes became irrelevant. What better way to do that than to knock a hero class into shape? There was no way it could be harder than keeping squads of hardened villains in check. Right. Izuku reluctantly resigned himself to his fate. Okay, so when am I going to get assigned a class? Nezu contemplated for a second. Well, it'll depend on how fast you can get everything done. You'll need to get approved by a psychiatrist before you're going to be allowed anywhere near students. That's not even mentioning your need for certification. You'll always be under a teacher, so you won't need to get the same level of certification as my normal staff, but you will need to pass a few tests. both physical and intellectual, along with receiving a provisional license. If I had to guess, I think you'll be ready to assist with classes by next year's new freshman group. Izuku pushed his emotions behind an iron wall as he attempted to hide the fact that one of those requirements left him feeling like he'd been hit by a truck. Even with the steady grip he had on his emotions, he couldn't stop his hands from shaking. He was honestly lucky that his whole body wasn't shaking. God knew it was trying to. A rumbling chuckle in the back of Izuku's head told the boy that Dr. Katsura was once again interested enough to show himself. Oh, how positively ironic. In order to escape the life that a doctor had put him in, he would have to go and see another one. He'd only had contact with one doctor besides Dr. Katsura for as long as he could remember. Neither of the two left good impressions. He knew it was irrational, but doctors left him with such an extreme level of terror that it threatened to incapacitate him. Izuku managed to nod his head normally enough to hide the tremors. It was the only response he could manage at the moment. Nezu grinned at the affirmation. Good, I believe that's all I have to say for now. So we just have to finish walking around the campus and you'll be free to go. Is it particularly important to you when you meet the other reformee? Izuku was yanked from his storm of panic by the doctor's interest. The fact that strong emotions tended to leak from one person to the other due to their deep mental connection was almost always undesirable. Izuku did have to admit that, at least sometimes, the doctor's apparent inability to panic had its perks. Despite the numbing effect the doctor's overpowering intrigue had upon him, he still wasn't in the best frame of mind to deal with someone as conniving as the principal, and he had no interest in meeting some random villain anyways. I couldn't care less. Is your other reformee a higher rank than me? Nezu put on a kind smile, giving away the fact that he knew about the turmoil within the boy would only worsen the situation. I think, in this day and age, we would be hard-pressed to come by someone with a higher rank than the Phantom. Oh, if only Nezu knew about the kinds of people he used to run with. A man wearing a scuffed black outfit tinkered with the front door of a house as quietly as possible. His hair, scraggly from the amount of action it had seen in the recent hours, fell into his face as he cursed. His eyes were bloodshot and burning. His muscles ached. He could already tell that he would be feeling like shit tomorrow, and he desperately wanted sleep. Unfortunately, this damn lock was just refusing to turn no matter how hard he fiddled with it. He swore to himself that if the damn thing didn't let him in within the next 10 seconds, he was going to break it down, just as he could feel the sanity leaving his body. He heard a click. It finally opened. Aizawa silently drifted into the house before dropping his keys in the miscellaneous basket before walking to the bedroom door. This arrangement was going to suck. He already knew that. What remained to be seen was the degree to which it would suck. That would have to be determined in the next few days. He could only hope that the inevitable problems would have the courtesy to wait until tomorrow before pestering him. As Aizawa carefully opened the door to his room, he found himself pleasantly surprised by the tentative silence that greeted him. There was a bit of rustling coming from the kid's side of the room, but other than that, there were no overly annoying sounds. At least neither of his roommates seemed to be snorers. He might have hung himself with his scarf right here and now if they were. Without hesitation, Aizawa plopped himself on his bed and stared at the ceiling as he always did before falling asleep. The moonlight gently filtering through the window curtain allowed him to just barely make out the ceiling fans as they lazily spun above him. He was about to close his eyes and fade away when he reluctantly took interest in the shuffling across the room that still hadn't stopped. He wasn't worried about getting attacked in his sleep or having to deal with a late-night escape. Apart from Nezu's own analysis, Aizawa had made his own. He'd found the boy to be exceedingly rational, something he could appreciate, even in a villain. Since there was no rational reason for the kid to do something wrong, he was doubtful that there would be any problems. Despite that, it was his job to make sure everything ran smoothly in the household, so he decided to get up and check out the disturbance before going to sleep. He was going to be tired in the morning either way. As he came closer to the bed, Aizawa could make out the mess of curly, green hair that signified the presence of his sponsee. The rustling seemed to be natural on a cursory glance, and as he approached closer, the situation became clear. The boy's eyes were moving rapidly beneath his eyelids, signaled that he was likely in the middle of REM sleep. That on its own wasn't too odd. He would have been more shocked, actually, if the kid didn't have problems getting to sleep. What was out of place, though, was the grotesque lumps wriggling around on his face, like something was squirming around just beneath his skin. Maybe it was possible that the boy's powers were reacting to a nightmare. He briefly considered that waking the boy up might have been the courteous thing to do if a nightmare was ailing him. But before he could come to a decision, Izuku's eyes flew open and landed on Aizawa's face, however obscured by his long scarf it may have been. Without warning, a slew of skinny, triangular spikes shot through the sheets of the bed in multiple random directions. Aizawa was very fortunate that his instincts commanded him to back off when they did. In the place where he once stood, the largest spike of them all stood menacingly. It would have run him through without a doubt, just as quickly as they came. Aizawa witnessed the spikes burst into multiple masses of liquid, dashing spontaneously above the kid's bed in an impressive display of power and control. By now, All Might recognized the disturbance, buffed up, and switched the lights on to better analyze the threat. By the time Aizawa could effectively take in all of his surroundings, the kid managed to jump out of his bed and take a very odd position. Aizawa had seen people prepare for a fight every single night for years before he took his job at Nezu's hero school. Many of them were properly trained, even more of them weren't. Yet even those weren't comparable to what he saw now. The stance that the boy made use of best matched the types of things he would see from children with animalistic quirks when they were cornered or scared. The boy was hunched slightly with his arms stretched out to both of his sides. His legs were bent, ready to jump at a moment's notice, and his teeth were bared in a display that was largely comparable to that of an ape's. Once he looked a little closer, he could see that the tips of the kid's fingers were each covered by pointy, hardened pieces of blood that loosely resembled the shape of claws. The boy's teeth similarly seemed to be equipped with a set of needle-like spikes, and the whites of his eyes were completely overtaken by the midnight blood running through them. To be completely honest, the boy's stance was terrible. He was open in almost every way, but Aizawa recognized the pose for what it really was. This wasn't someone who wanted to fight. This was pure instinct taking control in the face of overwhelming fear. Putting his hands out in front of him in a sign of surrender, Aizawa very calmly spoke to the panicking child. "Hey, it's all right, kid. No one's hurting you here." Almost faster than he could react, one of the masses of blood shot at him. Its motion was wild and uncontained, like the one holding the steering wheel was heavily impaired. It was deadly quick, though, and its radical movements made it damn near impossible to read. Luckily, he didn't have to worry about it because of the muscular blonde that decided the best line of action was to swat the mass out of the air. Before the boy could make another attempt to lash out at the people cornering him, Aizawa dashed at the boy with all of the speed his training could muster. Just like Aizawa expected, the kid startled and wildly swung his claw at the approaching threat. All the pro had to do was wait out the swing before he grabbed both of the boy's shoulders and lowered his own head to force direct eye contact. "Midoriya, you are okay." The boy's bloodshot eyes undulated as if his blood momentarily considered popping out of them to attack the threat looming so close to his face. An instant later, the blood faded away, leaving only a mortified expression in its wake. Before Aizawa could get a word in, the blood still floating in the air smashed through the bedroom window, and Izuku wasn't far behind. All Might was about to blast a hole in the wall to give chase, but Aizawa stepped in front of him to physically stop the eternally headstrong hero from possibly effing everything up. "Don't follow," he firmly said. "The kid isn't running, he's just getting some space. I'll be back in a second." He was a fool for hoping that the problems would wait for the morning. And Midnight was always so insistent that he was a pessimist, sitting on the roof of the house that acted as his pseudo-prison. Izuku tried to relax his fraying nerves by winding a small stream of blood between his fingers. A hero was undoubtedly on their way to detain him, but there wasn't any reason for him to be uncomfortable in the meantime. He could hear someone's approach far before they actually arrived, but he tried his best to ignore them. He wasn't in the mood to deal with an angry hero at the moment. A gruff voice was what eventually claimed his attention by force. It was surprisingly soft compared to what he'd come to expect from the man. "You've got some impressive quirk control, kid." Izuku huffed in amusement. It wasn't really a quirk, but he knew what Aizawa was getting at. With only a slight amount of effort, Izuku pushed more blood out of the open cut on his wrist. The stream gathered with the one already moving around his hand, and they twisted together into a small, feathery dragon. The dragon flapped its wings a few times before gracefully flying over to the pro hero as he took a seat next to him. Relaxing against the edge of the roof with the kid, he watched the dragon flap around him a few times before offering it his palm. Swooping low, it threw its wings out in the most entrancing way, slowing its momentum just enough to make a clean landing. The two of them stared at each other, and he marveled at the photorealistic design of it. The thing blinked slowly, as if examining him before shaking out its feathers, and each one individually shivered along with its body. It was simply astounding. "Do you control all of it?" Aizawa asked, just shy of incredulity. "Every single ounce," he admitted with a sigh as he made the dragon dive straight off of Aizawa's hand. "And it just barely pulled up in time to skim across the grass instead of splatting against it. I really used to hate it." "What changed your mind?" Aizawa asked, placing one of his feet against the edge of the roof and resting an arm on top of it. Izuku really didn't know what drove him to respond to the man. Maybe it was the sincerity with which the question was asked or the lack of judgment he'd felt from the man thus far. There was also the tiny fact that he almost killed the man on accident just a bit ago. "Uri," he said, taking a deep breath and slowly letting it out. "I always wanted power. Ever since I was diagnosed as quirkless, I dreamed of getting something that could make me a hero, but I didn't want it like this." Aizawa used the natural break in Izuku's speech to absorb the info. He looked into Izuku's files but found almost nothing on him besides the fact that he was quirkless and missing. He could imagine that many quirkless kids felt the exact same way. But, she always liked my ability. It never really bothered her that it was my blood. She thought it was pretty. After using it so much to make her happy, I started to like it myself. Aizawa wasn't about to interrupt the moment by talking about himself, but he could relate quite a bit. Not many people were fond of a quirk that could take away their own. It wasn't until a certain loudmouth classmate of his own took interest in it that he started to like it as well. We're going to find her. You don't have to worry. Izuku's eyes looked so sad and filled with anger as the dragon did a couple of lazy loops in the air in front of them. I know we're going to find her. I'm not worried about that. I'm worried about everything they're going to do to her until we do. Aizawa knew the feeling well. He didn't know how dire the situation was, but the feeling that came with the knowledge of another's suffering while being unable to stop it was suffocating. There really was no response to that comment that would make the boy feel better. It was just going to be something he would have to deal with until they found where she was being kept. Aizawa's thoughts were broken by a small, unexpected chuckle. You used to be my favorite hero for a long time, back when I still really cared about all of that. A shell-shocked Aizawa sat still, unsure of what to say in response. Very few people had ever even heard of him, let alone thought of him as their favorite hero. To think that someone like the Phantom would look up to him, well, that was going to take a long time to unwrap. You want to try to go back to sleep? Aizawa asked the boy, letting the kid's admission fade into the background, both of them knowing that it was acknowledged in his own way. I can get Nimuri to make a canister of her quirk. Her type of sleep is dreamless, so you won't have to worry about night terrors. I'd rather sit up here for a while if that isn't going to cause any problems, Izuku told him, almost whispering with how soft his voice was. Hidden underneath his scarf, where Aizawa was sure the boy would never be able to tell, a small smile worked its way onto his face. Nah, don't worry, kid. I wasn't planning on getting any sleep tonight anyway. And if that was a little white lie, well, no one would be any the wiser. Izuku basked in the sounds of an early morning breakfast shop as he sat opposite of Aizawa, waiting for their food to arrive. It was difficult for Izuku to gauge exactly what he thought of his sponsor after last night. It was one thing to work with a hero. It was another thing entirely to have a heart-to-heart with one after almost killing them on accident. It was as a pretty, young waitress came to deliver their food that Izuku's mind wandered toward their meeting with Night Eye maybe an hour prior. It was interesting, to say the least. He was confident that the Night Eye agency would be able to aid him in Uri's rescue, especially considering how much Night Eye managed to gain on the fairly below-radar gang without his help. He did, however, have a sneaking suspicion that Night Eye was not as on board with his participation as UA was. For now, the man seemed content to accept the intel he gave. Once they retrieved Uri, though, Izuku had a feeling the pro might begin to interfere with his plans. That was a problem for later. Aizawa picked up his chopsticks while the waitress handed the kid his food. He watched as Izuku brought out a glowing smile from the waitress with nothing but a kind, friendly grin. Aizawa, however, knew perfectly well that the villain's smile was anything but genuine. Much unlike Midoriya's other self, who seemed to exceed at manipulating people by force through power plays, the kid himself was a genius when it came to emotional manipulation. It was insane that he could be the stoic, analytical person Aizawa knew him to be while somehow convincing most people that he was nothing but an innocent little boy with a disarming smile and open body language. If the investigation group for Uri wasn't composed of highly analytical heroes, he had no doubt that Midoriya would use it there too. As the two ate in peaceful silence, Aizawa attempted to distract himself from the almost domestic encounter he was having with the Phantom. He vehemently raised his objections to Nezu about taking the villain into public so soon after he was recruited. Hell, he hadn't even gone to his first session with the school's chosen psychiatrist. Despite his concerns, Nezu assured him that Izuku was not going to be a threat as long as they had a common goal, and that restricting the boy unnecessarily was only going to increase the chances of him causing problems down the road. That did not, however, mean that he was about to drop his guard. The trigger for the lethal drugs within Izuku's quirk suppressant sleeve sat comfortably in Aizawa's pocket, and his hand was going to stay right next to it until the kid was secured in their shared home. With their food finished, Aizawa stood from his chair and motioned for the boy to follow. Izuku played along and followed him to the counter to pay for the meal. Izuku found it obvious how uptight the normally lackadaisical hero was right now. He seemed like he was prepared to kill him at the slightest sign of trouble, even after the heartfelt time they'd spent together on the roof. That meant Aizawa was of the same mind as Izuku about the situation. It was going to take more than one pleasant encounter to truly earn the man's trust. If nothing else, Izuku had to commend him for his tenacity. Even if the man's chances of stopping him on his own were astronomically low, the hero remained strong and showed no hesitation or worry on his scarf-hidden face. "We're going to go to the grocery store before we head back to the house," Aizawa told him as they walked down the street. Izuku gave nothing but a nod and continued to follow the man to whatever store he decided to shop at. While they walked, Izuku distracted himself with the bustling of the city. The crowds, as always, flowed past him like a river going past a rock, never giving him a second glance. He could only wonder just how long that was going to last. Nezu made it clear that he intended to publicly announce their second villain reforming. It was only natural for UA to make the move sooner rather than later. This entire thing was about gaining positive publicity off of him. It wouldn't do much good for them to recruit him without announcing his attendance. After it went public, though, Izuku had a feeling that the crowds would be much less comforting than they'd always been before. The two eventually reached the supermarket, and it was made crystal clear that he was to remain in Aizawa's sight the entire time. It wasn't as if Izuku expected anything different, so he walked over to the magazines at the front of the store with a casual noise of confirmation. Unsurprisingly, Izuku noticed that most of the gossip rags spoke about some kind of recent event dealing with well-known or up-and-coming heroes. It was with a well-suppressed sour expression that he skimmed an article talking about the newbie Kamui Woods. He remembered that coward from when he chose to not rescue a helpless kid while a villain tried to kill him. It was amazing how low the bar was for heroes these days. Some hero too scared to face a C-ranked villain was rising through the ranks with impressive velocity. Izuku could not, however, suppress the scowl that appeared when he looked at a certain flaming man on the cover of one of the magazines. It would be more than fair to say that Izuku had a rather personal vendetta against the man. It was only by some sort of fate that Endeavor never met the Phantom on one of his patrols. He'd made a vow to himself that Endeavor would fall by his hands after the mantle was dropped by someone very dear to him. Even with his current, vested interest in remaining inside of the law, Izuku felt that he may not be able to stop himself if he ever came face to face with that bastard. Endeavor better hope, for his own sake, that he doesn't wander too close to UA. During Izuku's stay, he was under no impression that he could beat the number 2, but hell would go cold before he let that dissuade him. Scoffing in an effort to get rid of the vengeful thoughts plaguing his mind, Izuku returned his attention to a shopping Aizawa and realized that the trip was coming to a close. With Endeavor now placed in the back of Izuku's mind, where he would rest until meeting his end, he walked over to Aizawa as they waited in line for checkout. It was a long commute back to the school from the supermarket, so Izuku buckled down for the journey. Inevitably, he zoned out in a few minutes and just concentrated on walking without dropping anything. That was, at least, until he saw a decently large school campus about halfway to UA. He was naturally curious, having grown up around the area but never traveling too far from his own apartment. "Hey," Izuku said to grab Aizawa's attention. "What school's that?" Aizawa's eyebrows rose marginally at the sudden, seemingly pointless question, but he answered anyway. "That's Shizuoka Middle. It's a decent school, I suppose. We get a few students from here every year, but only rarely do any of them get into the heroics department. Our high school is very popular." Aizawa stopped and had to hold back a sigh as Izuku huffed at the obviousness of his statement. "So a lot of people from around the country and even outside of the country apply. With so much competition, only the best get into our school. It's very rare that the best and brightest happen to come from a couple tens of miles down the street." That was just how the world worked. Competition was heavy, especially when it came to being a hero. That did raise the question, however, of how the hell that high level of competition ended up making such poor and useless heroes. Apparently, their selective system must have a flaw somewhere. Whatever, it wasn't as if Izuku cared about who made it into the class he would be attached to. It was his job to show the world that he could churn out competent heroes with his experience as a villain. If everyone entered those classes hopeless, that just makes the bar he had to get them to even easier to reach. Boom! Izuku sprung into action as blood reflexively shot out of his skin to make thorn-like protrusions around his dominant arm. That was an astronomically loud crash. Izuku honestly thought that he would struggle a little to make such a large impact. He looked over at Eraserhead, because that was most definitely the persona being portrayed at the moment, with a face that overtly displayed his confusion. They both looked around, attempting to decipher the location of the sound until a voice turned Izuku's confusion into horrified clarity. "Where's the Springer Hero Agency?" That voice was one that Izuku would never forget for the rest of his life. That man was one of the most powerful people that Izuku had ever met, and someone that he used to get along with quite well. He was a dullard on almost every account, but that made him very easy to trust. It wasn't as if someone of that villain's intelligence had the capability of owning ulterior motives. If he was out right now in the middle of the city, though, Tenko was trying to brew some very serious trouble. He wouldn't have risked sending out such a powerful pawn if there wasn't a significant goal in sight. It was with very real panic that Izuku realized Eraserhead was about to take off toward the villain. It was because of this panic that Izuku didn't even attempt to form his blood into any kind of coherent shape. Instead, he used the small amount of blood that exited his body of its own accord to sloppily pin Aizawa's foot to the ground. It was all he could do to stop a tragedy from occurring in the next few seconds. Eraserhead was jolted to a stop as he realized that blood was latched to his foot. Was this the boy's escape attempt? Was he going to use the chaos as a method of getting away? Without hesitation, Eraserhead pulled out his remote and prepared to press the button, only to realize that Izuku was making no move to escape. He wasn't even attempting to take the sleeve off of his calf despite the imminent threat of injection. Is All Might still on duty, or is he out of time for today? Izuku asked, as if death himself was hanging over their shoulders. They were already running out of time. Someone needed help. He couldn't afford for this kid to hold him back. He's out of time. Get to the point, kid. That villain won't be on the records, but I used to work with him. That man is at least SS plus ranked, if not triple. I couldn't beat him even with your help. His quirk isn't something you can erase. Eraserhead's face went pale at the mention of his possible rank, and it was then that another smash came from around the corner. You're not going to tell me, the monster yelled. What the hell is someone that high doing in the middle of a city? Aizawa asked with a curse resting on the tip of his tongue. Izuku sighed as he kept on thinking about the situation. This could get very ugly if the giant began to get agitated. No one currently on duty in the city could stop him if he went on a rampage. Not without the number 1 or number 2 on standby. He's strong, but he isn't very smart. Someone is giving him orders. He's only here to complete a mission, nothing more. It was at this point that the worst possible scenario came to fruition. The voice of a young girl came loudly and confidently from the same spot as Gigantomachus. Turn that corner and then make a left down the street. He could tell from the girl's tone that it was a bold-faced lie. She probably had no clue where the agency was. The ironic thing about the comment, however, was that Gigantomachus, back in the day, probably would have fallen for it. He was horrible at reading people's intentions. But the giant was one of his more frequent companions back in his days with the League. Over their time spent together, a small bit of Izuku brushed off on him. Gigantomachus was a complete idiot, but he wouldn't be tricked by such blatant deceitfulness. It would be Izuku's own doing that might turn this situation into a city-wide disaster if Gigantomachus saw through the trick. A boom followed even louder than the 2 previous ones. The impact made the ground shake so violently that Izuku could physically feel his old friend's patience slip. Why do you lie to me? Seeing that Eraserhead was about to break the blood binding him to the ground and cement this day as one of Musutafu's greatest disasters, Izuku headed straight to the source of the commotion. Let me try and handle this, Eraser. If it gets out of hand, the city will be gone before sundown. The scene he walked into was about what he expected from Gigantomachus. He towered over 3 girls who were pinned to the wall in front of him. 2 of the 3 were cowering with their eyes slammed shut, which was honestly par for the course when it came to being stuck between a wall and Gigantomachus. However, it was with a small amount of respect that his eyes fell on the 3rd girl that stood strong in front of her peers, staring almost certain death right in the eyes. To say that she looked confident would be to lie. But anyone that had the courage, power, arrogance, or stupidity to stand up to Gigantomachus was worthy of recognition in Izuku's eyes. The man stood taller than he remembered, maybe 15 times his height or more if he had to guess, but everything else remained the same as it was about a year ago. Gigantomachus' fist was raised, and Izuku didn't fail to notice the deep cracks left in the building from the villain's previously maintained temper. This didn't look good. If he didn't step in soon, Gigantomachus wasn't just about to obliterate the trio of schoolgirls but the entire building and street behind them as well. Taking a deep breath and gathering the unshakable confidence and willpower it took to gain the respect of the giant man in the first place, Izuku approached his old friend. Gigantomachus, is that any way to treat a few ladies? Izuku smirked as he watched Gigantomachus' face change from angry to surprised, and then finally to the comfortable and accepting happiness that Gigantomachus displayed in his own way. That was just another thing Izuku liked about the giant. He'd never been one to dwell on things that surprised him. Whether through stupidity or adaptability, the man was always quick to accept what he knew to be reality, even if what he knew confused the hell out of him. The giant looked at Izuku, and the boy swore he saw the man's eyes light up like a bonfire. Yawn. Izuku gave the man a subtle, pointed glare that very clearly told him not to use that name in front of bystanders. Gigantomachus must have understood him because he choppily transitioned into a much more appreciated line of dialogue. Who are you? It wasn't a good cover-up by any means, but it was enough for the moment. The only 3 around to hear the slip-up were probably in the middle of their own individual panic attacks. He wasn't sure how Gigantomachus would react to seeing him after he'd left the League, but the man was apparently more than happy to be reacquainted. It was as he gave his response that the 3 girls, in all of their terror, finally seemed to notice that someone had come to their rescue and successfully taken the villain's attention away from them. That doesn't matter right now, does it? I heard you were looking for the Springer Agency. The man nodded, playing along with the conversation in a way that he would have never been able to during his days before meeting Izuku. Well, why don't we leave the girls alone and talk over there? Izuku pointed to the other side of the street. As the two walked to the other side of the street, Gigantomachia only requiring around one step to clear the distance, Izuku looked at Eraserhead, who was dancing along the edges of the building's shadows in preparation to strike if things went wrong. Izuku very slightly shook his head, signifying that the situation was under control now. If Eraser called in more heroes or tried to fight at this point, it would just be wasting a peaceful resolution for no gain. Without all might or endeavor, this fight would be a dead effing loss. Eraser, seeing that the boy was handling it, decided to trust the Phantom for now and check on the three terrified victims. Once the two reached the other side of the street, Izuku nodded at the giant, and the man subsequently dropped the sloppily held charade. Young master, Gigantomachia's voice was very deep and gravely, so it was difficult for the man to emulate emotion through his speech, most of the time keeping a dull and monotonous tone. However, after knowing the man for years, he could most definitely tell that the giant was attempting to express joy. Hello Gigantomachia, it's been a long time. The giant paused as he put together the rest of his sentence, have been looking for you. Izuku nodded. He wasn't surprised to see Overhaul and Tenko working together. Their two crews were cooperating while Izuku was still part of the League. The two were bound to keep relations even after one of the League left with his prized child. He was, however, very surprised that Tenko helped Overhaul find him. That must have been his game plan, usually to get Izuku to come to him. Tenko was probably still upset that he left without saying anything. He wasn't sure until Gigantomachia confirmed it for him. But it was very much like his brother to hunt him down after leaving like he did. I'm sure you have been, which is why I want you to deliver a message to Tenko for me, right now. But the young master told me to bring Springer to him. Izuku scoffed as he leaned against the wall. Gigantomachia, what do you think would be more important to Tenko right now? Springer, or a message from me? Gigantomachia's silence told Izuku all he needed to know. I want you to tell him that I'm safe, in Musutafu, and currently looking for Eri. Tell him to expect me soon. Will you? Of course, young master, stay safe. It was without a second look that Gigantomachia began slowly trudging away down the street. Izuku considered, for just a moment, following the giant back to the base and punching Tenko for what he did to Eri. But no, even if Eri was there, which she definitely wasn't, he wouldn't be able to take on the whole league alone. He wouldn't even be able to take it on with Eraser and whatever heroes were near the premise. Anything less than a tactical assault would end with Tenko coming out on top. His brother wasn't a man to be effed with lightly. It was better to let Gigantomachia tell his brother his intentions. He'd find them soon enough, and, knowing Tenko's intentions for taking Eri, he felt much more confident that she wouldn't be physically harmed during her stay. It was likely that Tenko had a firm hold on Overhaul in the situation, especially since Izuku thinned their crew quite a bit in their last confrontation. He had a bit more to work with now, and being impatient at such a crucial moment would only harm his goals. So, after putting a hand on his face and sighing profusely to calm himself, Izuku walked over to Eraserhead. The man was standing next to the three girls with a blank expression on his face like always. Is it over? Izuku nodded with a very slight smirk. Everything went well. Honestly, it went better than his handler could ever imagine. His time with UA may be coming to a close much sooner than he expected. Izuku would wait patiently though. The heroes had no clue about the League or his connection with it. They thought the Phantom was nothing more than a rogue villain. For now, he'd keep his cards hidden. If they thought they could still control the game, they'd be even less prepared for his eventual move. If you want, you can call a hero to tail the villain, but make sure no one engages him, even if Endeavor's on standby. There'll be massive destruction in the city without All Might. This is a fight we don't want to take. Not with so many bystanders. Eraser, without any knowledge of the villain, decided that Izuku's call was probably the most informed he could get at the time and nodded as he got his phone out and made a call. Now that business was taken care of, Izuku looked at the three girls. Two of them were crying profusely while hugging the pink one, who was on her knees shaking. He walked over to the three, and the two that were crying looked up at him with expressions that pleaded for his help. They looked around his age, but the signals shooting through his brain at the sight of the three pitiful kids were practically shouting at him that they were just that, kids. While their ages may have been similar, they couldn't be more different. They'd most likely never been through a real villain encounter before, and this was probably one of the worst that could be had. The two girls then stood up and faced him. One of the two managed to find her voice and spoke to Izuku. We don't know what's wrong with her. She won't answer us. Izuku nodded as he walked in front of the pink one and knelt down to get on her level while the two other girls gave him room. Getting on a knee, he tried to make himself as small as possible, which wasn't very hard considering his stature had never been something to envy. Her hair was covering her eyes, and those were what he needed to see at the moment, so he reached out with his hand and gently lifted her face by placing a thumb against her forehead. With a small sigh, Izuku looked at the girl's black and yellow eyes and then towards the two girls standing to his side watching quietly with hopeful expression. He wasn't surprised by what he saw. He supposed everyone had their limit. This girl most definitely found hers with gigantomatia. Well, he was impressed while it lasted. He couldn't expect much more from a civilian child. She's dissociating. When people are placed in very stressful situations, it isn't uncommon for them to zone out to escape the stress mentally because they can't escape it physically. It was something he knew very well. How many hundreds of times had he dissociated with the doctor? Almost every encounter if he had to guess. The racer was a hero, but he most definitely did not specialize in helping people during such extreme levels of panic. He was most likely going to call a trained medic and have them try and snap her out of it. That was smart. Heroes weren't meant to save people that way without proper training after hero school. It would be much worse if a racer tried to help but failed. It could have dug her even deeper into her mental escape. Dissociated people should not be handled lightly. Luckily, this was an area he had quite a bit of experience in. He'd shown the ropes to tons of new villains placed in their situation by pure, coincidental circumstance. He watched as they went limp after their first kill, talked them through it until they could get back up. That was what it was to be a leader in a villain group. You take all of their problems and burdens onto your shoulders. Compared to that, getting a girl through their first horrible villain encounter couldn't be that hard. Very gently, Izuku moved his thumb from her forehead and placed his pointer finger under her chin. It was unlikely that she could feel, see, or hear anything right now, but peaceful and gentle contact of every kind was helpful. Their body needed to be told that there wasn't danger for their mind to recognize that it could come back safely. He made sure that Mina's blank eyes were level with his before prompting the girls for their friend's name. It took a second, but the one that talked to him previously took the initiative once again. Her name is Ashido Mina. He nodded slightly before scooting slightly closer to the child. Hey, Mina, you're okay now. Can you hear me? The girl's eyes widened at the use of her first name. He'd hoped that using something more familiar with family ties would bring her back eventually. No response. He was checking to see how hard the dissociation was. Sometimes, the person would be present enough to come back with extremely familiar words. For her to not respond to her first name meant that she must have been pushed hard enough to leave a bit further than he was expecting. Without looking at his handler, Izuku called out to the hero. Hey, Eraser, come here for a second. He watched the man sign off of his phone and walk over to him. Eraser examined the situation before his eyes fell on the phantom. Do you know what you're doing? Izuku nodded. He must have been right about the hero's reasons for waiting. Izuku wasn't one to waste time, and he was tempted to simply use his blood to take what he needed. But his black quirk was basically his entire trademark. Even in a panic, these girls would almost certainly recognize him as a villain if he used it in front of them. So, instead, he held his hand out and told his handler what he wanted. Eraser, I need your scarf. Give it to me. Needless to say, the man was vehemently against giving his most efficient weapon to the boy. But after a miniature fight within his head, the hero decided to reluctantly concede his scarf. Still looking into the girl's eyes, Izuku began wrapping the scarf around her neck. Securely covering someone could help in times of dissociation. Being wrapped up made many humans feel oddly comfortable. Once it was securely around her, he called to her friends. You two, come to either side of me. Eraser, you already called the medics, didn't you? The man scoffed under his breath. Of course, I did. Izuku nodded as he finally took his eyes from the kids and looked towards the girl that talked to him. You saw what I did, right? The girl nodded, so Izuku continued. She probably won't respond to me. I'm not familiar enough to make her feel safe. All you have to do is talk to her. Make sure you use her first name if she's used to you using it. She'll come out of it eventually, hopefully before the medics arrive. It'll be better if she is responsive when they get here so they can make sure that nothing else is wrong. The girls nodded, and one of them began gently talking to her friend. Not about anything in particular, just about her day and their plans for the afternoon. Aizawa stood behind the three and watched with no small amount of intrigue. The Phantom was surprisingly good at keeping people calm in stressful situations. To the untrained eye, it may have looked like Izuku was only using the other two girls as a method to help the third, but Eraserhead could tell that the boy was actually attempting to help all three of them at the same time. He'd used this tactic many times in the field. Giving victims something, anything, to do in emergencies always helped them stay calm. It gave them something to focus on, a semblance of control in a moment of pure chaos. He could already see the girls calming down as the one who wasn't talking to Mina grabbed her hand. By giving them a way to help somebody else in need, they were distracted from the fact that they were scared too. It was only about 3 minutes later that Aizawa noticed the pink girl blink her eyes a bit. He could tell that there was consciousness behind them after the third blink, and he allowed himself to somewhat relax. The girl was lucky someone knew what to do here. She might have been in that state for much longer if Izuku didn't step in to help. Mina slowly regained a hazy, imprecise form of perception and eventually realized that she was looking into eyes that she didn't recognize. They were dark green, oddly lacking in expression, and analyzing her own eyes thoroughly, it made her feel very uncomfortable. And when she finally noticed that there was a hand under her chin, she had to use all of her self-control to stop from emitting acid to protect herself from the unwanted contact. As soon as her eyes flicked down to see who was holding her head, Izuku pulled away and walked over to Aizawa. "She's back." As soon as the words left his mouth, the two girls went to hug her. The sirens finally made their entrance when Izuku stopped next to Aizawa, and the man finally allowed himself to relax to his normal level of nonchalant uptightness. The medics hopped out of the ambulance once it pulled up next to the scene, and they immediately began checking on the girls. One of the medics jogged over to the hero and his ward before asking questions about the interaction. They wouldn't be able to help much without knowledge of the problem, and it was only because of this that Izuku decided to talk. This was going to be one hell of a day. They were most likely going to have to accompany the girls to the police station, where everyone would have to give their reports. It wasn't a huge deal, Izuku supposed. He would just have to make something up for the police. He already knew the interrogator would be made aware of his status as a villain reformee. That meant he'd be held to an even higher amount of scrutiny than he would have been normally. It should be great fun. Izuku sat on a hard, plastic chair as he awaited his handler. As it turned out, the police were just as worthless and incompetent as he'd expected. They fell for everything he'd told them, hook, line, and sinker. He knew why too. This police department was almost always aided by the investigator with the damn truth Quirk. No officer in this entire precinct had to train for proper interrogations because there was no such thing as an interrogation when a man existed that could tell when someone was lying. Unfortunately, the truth Quirk bastard couldn't be everywhere at once, and these stupid FS were absolutely lost without him. This kind of system, where quirks ran everything, it rotted away at the skills certain crafts require. It wasn't like Izuku is complaining though. What did it matter to him if the police are incompetent? If they were better trained, they might have revealed some of Izuku's new plans. Instead, they played right into them. Nezu would be horrified if he could have seen the way they helped him conceal all of his information so neatly. During his thoughts, the Erasure hero emerged from the questioning room and sat beside the boy as they waited out the rest of their time here. Not long after him, the pink girl emerged from a room slightly to the left. He watched a few minutes ago as the station called her guardians in order to notify them of her presence at the station. Unfortunately, it seemed that her parents were not there to answer the phone. The girl didn't have a ride, nor did she have the comforting presence of her parents that her two friends would soon possess. Before she could make it halfway across the room, one of the officers behind the front desk called out to her, "Hey, miss, since your parents aren't here to release you, we can drive you back in a cruiser. You've seen enough of the streets today. We wouldn't want your mother to worry." Well, at least they seemed to care about the people's safety, even if they were complete garbage at protecting it. Nevertheless, the girl turned and gave the officer a kind smile. "I'll be okay," she exuberantly exclaimed, waving it away as if it wasn't a problem in the slightest. "I don't live far away. It wouldn't be worth the drive." Aizawa then stood up and motioned to Izuku before looking over to the officer. "Don't worry about it. Stay here in case there's an emergency you have to deal with. We don't have anything better to do." Izuku slowly stood up to follow his handler. He'd expected Aizawa to do something like this. The man acted cold and aloof, but after talking with the man on a more personal level, it was easy to tell that he cared more than he let on. As the three walked on the street, Mina naturally took the lead while Aizawa retreated to take the rear. Unfortunately, in Izuku's opinion, that left him to walk beside the girl he'd just saved. It was whatever, he supposed. As a villain reformee, it couldn't hurt to become more liked by civilians. Walking them home and showing he cared would probably help toward that. Whether or not he actually wanted to talk to someone he didn't care about, though, should already be inferable without his direct input. As the two continued walking, he noticed the girl's eyes wandering across the sidewalk in front of him, and he could almost feel the oncoming conversation. Just as he expected, the girl took a deep breath and began to talk in an unusually bubbly manner. "My friends and the officers told me that you were the one that helped me. I just wanted to say thanks." Izuku looked over at her with a kind, shining smile and responded with an energy that he believed she would respond to in a positive light. "It was no problem. I saw someone who needed help. I'm sure anyone else would do the same thing in my shoes." Izuku was adept at reading people. Spending so much time with the doctor and then an almost identical amount of time with Sensei did something spectacular to his already intelligent level of charisma. Izuku couldn't help but think, however, that a fool could read this girl in almost the same amount of time it took him. Her body language expressed her emotions openly, and her tone was energetic and inviting. It was almost painfully obvious how outgoing, cheerful, and kind she was. Unfortunately for her, those three traits in combination made a person very easy to manipulate. This, in Izuku's opinion, was one of the easiest personality types to play off of: unnaturally trusting, giddy, hyperactive, unfocused, immature. All he had to do was put happy words on the table, and he was already sure she'd find something to do with them. "You're just being modest," she playfully told him, proving his suspicions right in an instant. "What were you doing around there anyway? You look too young to be a hero." Izuku hummed for a second, mimicking lighthearted contemplation. "I suppose you could call me a hero in training. The hero behind us is my mentor." Izuku was almost knocked out of character by the painfully enthusiastic jump the girl made at his comment. "Oh my gosh, are you kidding me? My dream is to become a hero." Izuku held a scoff and instead let out another hum. Pretty much everyone, their dog, and even their effing hamster wanted to be a hero. He'd give it to her. She showed some real guts standing up to Gigantomachia earlier. She was already higher on his list of respected people than Kamui Woods would ever be. And that man was already on the rise to the big leagues. But it took more than guts to a hero, and the bar being low didn't mean it was easy to jump. The chances were heavily stacked against her, and, in all honesty, she would probably fail at the very beginning like so many others. His opinion, however, was not needed. What he needed was support among the population. That goal would not be met by being realistic. It would be met by being supportive. Is that right? What makes you want to be a hero? For just a millisecond, so short that he actually almost doubted his own ability to read people, her face darkened in such a sinister, malicious way that it exceeded the ones he'd seen on some of the most determined villains out there. It was the kind of emotions that could destroy lives and crumble organizations, and it was gone in a flash. "I just like helping people, you know," she said with a gigantic grin. "My quirk is awesome for it, and I already stand up for so many people. It just comes naturally to me." That was a lie. Izuku could tell that she was being less than truthful. Immediately, he scrapped the character analysis he'd already filed and put away on her. He had no idea how she did it, but she managed to actually trick him into misreading her. That was already enough to pique his interest. Not many people could deceive him like that, and absolutely none of them were among the untrained, civilian, child populace. This was no longer about making a good image for himself. He was invested now. "Where are you planning on going?" he asked. "Yue, is that where you are right now?" It was a predictable answer, one that was definitely given to him on purpose because of how well it fit with her fraudulent character profile. "Yes, it is. Are you serious?" she exclaimed as she turned into the driveway of a small, neighborhood house. "You're living my dream, man. You'll have to give me your name." Smoothly, as if it had been rehearsed, he gave it to her. Deku Katsuki. Technically, though, Izuku supposed that it was rehearsed. It was technically his name while he was here, at least until he was told otherwise. He had the fake ID to prove it, too. Mina smiled brightly at the new information as the two approached the door to her currently unoccupied house. "Well, Deku Katsuki, do you have a phone? I can't not of the number of the hero trainee that saved me." Izuku wasn't sure what made him say yes. It could have been his desire to learn more about the person that almost managed to trick him. It might have been his mission to make a good image for himself. Or maybe even the obsessive tendencies he'd inherited from the doctor that made him itch at the prospect of not discovering what she was hiding behind that little facade of hers. Whichever reason it was, though, was irrelevant because his phone acquired a new number not 15 seconds after she'd made the request. Izuku walked back to Aizawa after the door was closed, and he rolled his eyes at the questioning tilt of the man's eyebrow. "Don't look at me like that, Eraser. I do what I effing want." With a shrug, Aizawa turned to hopefully get back to UA before sundown. It wasn't as if it was his business what company his ward kept and under what false names. As long as that company wasn't of the illegal nature, he did his job, nothing more. Izuku, on the other hand, was lost deep in his mind. That girl, she was one he would have to keep an eye on. Through an unhealthy level of intrigue alone, a small side job was added to his main goal. It was 7 p.m. that same night when Izuku heard Aizawa's phone ring from the living room. He was currently laying on his bed, and he considered just going to sleep at first. His curiosity was not powerful enough to rouse him from his rest. That was until he heard Aizawa mention Overhaul's name. Before the doctor could even think of some condescending remark, Izuku was already on his feet and walking out of the bedroom. Yes, okay, I'll let Nezu know immediately. Make sure you don't lose them. I'll stay in contact." With that final remark, Aizawa hung up the phone and picked up his small glass of shochu. He was going to need it for this conversation. He vaguely gestured at his approaching ward as he took a big gulp of his drink, trying to non-verbally tell the kid to take a seat before he managed to burst a blood vessel in both of their heads. "What did you find out?" Straight to the point, then. Aizawa wasn't surprised in the least. "9i works quickly. The information you gave them on the inner workings of Overhaul's operation was enough for him to pin down the names and addresses of 2 possible new recruits. It seems you were right. Overhaul must be looking to pad out his ranks after you decimated half of his crew." Izuku's eyes lit up with a carnal sort of glee. This was what he needed. The path was laid out before him, and the end of it was bound to lead him to Overhaul. All he had to do was follow the metaphorical yellow brick road. Good, Izuku said. Let's go get them now. They're bound to know a few of the locations of one or two lesser bases. That's all we need to start the chase. Aizawa leaned back and sighed lightly, expecting the conversation to make this turn the second he got Night Eye's call. You're right, but we can't get them right now. Why not? Izuku asked, his lack of expression fooling no one. We can't just make an arrest because we have a hunch that they might be part of some obscure criminal gang with no real reported crimes. We can't raid their houses to find something to charge them with either. Night Eye will pull some strings and get a warrant to search their house for drugs. They're bound to have some, living like they do in the red light district. Once we find the drugs, we can get them into custody and set up an interrogation. That didn't make the boy happy at all. We're going to wait days or more to question these FS because we need to get a warrant. Yes, that's the gist of it. Izuku shook his head and held himself back from letting his foot tap against the ground. Showing signs of antsiness would only hurt him at this point. Taking a deep breath, he tried to explain to a morally astute hero why playing by the rules was a terrible idea. That isn't going to work. Maybe you can do that with a solo criminal or some small-time rookies, but we're dealing with the remnants of the Yakuza. They have eyes in the police stations. And they aren't stupid. They won't ever expect me to be with heroes, but they will know something is wrong once they find out a warrant has been put out for 2 of their new recruits. We're effed if they get suspicious before we can start burning through his bases. Right now, Overhaul thinks he's in control and believes that I'm nothing but a lone assassin on a suicide mission. That's the only reason he's confident enough to recruit some small-timers from the red light at a time like this in the first place. Aizawa's glare was nowhere near as hidden as Izuku's was. Are you suggesting that we break the law and do it off the books? Izuku huffed out a laugh and leaned back with a bright, sardonic grin on his face. Yeah, that's the gist of it. The doctor chuckled in Izuku's head at the tactic. It was smart to use someone's own language against them. It was aggravating and took control of the conversation. Aizawa didn't find it as funny as the doctor. Well, I'm sorry, but you aren't a villain anymore. We can't do this off the books. It needs to be legitimate. Aizawa didn't have time to argue with the kid about something like this. He had patrol in 10 minutes and showing up late could possibly mean a civilian going unsafe. He would just have to tell All Might to keep an eye on him. Izuku's scowl was blatantly on display now. We have a deal, Eraser. I play like a good reformie while UA finds the girl. You've already soiled your hands with this scheme too much to start acting the part of the good guy now. Aizawa stood up and walked into the kitchen. We did make a deal, and we will find her, but we aren't turning into vigilantes to do it. Izuku let out an uncharacteristically open display of anger by knocking a stack of papers off of the table. He then grabbed the bottle of shochu Aizawa used to fill up his glass and walked back to his room after composing himself with a deep breath. I'm taking this, Eraser. You're going to have to fight me if you have a problem with it. As he flopped onto his bed and took a long swig of alcohol, the doctor finally made himself known. Look at how far you've fallen, Mr. Izuku. Reduced to some hero school's pet. I thought I taught you better. Izuku leaned back against the headboard of his bed as the familiar heat of a buzz lightly danced through his head and settled in his cheek. I don't have much of a choice now, do I? I can't leave till I get Eri. The doctor faded with a smirk. You always have a choice, and you're choosing cowardice. Izuku's eyes turned dark as he took another gulp. He effing hated when the doctor was right. Aizawa opened the bedroom door to a dark bedroom at about 2 in the morning. The snoring from All Might was expected, and he glanced over to see the form of the kid sleeping soundly in his own bed as well. As his eyes adjusted to the darkness, Aizawa also noticed the empty bottle sitting on the boy's dresser. With a sigh, he grabbed the bottle and threw it in the tiny trash can by his bed. Aizawa was sure that the boy had gotten used to coping with the street life in creative ways. He briefly considered that he might have made a mistake by not choosing to fight the kid for the bottle when given the option. But it was slightly better for the kid to get hammered than try to break out of the house and go on some streak of vengeance against the Yakuza. He half expected the kid to bust out of the house in the dead of night, instigating a massive manhunt. In the end, it wasn't as if the kid would take any damage from it, not with a quirk like his. In the midst of comfortable tranquility, Aizawa fell onto his bed and drifted to sleep. He was somewhat proud of the kid. The self-restraint shown tonight was a good sign of things to come. A light fog dusted the air outside as a boy donning a dark green hoodie and a black pair of jeans stood before a door with a smirk on his face. It would seem that even Nezu himself couldn't contain him perfectly. All it took was a day of searching for all of the principal's hidden cameras and an hour or two alone with only All Might keeping guard for him to escape. It was all too easy to leave a hollow replica of himself forged of blood to keep his place in his bed. No one would be any the wiser of his departure, and he would be back well before dawn. In all honesty, the boy was disappointed that Eraserhead didn't expect something like this after telling him that a bunch of heroes were going to possibly ruin everything for the sake of following the rules. The underground hero preached about rationality, but deep down, he fell to the same trappings as every hero. It was with a smirk still plastered on his face that he opened the door and walked inside the office. Well, hello, Mr. Midoriya. To what do I owe such a late-night visit? Izuku sat down in the chair opposite Nezu. He then leaned back into a more comfortable position as he took in the new piece of furniture that separated the two. That's a nice desk you've got there, Principal. Nezu chuckled at the boy's casual dismissal of his question. When someone gives you such a large amount of money for a desk, it would only be proper to splurge a bit? No. You were expecting me to show up, Izuku realized because of how unconcerned Nezu seemed to be. How'd you know? Nezu responded first with a lighthearted hum. Well, Toshinori was kind enough to update me on Night Eye's new information. If you're referring to how I knew you would come here of all places, though, then I guess you could say I have a knack for these sorts of things. Do you know why I'm here, then? Nezu adjusted himself in his seat to take a more contemplative stance. I can assume. Getting a warrant for their arrest is going to ruin everything. Nezu, the rodent, gestured for him to elaborate, and he gladly obliged. They'll figure out that the heroes are working with someone that knows a lot about their operations once they get word that the police picked up a few of their new recruits. Once they figure it out, they're going to change their game plan, and we're going to have to start back from stage one. Nezu leaned forward in his chair, as if prodding him for more with his body language alone. What would you have us do, then? Are you just going to break the law after committing to reformation? Izuku scoffed, wondering if even the most intelligent being in the world was somehow caught up in the plague of stupidity seemingly shared between every hero alive. Eraser said the same thing. But it's filthy effing rich coming from the one who blackmailed our country's leading political players to get me into their school. My entire involvement at this place is and will forever be clouded with corruption and illegal scheming. Following the rules at this point is meaningless and stupid, especially when following the rules in this particular venture is going to be disastrous. Nezu allowed his posture to relax comfortably into his chair with a satisfied grin. Believe it or not, I'm very aware of what will happen if we get a warrant. Izuku made sure to show his distaste with the principal through his spectacular glare. Then why are you planning on following through with it? It was Nezu's turn to show his displeasure. You underestimate me, Mr. Midoriya. I stayed quiet for 2 reasons. I wanted to see what you would do when faced with a situation where we disagreed on how to proceed. I now know for sure that, even if you think our decision is incorrect, you will not run off and do what you want. You could have tried to go out and find them on your own. Instead, you came to me. Izuku gave a ghost of a smile, falling seamlessly into the game. And what would you have done if I chose to cross you? Neither of the people you have watching me know that I'm gone. And you weren't planning on letting them in on your little hunch, were you? I would have made it out without alerting even a single soul. Nezu's smile turned dangerous in a flash. Though, I promise, Mr. Midoriya, you wouldn't have made it a block from my campus. Izuku laughed as he matched Nezu's cocky gaze. Your hubris will be your undoing, Principal. You have no idea who you're dealing with. The tension got to the point that Izuku felt like the walls were beginning to shake before Nezu decided to break the eye contact as he let out a small, calming sigh. The second reason for staying silent, Mr. Midoriya, is that nothing comes for free. So this was his real angle. Testing Izuku's loyalty and playing this little game was only a convenient side effect. What Nezu really wanted was to get something more from the boy in exchange for permission to take the recruits himself. So, what do you want from me, then? I want 3 things. First, I noticed your reaction to my requirements for therapy and psychological evaluation. Originally, I was planning on making your visits bi-weekly. Now, however, I want you to agree to visit 3 times a week, Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. Izuku froze at Nezu's words. He was almost inclined to abandon his request and deny the deal right there. Only reminding himself that this was imperative to rescuing Eri made him begrudgingly nod his head. Secondly, you seemed very dismissive about our other villain Reformi. Your agreement to work here has nothing to do with our other assistant, but I want you to meet with him and at least try to get along. Compared to the other request, this was absolutely nothing. Another nod was all he gave. Third, I want you to take me with you. I can't have you running around the streets alone. If you get caught, it will all be over. If I am there, any heroes that might encounter us will be of no consequence. They wouldn't dare question someone of my standing. That one, however, surprised Izuku quite a bit. The rodent wanted to come with him. I'm sorry, Nezu, but I don't think you're built for what I'm about to do. It was Nezu's sadistic grin that reminded him that they went through the same thing with Katsuro and left with comparable habit. They were one of the same kind, possibly the only 2 people in the world that truly understood what happened to the other. It was also with this realization that Izuku saw the true reason Nezu made this request. You're lying, Principal, Izuku drawled with an amused smirk, finally understanding something crucial about Nezu that he hadn't acknowledged before. You want to see how the phantom operates, don't you? It intrigues you, and you can't stand the thought of not knowing. Nezu didn't respond to that particular claim, but he didn't have to. You'll have to ride on my back. I won't have you slowing me down. Nezu hopped off of his chair and walked behind the boy with a satisfied hop in his step. I would expect nothing less. Ha ha ha, come on, you pussy. I know you can handle more than that. The man watched as his buddy downed at least another 2 shots of straight vodka from the bottle he was carrying. A rough, wobbly laugh exploded from his mouth against his wool as he watched his friend cough at the taste. That's the spirit. We're Yakuza now. This is the first wild night of many. We're moving up in the world, brother. The world was spinning around him as he stumbled down some random alleyway. This was his life now. Overhaul's right-hand man recruited him personally. He said that their group was going to conquer the world together, and who the F was going to stop them. They had Kai-Fing Chisaki as a leader. The man could destroy a city in 30 minutes flat. The Yakuza were underground now, but he could already feel the wave coming. He felt powerful. The man swore his world almost flipped upside down as the most recent round of alcohol hit him like a train. Another laugh left his mouth as he staggered to his left, right into a man about 4 inches shorter than himself. Through his impaired state, he could barely make out the muffled sound of the man's response. Hey, jackass, watch where you're going. Oh, is that right? He slurred in a barely coherent form of drunken speech, giving the man an ugly scowl. You want me to watch where I'm going? The gangster took a few steps closer to the man, attempting to press his dominance. He slowly and deliberately reached into his pocket with the hand not holding his bottle of rum, pulled out a 4-inch switch, and flicked it open by his side while brandishing it just a bit to make sure the stupid F saw what he was holding. He saw the way the civilian's eyes kept flicking to the imprint on his blade, the one that branded every Yakuza weapon for ease of identification. With a disgustingly malicious chuckle, he pointed at the design. Yeah, that's right. We're Yakuza. The gangster waited a few seconds to make sure his words really had time to marinate. And do you know what the Yakuza do to little FS like you when we catch you in the streets at night? He relished in the wide eyes full of fear staring straight at him. This was what power felt like. This was what it meant to be Yakuza. He could do whatever the F he wanted now. Just look at the B in front of him. All he had to do was drop the name of his crew, and everyone was suddenly shaking in their effing boots. The man stepped even closer and pushed his victim all the way up against the wall. Once he had him pinned, the gangster waved his switch in front of the man's face with a wide grin. He put his mouth closer to the man's ear and then, ever so slowly, put his blade inside the man's slightly open mouth, pushing the sharp edge of it against the inside of his cheek. We effing cut them. That's what we do. He was ready to do it. He was a second away from ripping his blade through the man's cheek to teach him a lesson on what happened to anyone that stood up to him. That was when the voice of his equally impaired partner gave him pause. Hey, man, what the F is this? Keeping his blade firmly within his victim's mouth. He turned his head to look at whatever his friend was looking at. What he saw when he looked over made his eyes shoot wide and knocked at least 3/4 of the buzz right out of his head. There was some kind of odd, black coating on the alley wall behind them. It couldn't be right. Nothing was definitive in the red light, but rumors were everywhere. Any thug with half a brain knew what to do, or, more importantly, what not to do when they saw a patch of black in an alley at night. But it couldn't be right. They only just got into the Yakuza. They weren't big time enough to meet someone like him in the middle of the night. The gangster opened his mouth as his friend, in his drunken stupor, curiously reached out to touch the strange surface. No, wait, don't touch that shit. It was too late. The guy's finger must have been a foot away when a black, rotting arm grew from the wall and latched onto his scraggly beard. It took 3 terrifying seconds before a horde of identical arms burst from the same patch of black and grabbed any part of his body that they could reach. His partner didn't even have time to scream before they pulled him into the wall, turned him around so he could see the alley, and secured their grip. His friend almost let out a cry for help before one final arm grew out right next to his head and wrapped its peeling, decrepit hand around his mouth. All that came out was a muffled plea before a thud to his side drew his attention. A kid wearing a dark green jacket had jumped from the rooftops to the alley below, and some demented creature was looking over his shoulder with hungry eyes. It was difficult to notice specifics, though, when he was so busy quivering at the blade of a gigantic scythe hovering over his shoulder. There wasn't a smiling mask like he was expecting, but that damn scythe could only mean one thing. Reasonably freaking the F out. He tossed the man he was going to cut up away from him and squared up against the phantom. He was from the effing red light. He knew how to handle himself in a fight. Despite his fear, he made the first move, bum rushing the villain. He got inside the range of the scythe and made a swipe for the kid's face. His goal was gaining momentum, pushing the boy back with his weapon and keeping up the offense until he broke through. What he didn't expect was for the crazy motherfucker to take a dance with death and move into the swing, going low and weaving beneath his cut. His wide eyes immediately latched onto the looming blade of a scythe getting ready to descend on his person and rend him in two. He was counting the seconds before the swing, thinking of any possible method that he could avoid a swift death. Unfortunately, his astounding level of focus on the threat above him meant that he missed the threat from below. The gangster's vision flashed white as the side's handle bashed against his face and sent him stumbling for balance. Getting a hold of himself, he looked back at the phantom just in time for the heel of a foot to drive into his unguarded torso. The force of the hit was enough to send him careening into the alley wall opposite of his trapped friend, and he slid to the ground as he tried to keep himself from hacking up a lung. Izuku grinned at the gangster as he slowly stalked closer, kneeling down to stare into the man's eyes. He held his hand out toward the man's chest, directing his liquefied scythe to come closer, wrapping around the man's wrists like a pair of manacles. Gently raising his hand, the manacles dragged the man's wrists into the air, pinning his arms above his head. He kept that glorious eye contact for a few more seconds before shooting a glance at the switchblade that the man dropped upon hitting the alley wall. The gangster's eyes followed his own and widened when he saw what Izuku was looking at. Leaning to the side, he picked up the knife and held it up in his open palm. He bobbed the knife a few times to get a feel for its weight before closing his fingers around it in a loose, comfortable grip. After twisting it around to get a glimpse of its make from a few different angles, he looked back at the gangster and gave a few approving nods. "It's a nice blade, I've got to give it to you," Izuku told the gangster, as if they were having a lively bit of show and tell. "Do you know how to use it, though?" The man obviously wasn't in the mood for a conversation, judging by the way he was literally shivering beneath his gaze. So Izuku decided to carry the interaction himself. "I was watching you stick that knife in the civvy's mouth back there, and it didn't look too pretty." Izuku's eyes lit with a vengeance, like he just happened to stumble upon the greatest idea. "Here, I'll show you," getting aggressively close. He reached his bare hand behind the gangster's head and firmly wrapped his fingers around the man's hair. He gave it a sharp tug, forcing the gangster to tilt his head just a bit higher so he could get a good angle, placing the tip of his knife against the man's lips. He twisted and finagled with the blade until he managed to get the man to open his mouth. Once he was in, he put the edge of the switch against the inside of the man's cheek and pushed until he had it nice and stretched out. "This was how you had it, right?" Izuku kindly asked, just to make sure he wasn't mistaken. "You wanted to cut his cheek, but the way you positioned the knife would have made it so much harder. You've got to get a better alignment." He turned his wrist just a smidge, flaring his elbow out to bring his knife in closer. He pulled the knife away from the gangster's cheek and instead placed the blade perpendicularly against the corner of the man's lips. Without even putting any pressure on the blade, a little drop of blood leaked from the man's skin. With a satisfied exclamation, he gave the man a winning smile. "You see," he chipperly asked, "it's already cutting when you get the alignment right. Would you like to see what happens if I give your knife a little tug?" A small, pitiful tear dared to slide out of one of the gangster's eyes. He was so terrified that he was starting to cry. There were a lot of monsters in the world. What separated even the worst of them from these bits of human scum was the fact that they didn't bawl like a effing baby when they were on the other end of the stick. "Oh, no," Izuku gasped, putting a mockingly sympathetic tone in his voice. "Oh, no, no, no. Don't you worry. I just have one teensy question for you. All you have to do is give me the answer, and we can part ways. It'll be like tonight never even happened." The man looked skeptical, but he was also so unbelievably scared that he was willing to grasp onto anything he could get his slimy fingers around. He jumped on the opportunity like a starving lion leaping on a wounded gazelle. Shakily, he nodded his head as minutely as possible, even though the knife bit into his lips with even the slightest bit of movement. "Good," Izuku drawled, satisfaction leaking from his mouth. "That knife you have there was given to you at a recruitment meeting along with the location of 2, maybe 3 strongholds where you'll be conducting your daily business. All you have to do is tell me the addresses of those strongholds, and we're all square." The hopeful, desperate gleam in the gangster's eyes turned to dread as he realized what this impromptu meeting was about. "Now, I know what you're thinking over there. You're considering whether you're more scared of your boss or me. I promise you that I'm far more scary than Overhaul when I want to be." To the man's credit, he actually did manage to answer through the knife stuck in his mouth. He was given the address of 2 bases, just as he was expecting. There was just one problem. Nezu stared at the terrified gangster, his eyes shining with analytical prowess that not even the doctor possessed, and leaned forward to get close to Izuku's ear. "He's lying," Nezu sibilantly whispered, sucking on his teeth. Izuku gave the shuddering man a disappointed shake of his head. "You really shouldn't have done that." "No, no, no," the man shouted as he tried to move his head away from knife stuck in his mouth. "I swear it wasn't a lie. I SWEA." With a manic grin, Izuku moved the knife away from the gangster's teeth and instead violently dug it under the man's left incisor. He wiggled it around and shoved it into the man's gums as he screamed and struggled against his restraints. Blood gushed from his mouth when Izuku finally managed to pry the tooth from its spot. Staring at the man's glassy eyes, Izuku released the death grip he had on the guy's hair and instead used it to gently brush his cheek. "SH, SH, SH, he soothingly, almost lovingly consoled the man. It's alright, the worst is over. Now, all you have to do is tell me the real locations, alright. The gangster's face, however, remained utterly blank. He gave a disappointed sigh as he realized that the man was already broken. Nothing was more aggravating than some piece of shit playing the tough guy only to crumble under a mere fraction of what he'd endured. More importantly, though, was that he wasn't going to get a single coherent thing from this effort anymore. Smiling to himself, he took the gangster's switch and slit the guy's throat wide open. There was a reason he had two people here. Patting the dying man's thigh, he stood up and approached the second poor fool that decided to join Overhaul's gang, making sure to move just enough out of the way for his new victim to see what happened if he didn't talk. Izuku grinned at the way the second gangster's wide, scared eyes flicked between his approaching doom and his profusely bleeding comrade. The guy was already in a right state, and he hadn't even touched him yet. So, Izuku said, coming to a stop in front of the trapped Yakuza, "Are you going to be as difficult as your friend over there, or are you going to talk?" After his question was asked, he allowed the skeletal hand to withdraw from the gangster's mouth. Izuku just hoped that whatever came out of it was better than what he got from the other guy. Taking short, frantic breaths, he glanced between the monster of a boy and the beast hanging from his back before coming to the decision that this shit wasn't worth it at all. He told them everything they wanted to know and more, from the man who recruited him to the location of the two bases he knew about. Everything he said was like a heavy weight falling from his shoulders. Staying alive and unmaimed was all he wanted. Remaining loyal to a group of villains that didn't tell him jack shit about what he was getting into didn't even occur to him. He'd deal with those repercussions later. Izuku glanced up at his companion, and they both gave simultaneous nods. The piece of shit was actually telling the truth. With a satisfied grin, he moved closer to Overhaul's lackey and gave him a conciliatory pat on the cheek. "Good man," Izuku said as he flipped the knife around to hold it in a reverse grip. "You were smart to cooperate." Raising his hand into the air, he jammed the knife in the space between the man's clavicle and neck. A raspy, desperate scream met his strike, so he pulled it out and stuck it in horizontally, placing the blade of the knife right in the passageway of his trachea, and it was there that it'd stay. Very suddenly, the screaming stopped, and Izuku let out a satisfied breath of air. "You remember the addresses too, right?" Izuku asked. "Of course," was the rodent's genial response. "Okay," Izuku said, walking out of the alley and onto the empty street. "I've got a guy. He'll clean this shit up and keep his mouth shut about it. Now, we just follow the addresses and do the same thing to the leaders there. We'll have info on a nice chunk of Overhaul's network by morning, and we'll strike there too before Overhaul can change them around." Nezu hummed as they walked. "I'm wondering if it would be worth it to do a little more." "What do you mean?" "Well, how used to serious opposition is this Overhaul fellow? He's never had it before," Izuku told the principal, catching on to the direction Nezu's mind was going. "He took over for his old boss recently, and he's holding on to power mostly because of his insanely powerful quirk. The guy's obsessive-compulsive to a scary degree. When something goes wrong, he freaks. It's even happened a few times before while I was there to watch, and I wasn't a part of his gang. Then I believe we should capitalize on his inexperience." Nezu concluded with a malicious grin. "Don't just destroy his bases and take their intel. I think we should send a message, make him feel like the walls are closing in. He'll crumble under the pressure of a villain while we use the investigation team to tie the noose." Oh, Izuku liked the sound of that. It was a beautiful, cool morning in Musutafu. Two men with large, colorful coats walked down the street, side by side. The two men looked decently acquainted and seemed comfortable in the other's presence. That was expected from the people in Overhaul's ranks. All of them were family, every single one of them. "Hey, did you hear from the boss yet today? He always checks in with us early." His brother shook his head. "Do you think he might be sick? If he was sick, we would have already been told about it." The two turned the corner into a small alleyway in amicable silence. What met them a few yards down the alley, however, was not the entrance to their base but a gigantic hole torn through the spot where their base's door used to be. Both men glanced at each other before pushing their hands into the bottom of their coats and pulling two identical AX-74U short assault rifles. They were ancient, that was for sure, but they were also reliable, cheap, and dangerous. They were perfect candidates for mass production. The two held their backs against the wall on either side of the hole. The two gave slight nods before turning simultaneously into the building and activating the flashlights attached to their respective barrels. They stayed close and covered each other's blind spots as they swept the building together. They were hardened veterans. They've been foot soldiers for the Yakuza together for years. They knew where the building's power was, and that was their current destination. The box was in a small room in the back of the building. It was a perfect spot for the gang to make sure it couldn't get cut by some unsavory rivals. Unfortunately, that meant the two gangsters had to sweep the entire building in the dark before they could hopefully turn the power back on, half expecting to find the box destroyed. They were pleasantly surprised that the power was completely intact. The lever was only switched off, so it was a simple task to turn the lights back on. The two switched their flashlights off as the building lit up, and they turned to open the door that led back to the main building, only to immediately freeze. A bruised, torn, bloody face was nailed to the power room door by a long, black, skinny nail piercing straight through its forehead. It was now that they understood what was going on here. This wasn't a police raid or some hero that stumbled upon their base. This was a effing massacre. Steeling themselves for what they were about to see, they opened the door. What met them on the other side, though, was something that no one could prepare for. Every single wall except for the one at the entrance was covered with scores of heads that were pinned to it with the exact same nail. Each face told a story of horrible, terrifying suffering. The two resisted the urge to vomit as they walked back to the massive hole in the wall that stood as the only surface in the room to be free from bodily gore. As it turns out, the heads were absent from this wall because a huge design occupied the space. To many, this design would seem shockingly arbitrary compared to the effing heads hanging all around the room. To any thug, gangster, villain, or hero alike, however, this was nothing short of the most terrifying signature that they could possibly find anywhere near a place they frequented. Painted in midnight black was a gigantic, circular mask that wore a wide, stretching smile with razor-sharp teeth filling it to the brim. The entire painting was black except for two pinprick eyes painted red with the blood of the Yakuza men killed in the building. The gangster's gun shook with his subtly spasming hands as chills ran up the entire length of his spine. Go get the phone, get it right now. Call Overhaul and tell him that the Phantom just declared war. A 6-year-old Izuku valiantly attempted to stifle the shivers racking his freezing body as he stood before a massive building in the middle of the woods. The boy cringed when the doctor chuckled at him under his breath. Izuku's pain must have been more obvious than he'd thought. The sky, for possibly the first time in Izuku's short life, was rid of enough light pollution for him to clearly see the beautiful and vast collection of stars that sat above his head every night. That didn't distract him from the bone-chilling cold or the fear threatening to stop his heart any moment. The doctor walked in front of him and fiddled with his keys for a moment before finally getting the large, white door open. As the inside of the newly revealed laboratory became visible to the boy, Dr. Katsuro kneeled down to Izuku's level and looked him in his wide, innocent eyes and placed his right hand on the boy's cheek. "Do not be afraid, Mr. Izuku. I have amazing plans for you." Izuku stood calmly with a cocky sneer on his face as he stood before a massive building near the edge of the city. The fear gripping his heart was strong and unforgiving, but he was taught better than to let something as petty as fear control his actions. The way that stark white door towered over him was so nostalgic that almost anyone would have been sent back in time. The door swung open to reveal a clean, sanitized lobby that threatened to drive bile up his throat. He had the intense urge to kill everyone in sight and run like the devil was on his tail. If he was going to be honest, though, the devil himself would have been preferable to the ghost floating by his side. The doctor's face looked as if it was about to split in two with the sides of the Cheshire grin stretching across it. Crazy how the world works, isn't it? The scene is almost identical. It's only missing one thing. Here, let me help. The doctor reached into Izuku's brilliant memory to compose himself in exactly the same manner as he stood almost 8 years ago. Kneeling before the now 14-year-old Izuku, he put his hand on the boy's pale, fear-stricken face. "Do not be afraid, Mr. Izuku. I have amazing plans for you." The doctor held back a content sigh and allowed himself to fade out of existence. The amount of weight lifting off of his chest in that moment felt positively splendid. It would be interesting to see how his creation dealt with such a triggering experience. This was a worthy experiment, indeed. Izuku was nudged into moving through the door. It was only through the use of every single logic holding cell in his body that he didn't lash out at the touch. He knew that this psychologist wouldn't be able to torment him, even if she wanted to. Izuku was far from the helpless child he used to be. All of that knowledge, however, couldn't get the image of Dr. Katsuro's maddeningly realistic laboratory out of his head for the life of him. Everywhere he looked was just another picture-perfect replica of the building that housed his near nosedive into insanity. It took him 4 years to drag himself out of that little section of hell. He would die before letting someone take him back to it. Izuku was barely present as the heroes guided him into the back room, where the psychologist awaited his arrival. Izuku contained an animalistic snarl that begged to come out of his mouth as the heroes placed him into his chair, and his blood rippled violently beneath his skin when they placed his arms against the chair's metal armrests, latching 2 thick cuffs over them. Izuku closed his eyes and tried to force himself to be civilized for Eri's sake as the heroes slowly retreated out of the room to stand guard. When Izuku opened his eyes, hoping to God that something decided to replace the glass chamber he used to reside within, his heart came to a halt. The psychologist sat peacefully behind her desk as her newly assigned patient was led into her room by his escort of heroes. She sighed silently while trying her best to keep her hand from flying to her forehead. Heroes never failed to surprise her with their inability to recognize discomfort, even when it was thrown right in their stupid faces. Just one look at the child and she could swear an episode was only seconds away. She noticed the boy flinch ever so slightly when the heroes sat him in the metal chair across from her, and she would never forget how the color drained from his face with the snap of those cuffs that now secured him to his chair. She nodded to the heroes and felt herself minutely relax when they left the room. Maybe it was a mistake, but she never felt like she was actually doing her job when there was law enforcement standing over her shoulder. It always felt like she was just dishing out more punishment instead of actually helping people. The psychologist waited patiently and held back a cringe when she saw the boy's world shatter upon looking at her. It wasn't hard for someone with her level of experience to notice those glassy eyes that seemed to stare past her like she didn't exist in the first place. An episode, indeed, it seemed. Nevertheless, she knew what she had to do. This was a patient, a very complex and delicate patient, for sure, but this was what she dedicated her life to. She could handle it. She rubbed her carefully gloved hands together to help collect her thoughts and prepare her for a rough session. "Hello, I'm Dr. Hana Miyuki. You can just call me Miyuki if you want. Would you like to tell me your name?" The boy's face twisted into a condescending sneer, and he leaned forward slowly in his chair, attempting to accentuate his lackadaisical attitude and add to his intimidation factor. "Do these cuffs make you feel safe, Doc?" Miyuki sat in comfortable silence after the boy asked his threatening question. Her patient wanted to shake her, regain control of the situation by forcefully ripping it from her hands. He looked like he was in the middle of a panic attack. This was defensive posturing, nothing more, so she decided to keep things jovial and light. Marginally, she answered. A smirk replaced the boy's sneer as he huffed. "Well, they shouldn't." The light that flickered in her patient's eyes with that second threat rubbed her the wrong way. She'd met so many monsters in her time as a psychologist. She deemed many of them to be nothing more than killers. The way she felt when she looked into the boy's brilliantly green eyes, however, was not the feeling she got when staring into the eyes of evil. It was the feeling she got when she looked at a cornered animal, scared and alone. It only took a few more moments for her gentle soul to convince her to help. "Do the cuffs make you feel uncomfortable?" She watched as confusion broke through the false guise of anger and viciousness. Her genuine concern and an honest, upfront question seemed to surprise her patient out of whatever horrible memory he was reliving earlier. She amusedly smiled when her own words were thrown back at her. Marginally, she took a deep breath before possibly making one of the worst decisions of her entire career. If she was right and fear was what the boy was hiding behind his violence, then her decision might be the icebreaker she needed to convince this boy that she was truly here to help. God knew he had more than his share of bad experiences with doctors if Nezu's words were to be trusted. If she was wrong, however, things could end in disaster. It was a testament to her kindness and steadfast determination to help others that she decided to go through with it. "How about we make a little deal then?" The boy's head cocked slightly as if prodding her to continue. Well, at least he was being civil. "I'll let you take off one cuff. You'll be able to move more freely in an emergency and feel less restricted. And I will have the security of knowing that you're still attached to the seat." Both of the people in the room were well aware that those cuffs meant absolutely nothing. They were simply a formality, nothing more. The psychologist wasn't stupid nor ignorant. Nezu informed her of the boy's immunity to quirk suppressant cuffs and just how dangerous he was. Her real insurance here was not with the cuffs on the chair, but with the button in her pocket that activated the lethal medication residing in her patient's calf sleeve. And both of the two people in the room were well aware that she had that button. That wasn't what her offer was about, though. It wasn't really about her surety or his safety. Those were already guaranteed. The boy had his abilities, and she had her button. The deal was really about showing that she was okay with giving him freedom so long as he was responsible with it. It was to show that she wasn't just a monster like the other doctor he knew. She was a thinking, breathing person that cared about helping him. Dr. Miyuki sat in hopeful silence as she awaited his response. She could see the gears turning behind his intelligent eyes, and she grinned when he gave her a small nod. Very deliberately, she reached into her drawer to claim the key. Holding it out before her, she locked eyes with the ex-villain. "Do you mind if I unlock it myself?" she politely asked. Izuku was shocked by how clever this psychologist was. That question just now wasn't some empty offer. It was a method of subtly informing him that she knew about his quirk and requesting that he trust her enough to unlock it herself anyway. If he declined and instead unlocked it himself, the deal would be completely one-sided. He'd gain some comfortability and freedom, and she'd know that he didn't trust her in the least despite her actions. Understanding the basic etiquette involved with deal-making, he cautiously nodded his head. The most important part of their entire meeting approached as she very slowly got up from her chair and walked to Izuku's side of the table. She noticed that the boy didn't look at her, instead preferring to stare straight ahead. This was where both of the two needed to prove themselves. She offered freedom, and he allowed her to get close to him to unlock the cuff. At this distance, it would take only a thought to decapitate her, and letting any doctor this close to him was making Izuku's heart pound with adrenaline. The only thing keeping the fragile situation from shattering was both participants tentatively hoping that the other was willing to uphold their end of the deal for the sake of progression. Once she was behind him, she gave him a simple choice. Which hand would you like me to unlock? For the first time since they'd met, a question was asked with no ulterior motive behind it. This was the part where, hopefully, the two could transfer to peaceful small talk. Right, if you don't mind, he told her, clearly and slowly, so Izuku could remain confident in her actions. She brought her key to the cuff and twisted it until a dull clink echoed off of the walls. As a courtesy, Izuku left his hand inside the now open cuff as she turned her back to him and walked to her desk. Once she was firmly in her seat, Izuku removed his hand from the cuff and allowed himself to relax in his chair. Things were far from friendly, but somehow, the psychologist managed to take a horrible situation and turn it into something positive. The doctor was honestly impressed. To think someone so talented had such an underwhelming position. Either way, it seemed that Mr. Izuku was put under the supervision of a very capable woman. With a calming breath meant to blow away the tension built through their meeting, Dr. Miyuki tried once more. Would you like to tell me your name? Izuku made a face. It seemed that the trust she gained would not save her from the boy's apparently standard amount of snark. Don't you already know that? If Nezu told you about my blood, you have to have my name on file. So she was right in assuming that the boy would glean that information from her question. He was very smart, especially for someone so young. Yes, I know a lot about all of my patients before we meet, but I prefer not to use any of the information I have until they tell it to me themselves. Izuku was impressed by how well she'd been handling herself in their meeting. She was very manipulative and smart about how she deflected possible hostility and pointed questions. It was different from Nezu, who attempted to dominate his dealings with knowledge and leverage, or sensei, who dominated conversations with his own power. She took a more passive approach, never giving ground but never attempting to take any either. It was a very peaceful style of professional conversation, one he was beginning to respect. It was hard to not give her some credit when she seemed to be handling him in a battle of wits. My name is Izuku Midoriya. He didn't bother to hold back a small scowl at the family name. But I would prefer if you just call me Izuku. Dr. Miyuki let out a wide, happy smile. Finally, some progress was made. Well, if that's the case, you're more than welcome to refer to me as Hana if that would make you feel more comfortable. Izuku allowed his eyes to wander to his freed wrist as he moved it around. He was still tense and on guard, though he supposed that he was pretty much always tense and on guard these days. Despite this, he honestly felt no threat from the psychologist, and that spoke volumes in the face of his bias. Hana wasn't the only one analyzing today. Izuku's mind had been in overdrive, attempting to create a character profile through their conversations. Believe him, he wanted to find something, anything, that let him think she was a threat to his safety, but so far, there just wasn't anything for him to find. So, Hana, what do I have to talk about today? The psychologist blinked at the question before giving him an answer. I don't think you understand. I'm not going to make you answer anything. Izuku chuckled at her claim before giving her a knowing look. Come on, Doc, I know how this goes. I need to get psychologically evaluated and approved before I can start my end of the bargain I've struck with the principal, so what do I have to talk about? He was certainly straightforward. That was fine though. She'd never had any intentions of lying to him anyway, so it mattered little that he requested the truth so blatantly. That isn't really how this works. You pass my evaluation by showing me consistent behavior that proves you can, with reasonable supervision, safely be around children. What we talk about in the meantime is, well, whatever you want to talk to me about. That could be nothing, anything, or everything. It's entirely up to you. All you need to do is show me that you aren't a danger to your future students. It may seem like an odd strategy to tell her patient exactly what he needed to do to pass, especially when Nezu already warned her that her patient was very apt at controlling the way he presented himself to people. But it was her job to help her patients, and she felt that she'd get further with this boy by being brutally honest and painfully straightforward. If he sensed that she was trying to hide things, she found it unlikely that she'd get even a single genuine thing out of him. Dr. Miyuki received a nod from the boy, and she had a feeling that her honest answer went miles toward gaining Izuku's goodwill. Deciding to follow the path that was getting her results, she continued with the method of keeping all of the cards on the table and hiding nothing of importance when it came to their situation. There is one thing I do need before we can officially start though. I'm not a quirk specialist, but in order for you to attend any health-related appointments, you have to be on file. Unfortunately, as you probably know, most of your documentation has been taken or erased. I've started a new file on you with a lot of the basic information needed, but to finish it up, I need to put something down for your quirk. Izuku wasn't surprised at all. It was a legal requirement to have some kind of quirk registration beyond 4 years of age. Not only was it needed to use the country's various medical, educational, travel, and legal services, but it was highly illegal to not have a quirk registration as well. It wasn't as if Izuku really cared if his powers were listed on his legal documents. The amazing thing was that knowing how his powers worked, unlike with a lot of quirks, did pretty much nothing toward actually besting him in combat. He wouldn't lose any real tactical edge by letting his enemies know what was coming. His real problem was deciding how to present the information. He'd left the League a year ago with Eri to escape overhaul, but that didn't mean he wanted to give up the group. Sensei was nothing less than a father to him, and his brother would be put in the limelight as well. The deal he struck with Nezu was to train hero hopefuls and aid in Eri's rescue. They said nothing about any requirements for him to spill things about his past connections. That second part of the deal could endanger the League, but he planned to deal with that when it came. Besides his name and case file, the doctor took everything with him. They would have no clue that he was diagnosed quirkless, so with a breath, he gave Hana a bold-faced lie. He doubted she would catch it. It was easy to lie to someone that didn't want to see the truth in the first place. You already know about my black blood. But it's just basic hemokinesis. I can control my blood inside of my body, outside of my body, harden it, liquefy it. Anything I want to do with it, really, I can. My blood and all of the other changes he made to my body, however, were all genetic modifications, which means, technically speaking, I'm a mutant. Dr. Miyuki writes on the paper she'd moved onto her desk during his explanation before looking up at him. And why is your blood black? He shivered lightly as he ran through his memories of the doctor. Well, I'm not sure exactly what he did to me, but I know that my blood is toxic and extremely dense. Maybe when I get my diagnostics done, they can tell me more. As of right now, though, I can only tell you that whatever he did to me turned it black in the process. Dr. Miyuki nodded along with his words as she continued to write on her clipboard. My quirk, though, restores bodily deficiencies. Loss of muscle, loss of blood, cuts, gashes, bruises, breaks. He paused as he looked at Hana's disbelieving eyes before delivering the big news. Even death. Dr. Miyuki, showing just a bit of edge hidden beneath her polite exterior, responded with a scoff. Please, Izuku, I will never force you to talk about something you don't want to, but I will not tolerate you lying to me. Healing quirks can't ever revive a person from death. The repercussions would be far too severe. Even if it did exist, it would be unusable. Izuku's eyes glowed at the astute answer. Now, when did I ever say I had a healing quirk? The gears in her head turned for a while before hesitantly giving him a second answer. Are you telling me you have a time-based quirk? Correct, he chipperly explained. My quirk takes a scan of my physical peaks as they come. If my body ever degrades in any way from that peak, it's returned to the scan. Are you serious? The stare that was given to her as a response told her all she had to know. Dr. Miyuki was almost in awe of such a powerful quirk. She was far from a fool, though. Nothing ever comes for free. What does it cost? Izuku's canines flashed in the lights with his grin. That was the bite, wasn't it? My sanity. The look on Hana's face was equal parts horror and surprise. Equivalent exchange was a common facet of quirks. Trading stamina, energy, heat, or outside pools of energy were common trades for a quirk's usage. The transference generally traded some form of power for their quirk to activate. A quirk demanding mental stability as payment for its ability was almost unheard of. Instead of taking energy in exchange for an effect, it healed his body while damaging his mind. It was essentially a direct trade-off between his physical state and his mental state. The very idea of such an exchange was mind-boggling. Quirk scientists everywhere would die for a chance to examine such a phenomenon. Every defect from the scan is calculated and ranked by how much it would take to return my body to its previous condition, he explained. It then returns me to the scan and takes away an equal share of my mental capacities. If I run out of sanity to give my quirk, it won't work anymore. Normally, sleeping will return most of it to me, but depending on the usage, it could take several days to return to normal. What are the effects of usage? She asked. Izuku collected his thoughts for a moment and began once again. They were certainly being thorough, though Izuku couldn't honestly say that he would be any less thorough if their positions were reversed. Knowledge was power, and they were seriously lacking knowledge when it came to him and his abilities. Light usage gives a sense of euphoria and warmness, not unlike alcohol or other drugs. Medium usage results in a certain type of numbness in the body. Short-term memory loss, moderate loss of motor functions, agitation, paranoia, animalistic signs of aggression, and a reasonable level of mental impairment. Mild to heavy usage can result in anything between heavy impairment, long-term memory loss, and a loss of my sense of self to a complete and total blackout. What happens after that blackout, however, is information I'm not privy to. He smirked a little at her uncomfortable expression. Is that all you need? She nodded her head lightly and put her notes to the side. It should do. If you're okay with it, I'll simply send that section of our meeting over to Nezu. He can sort it out for himself. Your quirk will become public record once you become a Ta either way. A nod was given to show his consent. It was out now. Like he'd said, though, it wouldn't make much of a difference. Whether a person knew how his quirk operated or not, it wouldn't stop the fact that they had to kill him. He was sure that his enemies would be fuming when they finally discovered how hopeless their plans were. Dr. Miyuki gave Izuku a small smile. So we have about 20 minutes left for our first session. Our next session will be an hour long. Today is just about administrative stuff and breaking the ice. Do you have anything you want to talk about? We can keep it light if you want, just something to establish a background. Izuku gave a shrug to the question. You're not going to find a lot of light stuff to talk about in my background, Doc. Well, Hana responded. We could always sit in awkward silence for the rest of the session if you would prefer. Ask whatever you want. I've already lived through my past. It is you who'll have to deal with whatever I tell you. Nodding, she gently prodded forward. Dr. Miyuki didn't want to ruin the semi-comfortable environment she worked so hard to create. How about your family? Not seeing any reaction, she decided to push further. Would you like to tell me about them? Izuku chuckled. He warned her that there wasn't such thing as light conversation when it came to his childhood. Is that really what you want, Doc? Her eyes were telling him yes, so he gave an answer. Well, there isn't much to say about my blood relatives, really. I never met my father. He left as soon as he found out my mom was pregnant. My mom, though, is a different story. Dr. Katsura was a monster, but he was also a man of deals. He could have taken me if he wanted, but it was much easier to take me with help. He offered my mom quite a lot of money in exchange for handing me over. She accepted. She'd remained stoic through most of his explanation. But that last bit seemed to rightfully horrify her, not that it was easy to tell. She'd dealt with many patients who had bad parents, possibly even evil parents. Some of her patients were thrown on the streets, some were abused. This was the first time that she'd ever encountered a patient that was sold by their own guardian. If only she knew the whole story. His mother certainly got a lot of money from the transaction. But the real reason he was given up was because of the doctor's promise of a quirk. That's right, he was sold to the doctor because his mom wanted to get rid of his quirklessness. He could only hope that she would be happy when she finally saw what he became. It wasn't worth going for a conviction at this point. The only proof he had was his word that a dead scientist told him that she'd given him willingly. It wasn't exactly the most foolproof case. Despite the horrible situation, Dr. Miyuki was pleased that he was sharing information with her. Open patients were always easier to help than the ones that closed themselves off. It did bring up some worries, though. While being open was an amazing sign, being apathetic toward past injustices was anything but. Anger, sadness, grief, or fury were emotions that could be sorted through and eventually converted into positive growth. Apathy, a total lack of feeling about what happened to him, made things much bleaker. What about after Katsuru? Izuku's eyes widened marginally at her direct mention of his name. Did you have any family between then and now? Izuku thought about it for a moment. Once again, he didn't want to throw the league out to dry. He, however, saw no reason why speaking of his past relations would endanger his group. It wasn't as if he was being forced to say names. I had some sort of family, I suppose. Hana nodded, silently asking him to elaborate. I had a father figure and 2 brothers. My sensei. He took me in and taught me how to survive. And my brothers were with me almost every step of the way. I would be lying if I said I wouldn't have made it without them, but they helped me a lot. Izuku wanted to gag at her pleased expression. It was like she was pleading to the gods that something good happened to him through all of the pain. He didn't want her sympathy. He was who he was. And he got what he got. If he wasn't about to cry about it, then he sure as hell didn't want others to cry about it for him. Would you consider your family relationship healthy? On a dime, his mood changed. The question was a logical one to ask. That didn't mean it didn't amuse him to think about it. The doctor almost fell out of her chair at the laugh her patient released. It was genuine, she could tell. He laughed for a good 6 seconds before slowly calming down. Yeah, he said, knowing that such a statement made no sense. Yes, I suppose it was. As healthy as a family like ours could be, I guess. Hana smiled at his expression. He was obviously happy with the memories of his family. She rather liked his laugh. It was oddly peaceful for such a dangerous criminal. Do you still love them? Izuku's mood didn't worsen as he looked at her eyes. He looked for some kind of motive behind her question. Some reason why she might want to know such a thing. Old habits died hard, he supposed. After finding none, he decided to give another honest answer. Of course, I do. They're my family. We might have been connected through our jobs. But that doesn't mean we loved each other any less. We loved each other because we were family, and we were family because we were unstoppable together. It might seem fake to other people, but as long as we did our jobs and never failed, the family stayed together. And we never failed. Dr. Miyuki wasn't surprised. Strings were always tied to those kinds of relationships. She stayed quiet though. She wanted him to say what he wanted about this. Nothing more or less. If we were to meet now, with my current ties, and I did my job, tried to stop them, they'd kill me in a second. And even though it would kill me to do it, I would do the same. We're all far too determined to accomplish far too mighty of goals to stop for something like family. But, yes, I still love them. He wasn't sure why he told her the truth. He hated doctors, and he had no reason to open up like that. All he had to do was get his check mark, and he was done. With all that Nezu had staked on this, these stupid sessions were basically worthless in the first place. Nezu wouldn't let him fail even if Dr. Miyuki thought he deserved a failing grade. The principal didn't need to make sure that he was mentally stable. The rodent was guaranteeing the safety of his students by making deals with him. Izuku's mental stability didn't come into the question even a little. It wasn't like he cared about getting mental help either. He'd accepted his flaws and learned to live with them. Perhaps it was exactly because he knew that these sessions were completely pointless that he decided to give it an honest go. He couldn't deny that it felt nice to speak about his feelings for once, even if most of the technical aspects of the conversation were shrouded in half-truths. He could tell that she looked pleased as she stood up and leaned over the table. "Well, Izuku, our time is just about up. Thank you for sharing. I hope we can continue like this on Wednesday." With that, she stuck out her hand in an attempt to initiate the first bit of physical contact in their professional relationship. It only took a second for Izuku to make his decision. She'd managed to gain a small amount of trust from him, and she worked very hard for every ounce of it. Izuku took her hand and gave it a firm shake. As soon as she pressed a small buzzer under her desk, his hero escort came into the office to unlock his other cuff and take him away. As the rest of them left the room, Aizawa lagged behind to stand next to Dr. Miyuki. Hesitantly, he asked the all-important question. "So, off the records, what do you think of him?" The doctor's eyes looked contemplative and distant as she gazed at the closing door. "Honestly, I'm not sure. I've seen real bad men before, the kind that kills for the fun of it or the money. I just can't see that in him." Aizawa nodded along as he thought about how strikingly similar their independent observations were. "He's dangerous and damaged, I'm sure of that. What I'm not sure about is whether the danger is directed toward other people or himself. I'll need more time with him to decide if he can safely interact with normal children. He has a long way to go before I can consider him mentally healthy." The way he looked at me at the start of our session, it was a look I've only gotten when I use my quirk. Aizawa nodded slowly and gave her what he hoped was a comforting look. Both of them knew that the things that happened with her quirk were not her fault. It was just that one of them had a hard time accepting it. It sincerely hurt the man to see people so damaged by their own abilities. Perhaps she saw some of herself in her new patient. Still, he had a job to do and a boss to hand his reports to, so taking the doctor's official statement with him, he went to escort the boy back home. Right before he twisted the handle, however, the doctor called out to him one last time. "Aizawa." He didn't look back. She knew she had his attention either way. "Be careful with that boy." Damn, the way Izuku looked at her must have hurt even worse than she let on. He gave her a slight nod as he left. Whatever expression she wore as he left the room, he would never know. Smash. A table was sent to oblivion in an obscure bar within the Musutafu city limits. Not even a splinter of the table remained to land on the musty, wooden floor. One man with pastel blue hair turned his head to look at the irate brunette that just destroyed his favorite table with a face that spoke clearly of his dull disappointment at the loss. Facing away from the bar, the man leaned back and rested his elbows on the counter behind him. A thick layer of smoke ominously twirled across the floor, as if mimicking the man's light agitation. The smoke was a constant companion to everyone who entered the bar for quite a few years now. Many of the regulars couldn't even remember a time when the smoke wasn't present. "Come now, Chisaki," Tenko drawled. "Don't you think you're overreacting a bit?" That comment only succeeded in losing him his second favorite table. A slew of smoke was sent swirling around the room as Overhaul stormed toward the seated man. "You effed me, Shigaraki," he shouted, his voice echoing around the entire room. The bored expression didn't leave Tenko's face. "I got you your little girl, didn't I? It isn't my fault that you and your squad of Boy Scouts couldn't kill one young child." Half of the bar beside Shigaraki was blown to bits as Overhaul swung his hand through it. The masked man then placed his hand on what was left of the bar next to Shigaraki's hand and leaned toward the league's leader so he could glare right into those red eyes of his. "Maybe we would have killed him if you hadn't left out the fact that he gets back up when you put him down." Overhaul reached into his pocket and slapped a set of pictures onto the man's lap so Shigaraki could see them. "And now I'm getting reports that my strongholds are getting cleared out. This is the effing 4th in 2 weeks. Shigaraki's bored expression morphed into a smile as he looked at the pictures. "Yeah, that's definitely my brother. And it looks like he's pissed." Chisaki looked even more pissed than Shigaraki could imagine that Izuku was. Overhaul got so close to his face that he could smell the man's unfortunately horrid breath. That amused smirk on his face never left, mostly because he knew how much it angered his temporary business partner. "I have half a mind to kill you right now," Overhaul growled. That took the smirk away. It wasn't the look of fear that Overhaul wanted, though. It was a look that warned of caution. Careful, Chisaki. Right now, all of your bases are compromised. You have no idea how much Izuku knows or how many of your men he has in his sights. I'm the only person in Musutafu that can keep you safe from him now that he's caught your trail. And if I know my brother, the one thing I can promise you is that he won't stop until your head is on a platter in front of the nearest police station. Overhaul's eyes squinted with rage as a hand wrapped around his neck from behind, a fifth finger carefully suspended above his skin. As Chisaki's eyes drifted to Shigaraki's arms only to see his right hand conveniently missing. His suspicions were confirmed. That goddamn Quirk was so tricky. You shouldn't threaten the big brother when you just lost to the little one. I'd destroy you, Overhaul hissed as the fifth finger brushed his neck and left a small handprint of disintegrated skin in its wake. Now get the F out of my bar. And don't you effing dare break your word when it comes to the girl. I'll know if you do. Come back when you realize how F-ed you are. And pray to your god that I let you in before Izuku introduces you to death. Overhaul was walked to the door by the hand still clinging to his neck, and as he opened the door and walked onto the street, a muffled command was thrown his way. And bring back my effing tables. They costed me 10 times whatever you're worth. He could tell that Chisaki was livid. To be fair, he would be too if he'd lost so much at the hands of a child that he'd practically beaten into the dirt at the start of the fight. Despite that, a small smirk still appeared on his face as his 2 tables were returned along with the broken bar. A small wisp of smoke leaked from his mouth with snort of laughter he let out, and his hand slowly reappeared on his arm. Everything was going perfectly according to plan. It shouldn't be long before his little brother finally made his way back home. Beep, beep, beep. The variously pitched machines located around Recovery Girl's office gave the room a very calm, mellow undertone. Speaking of which, the woman was much shorter than Izuku imagined when he thought of the strict heroine whom so many respectable heroes seemed to hold in such high regard. Izuku watched the healer waddle around the room in an effort to gather various tools and equipment. From across the room, a voice slightly raspy from old age reached his ears. Come on, boy. I need your shirt off. You should know how this goes. You've had diagnostics done before, right? He could see her squinted eyes turn toward him in order to catch his light nod. Then hurry along. No need to make this harder than it has to be. She was certainly to the point. Nevertheless, he took his shirt off as requested. Despite his disposition against doctors, he very oddly found himself having no problems with the old lady. Perhaps it was because she seemed so unthreatening despite her strong personality. Or maybe it was because of the fact that she was the one who brought him back after his disastrous encounter with Overhaul and his posse of wannabes. It was hard for even someone as closely guarded as Izuku to hate the person who gave him his life back, especially considering he would be with Overhaul indefinitely without him alive. Recovery Girl walked up to Izuku with a handful of pads. Come with me. Izuku stood and followed the woman to a small, metallic tube standing up vertically with a glass door leading inside. The boy walked into the tube and took a seat on the inside once Recovery Girl opened the door. Izuku spent the time that the nurse used to mess around with some of her equipment to examine the inside of his container. The room you are in is going to give me visuals of what is going on inside of your body during your diagnostics. Think of it like an upright, beefed-up CT scan. She paused for a moment to hold out the patches she has been carrying for the past few minutes. So are you going to put these on, or am I going to do it? Izuku spread his arms in a sarcastic, welcoming manner. Be my guest, Doc. Recovery Girl sighed at the nickname and began to place the pads on various positions around the boy's upper body and forearms before closing the door and walking over to her monitors. All it took was a few flipped switches, and the machine was buzzing with life. Recovery Girl reached for her miniature headset and put it on while doing a once-over on all of the information displayed on the machine. Can you hear me, Midoriya? Yes, ma'am. Izuku leaned back in his chair to sit in a more comfortable stance while he awaited more information. So how much knowledge do you have of Ketsuro's tampering? Deep within him, the doctor smiled. How much, indeed. Unfortunately for Izuku, a large portion of the knowledge regarding his altered features died with Katsuro in his laboratory. Katsuro hardly took the time or effort to give the boy briefings on the changes he planned to make. The only details Izuku would have been able to glean from their time together would be the things that he specifically told the boy for the purpose of furthering his experiment or the bits and pieces of his plans that were delivered via his muttering. I don't know a ton. I know he messed with my cardiovascular system, my muscles, bones, and all of my senses. I don't know what he did to them or how he did it, really. He could hear Recovery Girl hum over the speaker. Well, he definitely meddled with your cardiovascular system. The way your veins and arteries travel through your body is very different from normal human anatomy. I could only compare it to some kind of mutation. You have a much higher average blood count than a normal human, even more so for someone of your age. I am guessing the changes to the blood passageways are meant to compensate for the increase in volume. Izuku continued to look around his current containment as he grunted in affirmation. These were all things that he knew. The League did diagnostics as well, and they only hired the best. He was doubtful that Recovery Girl would discover anything more than they already had, however small that pool of knowledge currently was. Well, it is hard to tell exactly how your DNA changed without some kind of comparison from before the operations, but, my God. Izuku rolled his eyes slightly. Everyone was always so dramatic about things like this. A 4-year-old could collapse a building with a thought and nobody gave a shit, but the changes made within him always managed to freak people out. What is it, Doc? You have no coagulation factors, and the fibrin in your blood is very odd. Well, he would have to take back what he said. No one had ever told him anything like that before. I'm not a biologist. I don't know what any of that means. He heard Recovery Girl clear her throat for a moment over the mic before she continued. Of course. Well, you don't just magically stop bleeding when you get a cut. You have something called fibrin in your blood. Proteins we call coagulation factors cause your fibrin to bond together and form a small seal over your cut to stop the bleeding. Your blood has absolutely none of those proteins. Izuku was no intellectual slouch. He understood what she was saying. The implications of it, however, were beyond him. Meaning, Recovery Girl huffed an uncomfortable laugh from across the room. Meaning, boy, your blood has absolutely no natural means of clotting on its own. Have you ever gotten a cut? Does it ever stop bleeding without you making it? Izuku hummed for a moment. He hadn't really ever thought about it. It is hard to say for sure. I normally heal before most people's blood would clot. I suppose during times when I have overused my quirk, my blood hasn't stopped running. That was never really a problem for me though. If I ever ran low on blood, I just forced some of it back into me or hardened it myself to stop the flow. That is another thing entirely, Recovery Girl said. Your fibrin looks nothing like it should. I have no idea what he did to them. I will need a sample of your blood and a lot of time if that is an answer you want. Recovery Girl stopped for a moment to wait for the boy's answer. When he told her that he didn't particularly care to go through more tests, she continued with her analysis. Well then, without any more tests for confirmation, there is nothing I can say for sure. I think that the differences in your fibrin are why you can harden your blood and why the bonds are so strong. I am guessing that Katsuro removed your coagulation factors in exchange for giving you direct, conscious control over when and where your blood clots. Izuku nodded to himself in his small compartment. The theory certainly made sense to him. Thanks for your opinion, Doc. I would be lying if I said I thought you would come up with anything so substantial. Yes, well, if nothing else, remember this. Do not ever allow yourself to neglect a cut on your body if it doesn't heal. A paper cut could kill you if you don't block the leak on your own. Izuku huffed lightly. It was fortunate that he would never really have to worry about such things. His quirk would never let him die. Not until he was far too old for death to affect him in any significant way. Understood, Doc. A deep, calming breath came over the speakers. Now that the checkup is out of the way, Powerloader told me you have some equipment that he wants tested before you begin utilizing it in field work. Now that was something Izuku was very much interested in. Yes, ma'am. Are you saying he is done with it? The door to his diagnostics compartment slid open to reveal a tray that held everything he asked for. Nice, blue jeans that felt both stretchy and firm under his analytical touch, a comfortable, black hoodie that was undoubtedly fitted to him perfectly, a plain, gray undershirt, and a beautiful mask to top it all off. Izuku moved the clothing to the side for a moment to awe at the masterpiece put before him. This was the work of a god compared to the prototype he had been wearing for the last few years. The face of the mask was rounded and smooth except for a pair of pinprick, glass eyes, and he marveled at all of the tech he could see on the inside of the mask when he turned it around. He looked around for a second to see if he could find the oxygen cartridges. When he couldn't, he looked at the tray where he found a small pouch and a note. Izuku, inside this pouch are the cartridges of pure oxygen you requested. Each one is good for about 30 minutes of oxygen each, and they are loaded 2 at a time. You will see near seamless indents on the bottom quarter of the mask. Place the slightly curved side of the cartridges flat against the indents and push. When you hear a click, you can let go. They will stay in position until you push down on them again or they run dry. Their ejection range is pretty far. Try to collect them after a fight if you don't want to wait for more when they run out. But don't worry if you can't. They are not very advanced, and they are easily replaced. I hope you find it all to your liking. Power Loader, find it all to his liking. As if anyone with half of a brain would complain about something as high quality as this. He hadn't even tried it on yet, and he could already tell that pretty much every villain he had ever met save for Sensei himself would be drooling over it. If you are done ogling, get back inside of the diagnostics chamber and put your mask on. The test shouldn't take too long. Grabbing the mask along with the black pouch, Izuku got back into the chamber and watched the door slide shut. He only eyed the inside of the mask for a few more moments before pressing it against his face. His world went dark as the shallow hiss of the mask sealing to his skin shot through his ears. The world came back to him when the mask came to life and started displaying ocular sensory information through the 2 eyepieces built into it. The image displayed to him was simple but extremely crisp. He was well aware that he could have requested more advanced display systems, on-site facial recognition, a constant vitals display, sophisticated AI situation analysis. Anyone could have their own HUD and personal advisor if they could pay enough. All of that fancy stuff never really appealed to him though. He already knew his targets before he went on missions. His vitals didn't really matter to him, and an AI trying to help him would only end up clashing with his own intellect. That said, he was still very attached to his thermal sights and very much wished that Powerloader had given him some more in-depth instruction. Then, as if God himself heard his call, his lenses started displaying thermal energy data to him through the various reds and oranges that took over his vision. No, Powerloader did not connect the switch between visual light and thermal sights to his effing brain. That was state-of-the-art shit. Izuku's smile couldn't get any bigger. Gone were the days of manually switching between the two. Never again would he be stuck in either one or the other in the middle of a fight. He didn't know how the mask could get any better. After switching back to normal sights with a thought, Izuku talked through his mask and found the need to admonish himself when his voice came out completely distorted through his mask speakers. Powerloader just got a new best friend today if he had anything to say about it. Are you ready to start the tests? Yes, came the recovery girl's response. Can you tell me again what we are looking for and what you are doing? My powers allow me to control my blood both inside and outside of my body. One way I have found that I can use that is by increasing the rate at which my blood travels through me. I can constrict the blood manually to keep my blood vessels from popping. And that speed lets me transfer oxygen to my muscles and organs faster. In other words, it completely removes the buildup of lactic acid and lets my muscles continuously work at over 100% capacity. Recovery girl considered it despite her shock for a moment before responding. It certainly seems at least theoretically possible. It could make you much stronger and faster, especially considering the tampering Katsuro did with your muscular system. It is more than theoretically possible, Doc. This specific power is pretty much the exclusive reason I hold the rank that I do. Without it, I am at least half a letter lower than an S-rank villain. The only drawback is that the blood moving so fast is only useful if I have the oxygen to refill the used blood. Without my mask, my breathing turns into hyperventilation so quickly that it isn't a very useful skill. With it, my stamina, speed, and strength are all far above their max until I am out of oxygen cartridges. What would normally be lethal for humans is completely necessary and safe for someone burning through oxygen at the rate I need to in order to use my powers. Recovery girl hummed thoughtfully. Okay then, boy, I will monitor your heart rate, your blood pressure, your oxygen levels, and your musculature. If I deem your vitals to be within reasonably safe margins, I will sign off on the mask, and you can use it in the field so long as your handler approves it. Assuming that there was probably a camera sending the image of himself in the chamber to Recovery girl, Izuku nodded without verbally responding. He grabbed 2 of the cartridges from the bag and held them in a loose grip. They were solid black and curved slightly to fit against the surface of his mask. Closing his eyes for just a moment, Izuku concentrated and began to move his blood faster through their vessels. It was always an odd experience, and he was completely unsurprised when his skin began to heat up and turned a flushed shade of light pink with the increased temperature. Before long, the sweat that collected on his skin to compensate for the heating of his body began to evaporate en masse from the heat building within him. A light layer of steam rolled off of his skin while he continued to push his blood to further speeds. His breathing was becoming labored, and he vaguely heard Recovery girl's warning that his oxygen level was getting into dangerously low territory. He took his 2 cartridges and placed them horizontally along his mask, moving them across the surface until he felt them slide into place on top of the indents which sat just a bit above his jawline. He pushed down and felt the indents give slightly to allow the cartridges space to descend into them. They went about halfway into the mask before they clicked into place with a hiss. Immediately, the mask began to take the compressed tank of oxygen and filter it into the sealed space that fed him his air. Izuku's breathing slowed, and he almost sighed with delight as he stood and messed around with his muscles. He turned slightly to look at a mirror installed into the chamber, and he was very happy with the image reflected back at him. The 2 black cartridges running along the jawline of the mask reminded him somewhat of the old gas masks he had seen in some of the World War I movies he watched in the past, and he appreciated the sophisticated, modern, yet functional and dangerous look of his equipment. He vibrated with excitement as he thought about what it would look like once he painted the signature phantom smile onto its face. This was a tool that would strike fear into the hearts of all of his enemies, a tool that would serve him to the utmost, a tool worthy of an S+ villain. Your vital signs look normal, but your oxygen levels are strikingly high. I think you need to move around a bit with your powers activated so your muscles actually use the oxygen you are breathing. Other than that, it looks fine. You should probably take it off for now. I will sign off on it. I see no problems with your vitals. You can test it in some of our training rooms with Eraserhead or All Might later. Congratulations, Izuku. You have officially gotten your first round of hero equipment. I hope it feels as good for you as it did for me. Oh, it most certainly did. Hero gear or not. This was some of the best equipment he could hope for. It feels exquisite. Doc, thank you for all of your help. Izuku put his hand on the mask and smiled once again when his desire to take off the mask was followed by the subsequent deactivation of his tech and the unsealing of his mask. He would have to personally thank Powerloader later. If this was a villain that gave him his equipment, he would owe something massive in return. Even if this was the hero's job, he would be sure to pay back his debt someday. Am I free to go? Yes, Mr. Izuku, you are. I hope that I don't have to see you for a while. Izuku chuckled just a bit despite himself. You and I both. Good day, recovery girl. The noise of Musutafu at night was all that kept James sane as he looked around the musty alleyway he was told to patrol. He was an immigrant from America and barely spoke a lick of Japanese. That didn't really matter, though, not to the Yakuza. He could still vividly remember the day that he was recruited about 6 years ago. He was eternally grateful for their help. But goddammit, he didn't sign up for this shit. Security had been tight for the past 2 weeks. Reports ran rampant of different bases around their area getting wiped clean off the map. Not even a single survivor was left to tell the tale. So, unfortunately, they had no effing idea how or where that bastard Phantom was going to hit next. The flashlight mounted on his axe was the only thing that let him see on such a dark night. Not even the moon was out to aid him. Tap. James swung around with his gun at the ready as soon as he felt something touch his right shoulder. The front of his gun barrel was caught by a hand before he could even see who was behind him. He went to grab his karambit from his right pocket before he was swung into the wall with an arm pressed against his neck. Chill out, you jumpy F. It's me. James could only pick out the curse in that sentence, but he could easily recognize the voice. It was one of the members of his group. It must be time for guards to switch out. Thank the lords. He didn't think he could stand it much longer. With a sigh, he turned to walk into the building. Without thinking about it, his left hand went to click his gun's safety back on. He hadn't felt comfortable during guard duty without his finger on the trigger lately. He was so exhausted that he didn't even notice when he got to the newly created dorms. After the second attack, it became a rule that no Yakuza member was to go to their house until further notice. It was too easy for the Phantom to pick out one of them and follow them back to the base. Wearily, the man drifted off to sleep with his axe loaded and ready to go by his bedside. A loud bang signaling that their compound's power just got cut was what woke the man from his tentative sleep. James's heart pounded erratically in his chest, and his sporadic breathing made it hard for him to hear whatever was going on outside. The compound's sleeping quarter was constantly dark, but there was always a familiar beam of light shining under the door that led to the main section of their base. James's eyes latched to the place where that light should be as he begged for it to come back on. Click, click. James's anxiety came to a crescendo as over 50 men racked their AK rifles to put a bullet in the chamber. Silence reigned for almost 30 seconds while James tried to get his nerves under control before every single one of those chambered rifles exploded with the sound of fully automatic firing. This explosion was what knocked James out of his temporary petrification and urged him to jump from his cot to grab his own AK. James almost went deaf from the noise when he finally managed to get the strap of his gun around his shoulder and kick open the door. The sight of so many flashlights flying haphazardly around the room threatened to overload his senses while he desperately searched for whatever it was they were shooting. For the life of him, though, he could not spot even a glimpse of the attacker in the darkness of their compound. He was just about to start making a run for it when one of his comrades approached him from the side. Hey, you, we need backup. Get your cell phone, eh? The gigantic black blade of a scythe pressed against the surface of his friend's nape. James was forced to watch as the scythe began to part the man's flesh and muscles, inch by agonizing inch, in a sick sort of slow motion that was undoubtedly induced by the adrenaline pumping in his veins. It was over in a second, but it felt like an eternity before the scythe finally managed to lop the Yakuza member's head from his shoulders. James's flashlight was pointed limply at the ground, so he could not see the villain he knew to be the Phantom in all of his glory. What he could see, however, were two violently glowing, red eyes. His body shot into action as soon as the fear released its grip on his muscles, but the eyes disappeared in an instant, accompanied by a loud crack and a burst of steam. Shots kept flying from all corners of the room, but he could see flashlights falling to the ground one by one all around him. It was cold and methodical, the way he picked them off at seemingly random intervals and locations. None of the members could predict who would fall next, and they had no hope of following the deadly blur. It was simply too fast for any of them to follow. 10 men remained, and half of them were forced to stop firing to reload their guns. One fell. No, a second one went not even a moment after the first. The noise was beginning to fade with the lack of guns available to fire at the same time. A third collapsed not even 20 yards from his position. James's hands began to shake. and his anticipation of the end became unbearable, but he didn't fall next. It was someone on the opposite side of the room that constituted the fourth casualty. Hope leached from his body by the gallon as the rest of the men in his compound fell to the ground with the distinct crackle of metal guns smacking against the concrete. Two red eyes stared unwaveringly into his own from about 2/3 of his height. They were so close to him that he could see the reflection of his terrified face in the glass covering the shining lights. His finger pulled against the resistance of his gun's trigger, and he fought to control the recoil from where it hung by his hip. The flash from his muzzle with every shot showed him pictures of leaking black blood and a wide, black smile with razor-sharp teeth. It wasn't until he noticed the flashing stop that he realized he ran out of ammo. Two limp hands let the gun drop to hand from his shoulder strap uselessly. "Where is your boss?" came a clicky, deep, raspy voice. James heard the words, but he didn't understand a lick of it. He would have laughed at the thought of the Phantom being unlucky enough to leave the only American in this entire building to answer his questions if he wasn't so sure he was about to die. "My ID don't speak Japanese." The tip of a scythe blade pressed gently against the gap between his neck and the side of his collarbone. "Honest," he shouted before throwing his hands into the air as a symbol of surrender. "I'm American." A modulated voice came back as soon as he spoke the last word. "Nezu, can you speak English?" An affirmative came through the mask, and a door opened near the front of the building. A small animal that James immediately recognized as the principal from UA High School came into view. "Excuse me, but we are in a bit of a time crunch. We would like to know where your boss is." The principal of a hero's school working with such a prominent villain. He was far too confused by this situation for him to think straight. "Overhaul. I don't know where he is." The blade pushed harder against his skin as Nezu chuckled at his answer. "Yes, I would hope that he is smart enough to keep that to himself. I am speaking of your boss's truth serum, Mr. Shin Namoto. How do you know about him?" The blade drew blood from him as it finally penetrated the outer layer of his skin. "I believe it is my job to ask the questions," Nezu said with a near-psychotic smile. The blade dug further into him, and James yelped from the pain before stumbling to answer. He is in a safe room in the B basement. But why you'll never get to him? See, the room C can only be opened by Overhaul's Quirk. Nezu didn't look concerned in the slightest. "Did we get what we needed?" came the deep voice. "Yes, we did." James's world went dark in less than a second while his head began falling to the floor. A metallic thunk echoed around a stone-forged basement as Izuku rapped his scythe blade against a giant safe door. Damn, the American wasn't exaggerating. Overhaul really did make a safe that only he could open. There was no handle, no passcode, not even a key slot. It was a smooth surface made of plated steel that had to be at least thicker than Izuku was tall. The only way for someone to get into the room would be for Overhaul to obliterate it or someone with an equally destructive quirk to take it down. "Well, Mr. Izuku," Nezu said with a contemplative expression, "it seems that we have met an obstacle. Do you have any ideas?" Izuku snorted as he removed his mask and placed it in a small, one-strap backpack he had slung around his right shoulder. There was no point in wearing it now. Nezu turned the power back on, and all of the Yakuza were dead. They were both confident that no one managed to get word outside of the safe house. All that stood between them and their target was a very secure safe room. "I thought you were the one with the genius plans. Wasn't that part of the reason you wanted to come with me?" Nezu nodded his head minutely with a hum. It was obvious that the rat was searching for an answer. To be completely honest, Izuku actually kind of enjoyed working with the principal despite his vehement dislike for the situation he was placed in by his new partner in crime. That it was. "But there is no harm in brainstorming. Is there any way you could bypass the door?" Izuku tapped his foot against the ground rhythmically. "My blood is strong. It might even be strong enough to drill through steel like this if I had enough time. But we probably have a few hours at most until someone comes for a status update." Nezu didn't look surprised. "Is there anything else you could think of?" "Well," Izuku admitted, "I do have contacts. One of them could make short work of the door, but it is a no-go tonight. All of my contacts are highly professional. They don't just show up on the drop of a dime. We would have had to plan this out a week ago or more if we wanted their cooperation." Nezu smirked at him almost teasingly. Even if the request came from the Phantom. Izuku made a face. Nezu was either stupid, ignorant, or effing with him, and he despised every single one of those options. Especially when the request comes from the Phantom. "I have a reputation. They all expect me to be professional, and they know that my jobs aren't small time." Yes, Nezu mumbled. "It would be wise to leave that resource untapped until the time is right anyway. No matter, I have someone that I could call. Any heroes I contacted would have a hard time accepting what we are doing here, but your fellow Reformi could get through the door. Is that someone you would want to help?" Izuku raised his eyebrow. "Are you sure you want to be giving Ata the leverage he would get from working on an illegal operation with you?" "Oh," Nezu said without a worry in the world. "We have a mutually beneficial system set up just like we do, Mr. Izuku. I am no more worried about his betrayal than I am of yours." Izuku's smirk was deadly, and the doctor laughed gleefully in his head. Nezu really did enjoy these risky endeavors. It would be the rat's downfall soon enough. "You play dangerous games, Principal." Nezu's smile only grew as he pulled out a burner phone and dialed a number. Only a few words were spoken before the phone was closed and destroyed. "He will be coming soon." Izuku nodded before he manipulated his scythe into an elegant chair for him to sit on. After plopping down and looking over to Nezu, he opened a wound with his nails and withdrew enough blood to make a seat for Nezu too. The intoxication of his quirk replenishing his blood would make the waiting more bearable in any case. It helped him just as much as it helped the rat. A scarred man walked down a sidewalk at about 2 a.m. with blue-green eyes lazily scanning the artificially lit street. Red, green, yellow. The lights turned at the intersection in front of him. There are no cars on the street, early as it was, but he never was overly fond of ambient noise. Damn Principal, the man thought. It seemed like he was getting called every other day for some menial task at this point. He was honestly close to regretting the fact that he signed up for this stupid top position in the first place. He would have been better off waiting in prison until Sensei broke him out like the old man inevitably would. It was beginning to look like he was pushed into the role of a manual laborer for nothing in return. With all of the progress they were absolutely not making on his problem, that thought was far more accurate than some may think. These types of things take time, Nezu assured him. What a bunch of bullshit. Now, he was out here wandering in the city for no effing reason because the intrepid rat decided to dial his phone. Not only was he out and about, but he was instructed to ditch his loser babysitter, Vlad King. Apparently, this was the type of thing the principal didn't want to get out. He would have taken Vlad King with him despite his orders if Nezu getting in trouble wouldn't give him a one-way ticket to prison. God, what he did for revenge. It killed him every second that he was forced to do things for his employer if such an abhorrently one-sided contract could ever be considered proper employment. Granted, prison was where he would be without Nezu's intervention. That didn't count for much, though, when he was being used to further the principal's own selfish gain. The man took a right down the alley that he was told to make when he saw the beginnings of whatever hell Nezu just dragged him into. A head stared blankly up at him from where it sat on the concrete, completely disconnected from the corresponding body. Heat coursed through his body as a pale blue light pointed the way. It wouldn't do to be caught unawares in a situation like this. One bad move and, depending on whether a villain or a hero found him, he would be dead or imprisoned. He walked carefully through a warehouse of absolute carnage with the light source in his hand guiding the way. Bodies were strewn across the floor haphazardly. Heads were disconnected whenever possible. This was a kind of brutality that was specialized, and it was eerily familiar. Just how clean were those cuts? It was as if they were made at Mach speed. His heart pumped faster and faster as his spirit began to rise. Walking down the stairs to the basement, he immediately found the form of Nezu sitting upon a chair as black as his dyed hair, and he immediately recognized it for what it was. His heart almost stopped. Just what the hell is going on here? He was cut off by a green blur that shot across the room before a body slammed into his own and two arms wrapped around him with a force that could only be described as rib cracking. He would have ignited himself immediately just to stop the contact if he didn't already know who it was. As it stood currently, he was having a harder time controlling his emotions than he was with controlling his extremely self-destructive quirk. Slowly, he lifted a hand and placed it carefully on top of the boy's disheveled, green hair. "What the hell, Toya?" A muffled voice came through his white t-shirt. "We thought you were effing dead, you idiot. Where have you been?" His eyes vaguely flicked to the principal who continued to sit, absolutely floored by the blatant showing of affection the usually emotionally inert boy gave his other tongue. Toya decided to let it be, instead deciding to run his hand through the boy's hair in a comforting rhythm. Izuku always had trouble containing himself around people he cared about, especially the ones who knew what he went through and stuck by him anyway. Whatever the consequences of this outburst would be, they would deal with it later. He had a little brother to console at the moment. Tenko sat in his usual seat at the bar while Overhaul once again stood next to him. He grabbed the drink Kurogiri placed on the table for him and took a sip as he waited for the beaked man to say something. "He killed Nemoto yesterday." Tenko laughed so hard that his stomach started to hurt, and smoke was rolling off of his lower body in droves by the time he got it under control enough to say something back. Even then, his voice was light, and chuckles slipped between his words. "I tried to tell you not to underestimate him. Didn't we already have this conversation?" Overhaul was not nearly as mad as he was the first time. He had experienced so many losses over the last few weeks that he was in too much of a perpetual state of panic to fall into a temporary state of anger. He needed help so badly, and if he didn't get it, his entire group was going to fall. "Why are you so amused?" Overhaul shot at the man. "He knows you were involved too. He is going to come after you when he is done with me." Shigaraki could not look less worried. "I want to see my little brother, Chisaki." "A man can hope, can't he?" Overhaul's eyebrow twitched in anger. You were planning on this happening, weren't you? Tenko leaned back in his chair and crossed his arms behind his head. I had a suspicion that this might happen, yes, but I didn't lie to you. I warned your entire team that Izuku was not a villain you wanted to play around with. I can't be blamed for you only taking half of your squad and getting whipped. Overhaul grew more annoyed by the second, but he was wise enough to not act on his emotions. It was help he needed, not more conflict. Can you help me? Tenko almost started laughing again, but once he started to think about it, he could see the benefit, assuming the price was right. I could help you if you were willing to do something for me. Overhaul expected nothing less. What do you want? I want Izuku faster, Shigaraki said blatantly. There was no reason for him to sugarcoat things now. He held all of the cards. Unlike when they first met, it was him who had the power now. Overhaul almost growled at the declaration. Shigaraki may not have lied to him, but the apprentice of All for One said nothing about the Phantom's freakishly powerful healing quirk and left out the fact that he fully believed them incapable of besting the child. Nevertheless, he was going to lose without Shigaraki's help, so he swallowed his pride and promised himself that revenge would come later. Izuku has been off of the map for a year now. You made him mad enough to provoke him back into action. I want you to give me access to all of your bases and allow me to place my own lookouts there. He is based in Musutafu somewhere, but I can't trace him if all of your compounds are getting wiped clean. I'll track him back to wherever he lives the next time you get attacked. If you can do that for me, I'll let you, Eri, and the Precept stay with me. He won't get to you here. Overhaul scowled. The villain was outright asking him to let his men get slaughtered just so he could find one measly assassin. It was a deal that he couldn't deny despite how obviously one-sided it was. He was going to lose everything without help. Why do you even care about the bastard anyway? Didn't he leave you? Shigaraki glared at Overhaul with murderous intent leaking from his eyes. He is my brother, Chisaki. I wouldn't expect you to understand. Overhaul smartly decided to stay quiet. And it was only after Shigaraki reclaimed his nonchalant personality that the conversation continued. How did he even get your buddy? I thought you said you had a foolproof plan the last time we talked. Overhaul just sighed dejectedly. I don't know, but it wasn't his quirk. The safe looked battered, but it was at least halfway melted around the edges of the opening. It was like he superheated it with a giant blowtorch before bashing it down or something. Shigaraki's eyes widened. He was very surprised by such an occurrence. A blowtorch. That must be one hell of a quirk he got to help him. I didn't expect him to bring anyone else in on his operation. But if you had a door he couldn't open, I guess he would have no choice but to find someone who could do it for him. Do you have any idea who it might have been? Overhaul met his eyes. No, but his calling sign was a little weird. Do you think that had anything to do with it? Shigaraki's veins turned to ice as his heart stopped. Izuku changed his calling sign. No, the calling sign was something special between them. It wasn't something his little brother would change for a one-time deal. Did he add someone new to the group on a more permanent basis? Izuku wasn't a fool. He would know that Tenko would get word of it eventually. Was this meant to be a message to him that someone else was taking up the mantle in his absence as a big brother? The very idea made him want to kill somebody. Show me, he commanded with a snarl in his voice. Overhaul complied immediately. And when Shigaraki picked up the photo, he had to force a tear back into his eye. On the wall was the classic image of the Phantom's call sign. It was an ovular face meant to represent a mask with two red dots for eyes and a gigantic smile with razor-sharp teeth lining the mouth. It was inherently simplistic in design. It had to be if he was to put it up in a hurry, but it was also something of a thing between his brothers and himself. The call sign was tweaked just a little depending on what combination of the three were responsible for the scene. His own flair was to disintegrate the face just a little to add a crackly texture to the mask. On the mask in the photo, though, the red eyes were just a little odd. Two thin wisps of smoke charred onto the concrete by concentrated flame trailed up from the eyes as if they were smoldering with righteous fury. It was the sign of Toya, his dead brother. He first felt like disintegrating the whole bar to the ground in his anger before hunting down his little brother and kicking the shit out of him. But Izuku would not pull something like this without a good reason. Their call sign was not to be reduced into little more than a memorial or a tool to F with one another's heads. It was a signal meant to tell the two big brothers who was doing what with Izuku. If Toya's sign was on Izuku's mask, then that was a direct message to Tamura that Izuku's other big brother participated with him. Sensei was known for being abrupt and secretive with the missions he planned. Sometimes, they did missions separately or randomly mixed together. When one of the bigger brothers was separated, those marks that inevitably ended up on the news made sure that whoever was left out knew what was going on. It was true that Toya's body was never found, and they never got word of him being incarcerated, but Tamura couldn't believe what he was apparently being told. He would have suspected Overhaul of tricking him if he wasn't so sure that the specifics of Izuku's call sign were only known to the three of them. If Izuku was to be believed, then Toya was alive, and the two of them were together. Now, he had more than a desire to see his little brother. It just progressed to a need. If both of his brothers were together, then he had a right to be by their side, and Izuku giving him this call sign was nothing less than a blatant invitation. I want you to give me the address of all of your bases in Musutafu now. Okay, sadly the chapter is over, and if you enjoyed the video just leave a like, and subscribe with post notification, so when the next chapter is ready, you will be notified. Okay, see you in the next video. Bye.